Playday 4 of the NAL. Welcome, everyone. Another day packed with 5 best of ones where our teams are looking to secure a top 6 finish for playoffs. I'm your host, Ginny, joined with Fox and Lax. And yesterday was a bit of a proving ground even further of what our teams can do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, as the weeks go by, it's only going to get more and more stressful for all the teams involved. And we're slowly making a way. Yeah, the games in the middle will still be decisive, but the teams at the top are getting a comfortable lead. The teams at the bottom aren't.
I mean, I believe we also said those matchups in particular were going to look to be the closest, and I'd say the stat lines for those would really speak that into the existence.
Yeah, we started off with NVOXG, and something that we were talking about yesterday for OXG specifically was like question marks in regards to their map pool. How deep can it actually go? And it was a conversation about whether or not that's something that they're hiding or they're looking to play off of it.
I mean, yeah, you said it yourself. You know, they can hide it as the best of one, so if you can keep playing one of your best maps, I mean, go for it.
Slay.
Yeah, absolutely. When it came to the SSG Cloud9 game, preparation for Cloud9 did not really match up. SSG looked in full form, and obviously we saw a couple borders as well yesterday, and it was pretty exciting to say the least.
Yeah, it was good to see the wildcard versus Shopify. I thought that was going to be a good one, and it was, but the big outlier of that matchup really was Dash coming into fruition and really finding his footing, but just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, not at all. And a team that could get it done was DZ. They absolutely swept the floor with M80. Not what we were expecting. We thought it was going to be... Yeah, very respectfully. We thought it was going to be much closer of a match. And then to finish it off, we had the game that somebody had to win. So
I mean, someone definitely had to win, and it was Orgless. And as we talked about, there were some definitely things that we could take away from both those teams. But the biggest thing was Orgless getting their first victory, their first 3 points. We saw at the end of the game, their celebration, how much that win actually meant for them. So it's good to see some light coming from those.
Yeah,
guys.
but then Cruelty is obviously sitting at the bottom with 0 points. DZ, 9 points in total. Like, the difference between the bottom of the leaderboard and the top is absolutely insane. And I think, like, OXG really is that team right now that's sitting right in the middle to just like separate the top dogs from the rest of the league.
Yeah, I mean, it could easily go either way if Cloud9 start getting some wins, even Orgless getting some wins. Yeah, obviously.
Did you just say that?
Yeah, I mean, Orgless might get some wins. I mean, they got it against Cruelty, and Cruelty was at the bottom. I saw some people talking in the Twitch chat yesterday saying, like, we need low spec, which I didn't know times were so dire, but obviously, you know, Cruelty still got some games to make it up into that top 6. That's what they're aiming for, so hopefully they can get the ball rolling a little bit.
Hey, they could have fell flat yesterday and just let Orgless completely sweep them. They did keep the game close. So on that note, they are being competitive, just not getting that win.
Wow, look at you actually not being a negative Nancy. Like, you're in such a great mood. But the games that we have going on today, M80 against Wildcard. Our first game, but also our game of the day. And I mean, looking down at this table, I don't know, which one do I really want to watch besides the first one?
I'm actually really looking forward to the first one, just for the simple fact, M80 really got tested yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
They played against Envy, they played against Cloud9 first, we gave them praise saying they're looking like a really good team, but then they actually play one of the upper echelon of teams and just get stomped. And then for Wildcard, it's a constant bit of improvement.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the games that the stakes matter, which is that M80 Wildcard game, but at the same time, we just highlighted it, Orgless OXG. I mean, if Orgless get that win, they would bump to 6 points. They would be tying OXG. So just like we said, one game could switch the tides. We could easily see teams start to bump down, teams at the bottom jump up. So obviously, I mean, those are the games, you look at them, you probably be like, I don't know, will they be the most exciting? To me, I think so, because there's the most on the line, and pressure makes diamonds, and obviously we need some of these NA teams to start becoming diamonds.
I like that.
Yeah, not bad. I was going to say, why are you fronting for the gram? But either way, the first game I am very excited for is going to be M80 Wildcard. And when we're looking at M80, as we already touched upon a little bit, this is a roster that yesterday got very respectfully absolutely walked by DZ. And then we're looking at Wildcard, and this is a team that the honeymoon phase is over. They're having troubles. They need to like troubleshoot. They don't know what's going on. And that's something that today is going to get tested. But M80 first, can they shake off what happened yesterday?
Well, I would definitely like to believe that they can. As we all know, they did win that Manchester Major, so in that alone, they do have that in their back pocket. But I mean, yeah, it was
that was like
definitely
last year, bro.
Yeah, but it shows the resilience that this team has. They've been in the back end. They know what it's like to be able to lose and be able to bounce back. But no, it was definitely a very big surprise and kind of shocking to see the result. As we talked about yesterday, was going to be the match of the day, but it definitely did not. And on that front, I mean, again, in terms of prep, in terms of everything that this roster has, it did not look like the prep was there, because once they switched to their attack half in particular, we just saw them fumble. They were going for these aggressive rushes, and kudos to DZ on their end. I mean, they were just playing very well together. They knew how to immediately shut down these rushes. We also heard from the Citizen in that interview, you know, given their prep, given their energy going into this match, they knew exactly how they wanted to approach M80's aggressive plays, and especially on their attacks. And I also have to give it back to Hot and Cold in terms of, you know, talking about consistency with this team. Whereas we talked about that Cloud9 game where the Cloud9 just kind of looked like they were playing ranked. Even in the sense of this M80 game, it kind of looked like they were too flustered. They didn't understand the correct approach after each rush was getting thwarted off by DZ. And it comes back to, we got to get back to the drawing board. We got to figure out these adaptations properly going forward, because if you're going to go against the top teams, you are going to struggle hard towards the end, especially if we get into playoffs and they make it.
Absolutely. I mean, you could see it in their play, especially when they swapped all of the attacks behind the blitz rushes. We were watching it, them going up metal, them rushing through customs. It didn't really make sense. The game plan didn't really have some stability to it, especially against a team like DZ that is very slow paced, that when they can post up, they can hold their angles. It didn't look like M80 had anything to disrupt that.
Yeah, and Wildcard is a team that they're going to be going up against, and it feels like Wildcard, we've been singing their praises because of what they've shown us at Reload, but I don't feel like they've shown us anything at the NAL where we can be like, oh yeah, they're so back.
No, not at all. I mean, the issues have really been coming to Wildcard. I mean, we've talked about it coming into this stage that, yes, teams are going to be watching them a lot more in-depthly because they were the team to beat going into Reload, or leaving Reload, as so to say, and now they're having a whole different set of issues. It's really coming down to the confidence. Their playmaking isn't the same that we saw in Reload, and obviously we've harped on it a lot, that it comes down to the fact that all the players aren't really in the same location. It's a big thing for your team not to be there. With having Dash and Baby Shark so far away, that obviously is going to affect your confidence, which in turn is going to affect your playmaking in the server. So that's their biggest issue that they're trying to overcome at the moment.
I mean, for me, it's how long do you want to hold on to that for? You already have to accept the fact that you aren't going to be playing together, so you have to make it work, whether that's outside in practice and bringing it here into game day. And that's been the biggest thing for me, is we're still seeing that consistency of improvement, but by no means are we seeing that life that we saw during Reload, and that's where they were excelling the absolute most.
I mean, we want to talk about Wildcard's consistency. Something they've been consistently doing is not performing, specifically Dash. I mean, this is his stats from Reload. He was the best player on Wildcard going into it. We sung his praises. We were so impressed with how him coming, learning a different language, being able to learn English to play on Wildcard, and to find that success to then jump into the NAL stage. And he's one of the worst players on Wildcard currently in the league. I mean, obviously being 1-8 on entry, he was so pivotal in that Wildcard team getting those entries, and that is the first step to problem solving. Is if you can't get that first pick, if you're constantly playing 4v5, obviously it's a whole nother mountain to climb. We know Wildcard has everything in their back pocket to be able to fix things, but if you're losing players so early on, especially players like Dash, I mean, it's just so devastating. Not to mention, obviously, we're harping on him a lot, but Baby Shark too. So that distance of them being in Toronto, not with the team, it's really looking like that is the biggest factor holding Wildcard back.
Yeah, but it looks like a completely different player is actually on the server. It's not even Dash, considering when we're looking at all these stats. But the map veto as well is now ready, and when we're looking at this really has to be something where both of these teams feel comfortable because they both have something to prove. M80 here needs to prove that they can dust off what happened yesterday and come back swinging. Wildcard needs to prove that they are working on those issues and they're making progress as time goes along.
Yeah, if you're M80 here, I think you're going to a map where you can really flex the individual performance of your own team, just because Wildcard right now, they're having their own gun skill issue. Consulate is going to be a map that, out of all the games that Wildcard have played this stage, it's the only map that they actually ended up beating SSG on. So it is a good map for Wildcard. At the end of the day, it still comes down to getting inside the building. And this is a good map that I'd expect M80 to go to. Use an SSG style of game plan, which is fight people on that entry. Don't let people into admin. Don't let them into CEO. And that's the first step. So I don't think M80 is really looking to let Wildcard execute or set up at any point throughout this map.
Yeah, and I'd agree with that. And this is definitely a comfort pick for Wildcard. They have the 3 C's, Chalet, Chalet, Consulate, and then now Club. I mean, we are ending here on Consulate, and this is a big pickup for Wildcard. They are strong in this map, but what really made them strong in this map, it goes back to Dash, being that initial entry, being able to create that space. And you're going to go against M80 that is going to learn from their losses yesterday, going against Darkseer where they couldn't make headway, but they're going to start on defense here. They don't have to make that headway. They have to stop that headway from happening. And the biggest headway that was being made was from Dash. So if I really want to see and put my cards on Wildcard, it has to start with Dash.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, for their match that they did win against SSG on Consulate, a lot of it it came down to playmaking, being able to solve problems before they started. A lot of it was on Kansan's shoulders, but we highlighted it yesterday. Wildcard knew what they needed to do to break down SSG. Hopefully they know what to do to break down M80. Obviously, M80, if they can just shoot their way through the problem, which that's what they're going for at the moment, because they just believe that they are the better aimers compared to Wildcard in the moment. So obviously, it looks like we're going to have a matchup of Brains versus Bronze. Bronze? Did I say that correctly?
Yeah.
Bronze? Yeah. All right. Pretty impressed with that.
Yeah, but I mean, they also have Fabian, so there's a little bit of brain there. Either way, when we're looking at the predictions in terms of what team we do think is going to be able to close this out, are we sitting on M80 wildcard? I mean, I like that there's a little bit of disagreement. Finally, something that we can talk about a little bit.
I mean, I'm choosing wildcard just because when you look at everyone's stats line and how well wildcard really has been playing, it's really been off of Dash just not performing. Where if you put Dash in some of those 1v1s that he's lost to those engagements that could turn into a double kill, triple kill, whatever that looks like, I do believe Dash will find his footing here, and if they do, it's a reason why I'm sticking with wildcard.
Yeah, I agree to a certain extent. I think we can't be harping on the fact that Dash and Baby Shark aren't with the team anymore. Wildcard needs to shake that off. They need a statement game today, but M80 got walked yesterday. We talked about it. So I believe they're coming in with a fire in their stomachs. They want to get this win. They want to maintain that top 4 positioning for them.
Yeah, I'm sure they are, and we're ready to head into our first game of today. And our casters for today are going to be Ollie and Lynx. So Ollie, welcome to the NAL. Lovely to have you. And Lynx, also welcome.
I think it's pretty lovely to have me too, to be honest with you. I'm excited that I'm back. Ollie, fresh off a trip to Greece, is redder than the tomato from VeggieTales, and I am trapped in a white void. But we are going to be trapped on Consulate for today's game. Wildcard versus M80. My game of the day, personally, Ollie. I don't know if you disagree, but I have a feeling you don't.
No, I think it's a pretty unanimous decision that this is going to be one of the bigger games of the day. Of course, both Wildcard and M80 are up there in the standings right now, fighting in and around. We've got M80 at that 4th place. We've got Wildcard with a point to prove in that 8th spot. But I think Wildcard, I feel like they've got a lot more to show us. And I don't feel like you can look at the leaderboard and go, yep, this one's clear-cut one way or another. You look at the loss that M80 suffered yesterday. Ooh, they're going to still be stinging from that.
I know, but that's the thing. We need to see how well that loss will age. Not because I think, you know, DZ are a bad team or whatever, but DZ might just be the best team in the league, and getting 7-2'd by them, that might be a fate everybody in the league faces at some point or another, depending on how good that team is. So M80 are just looking to bounce back, like the desk said. Yesterday happened. You don't have much of a turnaround between yesterday and today. Put it in the back of your head and get the game plan going against Wildcard. Both of these teams playing Consulate last week in the NAL. Wildcard beating SSG 7-5 and M80 beating Cloud9 7-5 on this very same map. Wildcard starting on the attacking side have banned Azami and Clash, one of the, I suppose, most oppressive defenders I think people feel in this current meta. But that being said, we've seen a lot of different options for these defensive bans with the new 3 bans coming in, Ollie. Azami, Clash, a lot of the usual suspects still getting taken off the board.
5 seconds to insertion.
A lot of usual suspects, you're right. And I think that with the way that the bans are now done inside of CJX, it allows for a lot more mid-round or mid-game, should we say, counterplay. So you can very much believe that if you see a team having a little bit of success on a particular operator in the opening couple of rounds, you are very likely going to see that removed, and it often changes the dynamic and keeps it a little bit more exciting, to be honest, because it isn't then just a rinse and repeat if a team has something available to them. You know, in this instance, you'd maybe look down the lineup and be looking at something like a Grim or potentially even a Capital that Wildcard are bringing. If that becomes a consistent issue for M80, they can, of course, choose to remove it.
Grim in particular is one of those attackers that has always been, I think, kind of like the 3rd or 4th priority ban for teams, but because there's always a 1 or 2, whether it's Shield, or Dokkaebi, or Ying, Grim never got the kind of attention in the ban phase, but we have started to see him creep in, not only into the bans, but, of course, now that he's unbanned, he'll creep into the lineup for Wildcard. Spiker bringing out those 5Bs, but Dash also bringing out the Sens, those ROU projectors, to cut off the lines of sight and carve up the sight to allow for an execute, and Amaru also on the board. When you're attacking CEO, that Amaru tends to go either in the CEO window or the projector window, depending on whether you decide on going for a little fake out or not. With no Candelas on the board, the only smokes being in the hands of that Capital, not a whole lot of options in terms of secondary utility or primary utility for that Capital, so we're really hoping Grim in the sense can have some effect.
I think it's worth mentioning at this point that, of course, with changes to Jaeger being able to catch Capital bolts now, it somewhat weakens the old hop-in through CEO window, whereas typically we would see a lot of utility just thrown through that window. You've usually got a few more jobs to do in the lead up to that at the moment, especially in the current meta. We've also got a couple of laser gates kicking around, so while this lineup screams a CEO window take, it isn't going to be as simple as that. There's a lot of need for a bit of burn going on here, but we can see Baby Shark with that adrenal stim ready to get himself sent through.
Spiker fighting Gunner tucked inside of that cubby window as Baby Shark flies into the site opposite the diffuser. As Bay looking to put this down inside of the A site. Baby Shark desperately trying to find an angle, but instead it's diffuser and hot and cold on both sides of the site, dueling with different members of Wildcard and both coming away the victors. One head spotted by Kansan. Not only the most reliable player for Wildcard, but top 10 player in the league. The only one for Wildcard to have such a statistic. And yet him and Bay, they're going to need to be the ones to bring back round number 1. But with both losing their life, suffocated by the toxic canister, they will lose it completely, and Kansan put on death's door by that toxic gas. Running out of options, very little room to breathe inside of Long Desk. And everybody from M80 does exactly what they need to do. Reset, hold your angles, don't give Kansan any opening whatsoever as round 1 goes to M80.
I think Kansan was always going to be in a very difficult spot there. It was winnable for a moment, but you saw how M80 recoiled at that point. There was a moment, Kansan gets that 1 kill and things start to open up a little bit, and then you're just begging for players to stop peeking. Another thing that really came in quite crucially there is the little interaction between Finker's adrenal stim and, of course, the toxic babe canister. You do take a little bit more damage if you are inside of that canister. I guess the idea is that you're breathing a little bit heavier because your heart might be beating a bit faster, and that almost killed both of the 2 remaining players that were on Wildcard alive at that moment. Nice C4 there as well. We get a little bit of a glimpse of that as it was sent out by Hotton. Plant was, of course, attempted in that CEO window. It's so common for the Azami to catapult through into that CEO window, but as we saw with a couple of additions and a couple of little tweaks to the lineup there, it did become very difficult. It wasn't just a utility dump straight through, and something that also really works well for M80 was the pulse playing below. If you know where they aren't, you likely know where they are, especially on a very small map like Consulate.
That's what I was going to say. Wildcard was so focused on just pushing directly into that top floor setup, which one, M80 were playing passively behind, weren't giving any gunfights to Wildcard. If that pulse is uncontested down below, whereas normally the attack can maybe fake out CEO and go projector or vice versa, the pulse is like, hey, there's only one guy CEO. Unless this guy's got diffuser, it's coming from projector side, so you all should start looking over there. So it immediately called Wildcard's bluff without them even knowing about it. We see the sends drop pretty quickly as we move bomb sites all the way down below. Dash bringing out the blitz. No shields banned on the side of M80, mainly execute off for the moment. See how effective Dash can be with that blitz. He will pick it up sometimes, with the Blackbeard specifically, to cover the fields. But at the moment, as Wildcard took a long time to get set up previously, I'd be looking to do the same thing here.
But a slightly different lineup this time from Wildcard. They're going to be bringing that blitz hot and cold with that early entry. I mean, they brought the blitz. They brought it for about 55 seconds, and we didn't see too much go on. I'm quite bewildered as to how the blitz has died from a bit of a late spawn peak. That seems like something that maybe shouldn't happen, I'll be honest.
It didn't even sound like a gunfight, really. It sounded like a few shots, and all of a sudden, Dash was dead. He was 0-3 yesterday in opening engagements against Shopify yesterday. He's only 0-1 now in opening engagements, but he's 0-2 overall. Baby Shark, number 2 on our list of players to watch who need to step up for Wildcard. They were the bottom 2 players yesterday, and right now they are recreating that. Bay certainly does not have a kill, but at least he has some potential to gather one in this 3v5. Air jabs going out. One will be triggered. Kino waits passively on those yellow stairs. Another one triggered as the player in the connector just keeps taking those air jabs down. Not going to get punished for it. Kino just coming out of that blind will find one. 2 kills might go Wildcard's way, but because that advantage established early on and now compounded by diffuser, Wildcard have been struggling from the starting line to find any bit of momentum in this round.
I mean, I feel like this round was chalked as soon as the blitz died.
It's like,
as
what are you
soon
going
as
to do
Dash dies on the blitz, yeah, exactly. Like, your main idea for the round was obviously to play around the blitz, and M80, they're doing a fantastic job of just not overextending, not overpeaking, getting a nice little advantage early, compounding that, working on it a little bit heavier, Wildcard have been forced into very much, you know, a rush round almost, just trying to scramble, trying to get a pick back. The diffuser hasn't even been recovered since it was dropped by Dash in the first, what, 50 seconds of the round? It was never going to be a plant-focused round. And with 20 seconds left on the clock and time dwindling, very unlikely that 3 kills are going to get found.
I mean, M80 have just completely vacated the site. They're not even there. One guy's in basement. That's hot and cold with the C4. Shout out.
That's why he's in basement.
Hey, second C4 kill for Hot and Cold so far this game. First one to take down Baby Shark upstairs. Second one to finish off round 2 by incinerating Bay as he hops back into Art. 2-0 for M80. And I would not be shocked if that tactical timeout comes out early from Wildcard. I know it's the attacking side, but you really need, especially against a strong opponent like M80, to pick up as many rounds as you can, and that's exactly what we'll see. I think it's good, too, because we saw 2 different kinds of defenses from M80. We saw one that was a bit more passive. The Aruni was not playing out by vending machines on the first round. Instead, she was held back. But that time, Ollie, that time, it felt like it was border almost. M80 were taking fights at every point of entry, it seemed.
Yeah, M80 very confident on that entry and defending the building, as it were. Very similar, like you say, to the way that you would play a border. Or, in some ways, the way that you would play a ranked game. But it worked out for them. 15 seconds or so left on the timeout right now for Wildcard. Time to try and gather their thoughts on what is, let's be honest, a map that has a lot of opportunities for attackers. We don't really look at Consular and think, ooh, attack's going to have a tough time. Yeah, there's bans, but there is so much available. Now, put that into some context, Wildcard aren't by any stretch the best team at attacking here inside of North America. They currently sit at what, like 8th or something like that, maybe 7th. At around a 42% attacking win rate. Obviously, the sample size is fairly small. We're on play 4, but we are heading to the almost mid part of the stage. So you've got to take it for what it's worth. We're not expecting them to go out there and win every attack. However, we're expecting them to do a lot better than they did there in round 2. Let's see if that timeout has done anything for them.
Hope that it will. Dash starts eyeing that shield again. Not Blitz this time, but Monty. We'll see if he sticks it. As we just start coming out of the operator repick. Pulse again on the board. Not held by Hot and Cold this time, held by Gunner. But both those players will have a C4 alongside Gavini, making for 3 nitro cells held by the defense. Will likely be very important, as when you're defending the basement site, you know the attack's going to go for that vertical control. Can always be a little bit difficult. The introduction of Rand, you can kind of just throw a boogie drone in and trigger it and leave. Might not end up getting an attacker without C4, but if you destroy a boogie drone in an important position, you won't be complaining, especially with multiple C4s online.
Attacking the garage is fairly straightforward, I'd like to think. Take good control of upstairs. You've got some great tools to do that. You've got a Monty. You've also got the Nomad. You're going to be able to cut off some flanks, place some air jabs out there, get some active drones going that you can be using as flank cameras for someone like Spiker, who really just needs to sit outside the breach until it is ready to be opened. You've got the Monty to gain space. And then, of course, as you mentioned, you throw that ram in. Now, at the moment, Dash is actually clearing out this top floor. They obviously feel like there is need for a full map clear here. And that belt and braces approach might come back to hurt them. They've spent a minute and they've not done loads.
Even using a boogie drone to actually create some vertical holes on that second floor. Very, very careful about a defender trying to play retake as Kino playing aggressively on yellow. This can be a tricky position for the attackers to clear as Kino can just sit behind this column, and whether he peeks right or left, he's got the advantage with that shotgun. He's just going to waste time here. Something you see Ashen do on SSG quite a bit. Play this same position to waste time. You can see Dash really struggling with it as somebody also around the corner. M80 have seen Wildcard go for that full clear and have repositioned to contest them at yellow, and they're completely stuck. Wildcard are not pushing forward whatsoever as 10 seconds, another wasted by that smoke. Gunner goes for the peak, but good cutoff by Bay. Able to cut down the pulse as he pushes forward. Kino now in a really tricky spot. Peaks again, will find one. Should be advantage Wildcard as Dash will pick up his first kill of the game.
You mentioned there about the time. It's still going to come back to hurt them. Kino's died on yellow, but he's used his Toxic Babe canisters. He's wasted so much of the clock. And look at what you've still got to go through. 2 C4s and, of course, any Vulcan canisters that still remain.
Wall's still electrified.
That's still electrified. That's going to be difficult now to get done, especially with Diffuser getting that kill onto Dash. A C4 over the top. Bay securing his second kill on the round. Now, a rapid retreat down those spiral stairs and an angle being held onto Yellow. That breach hasn't been opened and isn't going to be off the back of Bay. Maybe a triple will be enough. Baby Shark coming in and Wildcard getting it done against all odds there.
Against all odds, certainly. That round almost entirely won by the man advantage established early on, as it comes down to, I believe, a 1v1 at the end. Obviously, one player down, but that 5v4 you get as Gunner wraps around a Yellow stairs and Bay's holding that cutoff. Really thankful you decided to hold that position. Otherwise, it could have gotten really hairy with how close things got. How close things got, not even in terms of man count, but as you said, Ollie, in terms of time, in terms of control, the breach still solid. M80 watching almost all points of entry that we ended up seeing Wildcard push through, save for bottom spiral, which Baby Shark was able to find a clever way in. But that kill right there is certainly the most important, to put Wildcard in that 5v4, as Kino doing so much work, wasting time, getting that kill. But M80 were always fighting from behind, and Wildcard able to hit their shots at the right time and in the right moments, able to stay alive and narrow the gap.
You don't want to put it on one person, but it kind of comes down to Gunner. If he doesn't swing, the time was literally just getting wasted. Wildcard didn't actually do anything to get that kill. Gunner just got itchy feet. Because Kino had played Yellow Stairs pretty much to perfection. Gunner was there to assist him. He probably knew he was being held from the window. And I just think if he holds on for that extra, what, 10 seconds? The round's entirely different. M80 read beautifully into the fact that Wildcard were going to go for that full map clear, and it just gave them more space to defend. I feel like if Wildcard had gone a little bit more direct and secured some flanks early on, it could have been a lot more straightforward for them. As it stands, they are on the board. The timeout was successful, and we can turn our attention now back toward this top floor. A little bit of a difference to what we saw in round number 1. We haven't got the Amaru this time. We haven't got the Bees of Grim this time either. So a slightly different setup, no Capital. It speaks of something a little bit more different, a little bit more across potentially.
And I think to make that easier, very evident by Wildcard's third ban, that smoke. All of these rounds have been quite slow from Wildcard. Opening kills in round 1 through 3 coming almost at the minute mark remaining, a minute 3 and about a minute 15. And while you had Hot and Cold taking on Dash early in round 2, that round still took a long time to get anything close to an execute going. These have been very, very slow attacks from Wildcard, which, to be fair, it's Consulate. That's kind of going to be the case sometimes. But when you take down the smoke, it makes sense. But now M80 have just brought in the Tachanka. They can start firing those Shumika canisters around the corner and maybe even to Yellow Stairs. As Dash with that diffuser on Blackbeard, looking to be the tip of the spear again. He's struggled to do that so far on these shield operators. On the Monty before, when they went for that full clear, he was successful, but only because M80 weren't fighting them all that much until Wildcard got to Yellow Stairs. But now as they util clear around Yellow and Kino just around the corner, looking to have better success this go around.
Kino again in a real pivotal position right now. Got a horrible job with the shield that's going to start bearing down on him, but the FNAT will keep him a little bit safe. The drone maybe gives the game away. And draw for that secondary shotgun, or the primary shotgun, should I say.
Oh,
Got a slight glimpse. Can he land the shot? No, the recoil is going to be a little bit more punishing on that. And as such, Dash can just firm it straight through that FNAT. Gets himself into connector.
Ooh.
Well, he's going to get Shumika and maybe even burnt alive.
There you go. Great work. Absolutely clinical work from Hot and Cold right there. I mean, Ollie, they're just playing further back. It's the exact same play, essentially, as the previous CEO round. Don't take any gunfights, really, if you don't need to. Hold your far angles. Use utility if you can. Kino, who's been basically tangling with the players on Yellow Stairs for the past minute and a half, just now gets a kill with 40 seconds left. Swings the shotgun. He snipes Bay across Yellow Stairs. And Wildcard, similar to all of these rounds, have put themselves in a neat little box for M80, wrapped themselves up in one section of the map, and made themselves cannon fodder for the guns of M80's defensive lineup. A 3K for Kino, 1 with the SMG-12, and make that 3 with the shotgun for 4 overall, and a flawless round for M80.
Players have had the areas of the map named after them from less than what Kino has just done there from the top of Yellow.
I think
We need to start a petition.
on Yellow Stairs, honestly, you really like, I don't even know, because like I've seen Spirits play there a lot, I've seen Ashen play there a lot, I've seen Kino play there a lot. I think you just got to put like a spray of a shotgun.
Yeah. It's just too good an area, right? And he's shown just how powerful it can be. Anywhere that you can hide at a 90-degree angle to an entranceway or a doorway, and you've got that little bench there or that little table or whatever it is, you've just got a little bit of clutter. There's a few places you can move. There's a couple of different angles you can play. And then when you give yourself flexibility with an SMG and a shotgun, you can take those up close and personal engagements. You can swing with the shotty. You can snipe with the SMG. You've got so much potential right there. Kino, again, very similar to the way that he played back in round number 4. Did a fantastic job in and around those Yellow Stairs. And you've got to credit the rest of the team because they have just sat back and gone, yep, you go for it. If you want to play there and play your life and we can play a little bit further back, then crack on. I think the alarm bell for me there, Lynx, the way that Wildcard just single pushed, it was like the only thing that existed was Yellow Stairs. That's all that existed.
Didn't even try to hop in bathroom window just to try to switch things up or maybe send somebody around for the backstab, because with how long they were on Yellow, all of M80's attention was generally drawn to it. Nobody even trying to spice things up with a push on the other side. It's very, very strange. Trying to go quick, though, as a soft wall on the first floor will allow Dash straight into Piano. One player sitting behind it. The castle will suddenly meet the face of that shield. Blinded. Will back up very quickly as a duel to the death inside of Piano. It's not actually the first kill acquired by Dash. Gavini's able to find one, but the next two... No, he just sprints under the vertical hole. Gavini's still up there. A bit poor situational awareness from Dash. Being a bit too careless as he walks under the very angle that just took away Spiker's life inside of Art. And now the blitz goes down again in a round where he could have been pivotal.
You got to give the blitz the kit in that situation. If he's going to be the one getting straight in and getting that control, you rely on him to win that gunfight and then get him to get the plant down. You don't need more players committing to the site, especially when there's so much vert available on that bomb site. M80, they can relax. They know that the kit's down. It has now been recovered. They can buddy up and get themselves into a really nice position to make this retake happen. Don't forget, a lot of these site walls were left soft. That's now an advantage that M80 can look to play into. There are some castle barricades out there, so hopefully they will have a clear line, but with a quick rotate, Kansan with that diffuser is going to be able to make his way around.
Oh, look at this.
Diffuser maybe on a little bit of a flank there. He's definitely one to watch in the next 15 seconds.
100%. You can see Kansan wary of it. I like getting a hot drone in front of Kansan. This is the player you want in moments like this. Bay watching the flank. Will he turn the corner? Ooh, does spot that lesion. Diffuser cut off by the track stingers too, and he will rotate all the way back. Good find for Bay right there. That could have disrupted everything. Ash charge goes out, and Kansan sails right on past it. Close angle held by Kino, but he's decimated by the R4C. No 4K this time. No luck with that shotgun, as Kansan with Diffuser takes full control of the site. Diffuser losing health to that track stinger. So low, ripe for the taking for Baby Shark. As with Bay cutting down Gavini, only one bullet's necessary for Wildcard to put their second and a key round at that on the board.
I think Wildcard have done a fantastic job of stabilizing there. They've been able to recover the diffuser, and they've been able to effectively rotate and hit the site. They've decided to go, instead for the top floor of Split, to go for that basement level. And there was a time in that round where you looked at M80 and the positions that they held. They were all sort of in each other's pocket. They were all sort of stacked up on those server stairs. And you think, yeah, great, but we need a little bit more. We need a little bit more of a crossfire. We maybe need a little bit more discipline out of that. And you look at the last couple of kills, everyone gets picked off one at a time. They've gone from being on each other's pockets to then just scattered to the wind and no chance of a trade whatsoever. And it's one of the downsides of that split bomb site. You've really got to commit to where you're going to try and hold. And if there's not enough information out there, then you are going to fall a little bit foul of that. And M80 will be forgiven for maybe not committing a lot of info or intel to the site, because a lot of these rounds have been played on the periphery. It's unusual to see Wildcard able to sort of go from a starting plan and then pivot into something else. That adaptation was something that we've not really seen them do yet, Lynx.
No, and as a result, they will get 2 rounds on attack. They have been hard fought all of these victories, and the rounds they've lost have looked quite one-sided, but Consulate is a defender-sided map intrinsically. All these close angles, all these tight corridors. You saw how difficult it can be to take a position like Yellow Stairs. If you can just be good on your defenses and win enough attacks, you can still close it out, even at a slim margin. A 4-2 half is not undoable for Wildcard, and that is what they've guaranteed by recovering in round 5. For the final site, it will be another first floor, lobby and exposition. Sludge Drone will spot some of those Kapkan EDDs, will hack them on the double door. But Wildcard can at least rest a little easy knowing that this round might not be necessary in the long run, but they certainly are going to try to get all they can get.
I like the little addition of the Kapkan there just being brought for that last round. It has been read into perfectly. Obviously the advantage of that 6th pick. Kansan can switch over onto the Brava. And it gives Wildcard a little bit more information. Can speak about drone operators, and Kansan has got a couple more drones in his pocket. Yes, you can use them to hack electronics, but you can also use them as information gathering devices. They currently up on the roof on that Deimos, potentially waiting for a track to come through, and he will actually get one there over onto Diffuser on that Kapkan. Can feed any information through to the rest of his team. May help them to be successful in this entry, but as the track dwindles, the likelihood of that dwindles as well.
Could still be useful to activate Bay later on in the round. They will know the Diffuser's playing a bit aggressive in the Blackbeard. Now with the information provided by the Deimos that Diffuser's playing inside of lobby. Might try to push, but again, they fall off. Starting to look like the wild card of the rounds they've lost, or really the wild card of every single round. Going slow, taking a lot of time, but stuck at a 5v5. This only favors the defense. Bay trying to take a fight with Gavini on that tight vertical angle. Kapkan targeted a second time by Bay, confirming again he is inside of lobby. But how are we going to activate from this? How are we going to push forward? As M80 are just holding all these vertical cutoffs. The moment that Wildcard push forward, Gunner can cut them down. Gavini can contest. Kansan will pick up one to make it a 4v4, but the advantage is immediately reacquired by M80 as more key operators go down. Kansan, one of the highest rated players in the league and usually one of the only signs of life for Wildcard, still very much the only one keeping them relevant in round 6.
Very important kill there for Kansan to get. With these vertical angles, they're going to continue to harass the attackers right now. Last-ditch attempt there at throwing some ROUs through, but with the amount of vert that's still available, getting the plant down for Spiker is going to be difficult. He's going to attempt it, but immediately get taken down by Gunner. You just get the feeling that time is going to do the rest. The Diffuser being watched, Gunner with a triple. That's the round dwindling out of existence here as M80 hold on for their final defense of the first half.
And I mean for that round, and I think, Ollie, we can now say for that half overall, either it's an issue with the calling of Wildcard or it's an issue with the players not responding to it. For all we know, Spiker was identifying the proms and people weren't reacting in time, but that was a lot of banging your head against the wall with the first initial idea and failing to pivot when it met resistance. I mean, M80 were holding those vertical angles the whole round. The whole round. That was not a new thing that they did halfway through. And so when Wildcard go for that clear all the way across, and they just start running under those angles, minute passes. Minute and a half passes. Yeah. 2 minutes pass. Never rotate up. Only try to maybe take an isolated 1v1 through those vertical angles. And that was it. And that felt like the story for every round. We'll go yellow stairs. Oh, there's a guy with a shotgun. Let's wait 2 minutes and hope for the best. Oh, yeah. Let's try to clear upstairs. Oh, there's a guy yellow stairs. Let's try to clear him and hope for the best. I don't know if it's, again, the calling or trust in the IGL or trust in each other. I am not sure, but there was clearly something going wrong with formulating a good plan against M80's lineup, because the moment they met any resistance, they basically were sat praying for a solution that never came.
It's kind of frustrating. You think about the one round that you kind of wanted them to just do a half clear, was the round that they cleared from the top floor down and Kino demolished them on yellow. And you just think, and they ended up winning the round, fair play. But it would have been so much easier if they'd have just committed to a first floor clear.
But how did they win the round too? How did they win the round? Late round 1v1s. With the man advantage, to be short, they were playing that man advantage well. But it's not like there was some overarching strategy that they won off the back of. No. That breach was still closed. That vert was pretty much all solid. That was all 50-50s, maybe 60-40s in the site.
I think it's a fair representation of the siege that we've seen so far as M80 come into round number 7, 4-2 up. In terms of the bans, we've seen 2 shields go. We've seen a Blackbird and a Blitz taken away. We've also seen a Fen and a Warden. So bans there kind of speaks to a little bit as to what we've seen so far. We saw, you know, some decent FNAP play. We saw a lot of Warden play, but that was by M80. And of course, now they're on that attacking side. They have things like the Ying available to them. Shields being banned, it really does open the floodgates of what's going to be allowed here for the first couple of rounds.
I mean, Ying, Grim, and Dokkaebi. Ying in particular, I've not seen Kino play Ying in a bit. I mean, maybe he has in the past couple months and I've missed it, but it's like an operator that would get banned a lot against M80. But Ying, Grim, and Dokkaebi on the board too, even though she's not brought. This is going to be an execute-heavy strategy from M80 with the blind, the info, and of course the glass to look through these smokes and the shield to rush through. First smoke will go out, will force Wildcard, or at least bait them into popping that Goyo canister, and that's fine for Hot and Cold. One piece of utility, and now you've burned these 20 seconds early on, but way before you have to go in for the execute. Perfectly fine. Good investment by Hot and Cold right there. As with that buck down below, Community trying to do some reconstruction, put pressure on these players, pulled back deeper into the site like Dash, who's taking a lot of damage early on.
Yeah, Dash sitting around 50%, but it's going to be Bay, the first player to go down. Gaveni make good on some of that vertical. Immediately flick into his drone just to see if there's anything that he can feed into the team. Obviously keeping himself safe as well, as they are going to be flank drones for him. Diffuser, he's the one that we need to be watching right now. He has the kit, and he's going to start to send some bees into the site. Bit of an attempt at gathering a bit of information. Gunner's position here as well is crucial. You've got Gaveni underneath for anyone that could be playing in behind the desk. Baby Shark, he knows that. What does he do? Does he go for the player that's potentially underneath? He's mindful that someone is going to swing in at some point. A long angle is being held by Dash, and he does have some Shumikas. Worst thing for M80 at the moment is the time. You need Hotton to get into a good position now to really start bullying some players on this Monty.
Here we go. Diffuser going on in with the, with the Diffuser as well. Hot and Cold taking down Baby Shark, taking down Dash 2 on that yellow angle. That's the Tachanka. That's the denial. And the smokes used all the rest early on. There's nothing for Wildcard to do. Just sit back and watch as up 5-2, M80 move elegantly into the post plant. A flawless round within their grasp. Spiker will dome Hot and Cold, pop the Montaigne right by Yellow Stairs. But that is, in all likelihood, impactless as M80 do what they do best in these late round advantages. Pull back, reset, and rub Wildcard's face in the mess that M80 have made. As the first attack will go their way, and a 5-2 lead is a scary scoreline.
I think we can let Hot and Cold off for that little bit of a peek there. He was very instrumental in the round. Yeah,
Trolling was sanctioned. Trolling was sanctioned.
I don't even, it was troll time. I don't even think that Fabian can be mad at him for that. I think that's something that you got to bear in mind with this M80 roster. You know, you know that you've got Fabian behind you, and you know that you've got to look him in the eyes at the end of the game and be like, he's going to call you out on it. He's going to tell you exactly what he thinks. So you better play well. And I think that's something that, leads into some of the patience that we're seeing from this M80 roster right now. Certainly wouldn't have wanted to be in the debrief yesterday after that DZ game, because I bet it was quite damning, quite honest, quite brutal maybe, as we know Fabian to be, but it certainly hasn't slowed M80 down at all coming into this fixture against Wildcard. We were pitting this one as, going to be a lot closer than it was. It's by no means over.
Well,
M80 still need 2 rounds.
Well,
however,
we pitched Dark
based
Zero
on the
M80
siege we've seen, based on the siege we've seen, it's looking pretty good for M80.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like Dark Zero M80 was game of the day, and Dark Zero they won 7-2. M80 might be looking to do the same thing to Wildcard in our game of the day. Like, I don't know. It's just rough. It's just rough. Like, I don't have anything else to say, because like, what are Wildcard gonna do, Ollie? They gonna take their time out? They're gonna pause and reflect? No, they can't. I'd like to be in the comms for M80.
They can't even take a little impromptu either, because they're on the defense.
Fabian's playing Crusader Kings. He's not even looking at the game. Just unfortunate for Wildcard so far. The desk mentioned as they're coming out of that honeymoon phase, we've been waiting to see them make good on that promise they made at Reload. And to be fair, Close win against SSG, close loss to Shopify yesterday. There have been some very good games from Wildcard in the 3 they've played so far. Another dominant loss coming against a really good team, to be fair, but still the most dominant loss they've had so far coming on the 4th play day. We might still be waiting by the end for what Wildcard truly have to offer as we go into next week. Baby Shark droned upstairs inside a CEO, multiple drones, pinging out his position, mapping out the path by which M80 are looking to take and cut down this sentry roaming on the top floor. It's Diffuser with the C8 face checking and aided by that drone. Kino going in for the pinch 2. Hatch right behind him. Will the sentry fall back in time? No, he will not. Very good, I suppose, play coordinated between the two. Monty and Buck able to get a 5v4 for M80.
I mean, you coordinated between the 3 because it was Gunners, Deimos, Deathmark that tracked
True.
Striker and Baby Shark initially. So a great teamwork there from M80, and they did it fairly efficiently as well. I mean, there's half of the round gone, but look at the amount of control that they've been able to gain. They've got the entire top floor. They can now look to try and move through. We've got Kaveni still with all of his boogie drones left. They make short work of opening up floor as well. It's not the same as using the sort of skeleton key where you've got to be in there and there's that risk of a C4. There's a couple of things going on. You throw those boogies down and bam, 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 that floor's starting to get ripped up. So really something to be mindful of. Only 2 C4s available for Wildcard as well. Just unfortunate for Spiker. Just stops watching the angle, but you can already see Wildcard, they're backing themselves up. They know that this floor is about to get ripped open, and they're trying to find some better positions a little bit deeper back where they can defend from.
Kavini reconsidering his position to throw these throws. He gets into that corner, opens up 2 different segments. The time is getting low for M80. We do have to acknowledge that. Those C4s are going to become more and more powerful as Bay puts it right on the underside of those boogie drones and makes it a 4v4 at a very, very pivotal moment. Actually, it was a pre-place by Bay. Spiker and Dash both still have theirs, so they could throw one over towards Yellow, detonate this Monty, or dome hot and cold as he peeks out from behind the doorway. Kino does have that diffuser, but he's by himself right now. Only support for that vertical holes, and he still finds 1, but not 2. Dash holding on with only 10 seconds remaining. It's even, it's close, but it's just diffuser, and he's fodder for that SMG-12. 5-3, still a worrying scoreline, but Wildcard recovering after their second round on defense.
M8's just taking too long to clear that top floor. They had half the round left by the time that they'd done it. I commented that they can make vertical quite quickly, but it just seemed to take them a long time to get from that top floor to be in a position to do something about it. The pre-play C4 was a nightmare. Obviously, that immediately got a kill. The vert was opened, but at that point, it's a little bit too late. The breach wasn't done. Too much commitment to clearing out that top floor, and it really cost them. If they'd have had another 30 seconds there, they would have been able to make much better decisions in the heat of the moment.
You got to give them credit, I suppose, for that entry onto the player on the top floor. But yeah, as you said, especially when converting onto acquiring that vertical control, a lot of time spent by M80. And ironically, obviously we mentioned the skeleton key, but with those boogie drones too, we always think of it so quick. You see players almost just kind of like not even think about it sometimes. Just throw it in. They know the spots, they trigger it, they walk away, get on a drone or something. That M80 taking a long time to get set up and might end up costing them. It is a common problem on concept. It's also why they took out an operator like Fenrir. How tight these corridors can be, you don't want to deal with those F-knobs when you're walking down a hallway or trying to take a position like vending. It's gonna blind you, and there's no place you can try to move to evade it. And then when you still, even with some of those operators banned, still start losing a bit of that time. M80 have a gap to be sure, but they will need to keep an eye on it as they move into round 9. Last round before the next set of operator bans, hot and cold again on Monty. Play this operator every single round on attack so far. I don't think he'll stop unless it gets banned.
We have the Dokkaebi this time as well. I mentioned that there are some fun tools for the attackers to use, and we're seeing S3 of them. Monty can be fun sometimes, I'm sure, but namely the Dokkaebi and the Ying does tend to bring a good amount of execute power, and especially with how good M80 have been at that opening pick on the attack, you would expect them to be able to get that pick and use those calls to gather a little bit of information, very similarly to the way that they use the Deimos tracker. Nice nade going out there. It's going to burn the Vulcan canister, and in around 20 seconds or so, we'll free hot and cold up to move a little bit further forward, gain a bit more information, and again, start to bully these defenders around.
He has been very good at that so far. Hope to see him meet that same success. The toxic canister start going out early. One used by Dash. As both the Gridlock and the Monty pull back just a little bit, maybe to avoid that shotgun. Which, speaking of, Kino's got it on the Ying. Seen quite a few players do that. Canadian, for example, when he's been running that Ying, has brought that shotgun. We'll see how it ends up working out. Kino also typically will actually hold this window with a shotgun. He's done it on Deimos before in that Cloud9 game with the M59. Not an uncommon position for him, but maybe a different operator. Dokkaebi call finally going out as M80 again taking a long time to set up. 1 minute and 50 seconds since we started this round, and it is still a 5v5. Players begin shutting off their phones, and M80 still quite stagnant on the yellow stairs.
Not as much value gained as you would like from that Dokkaebi call. A couple of mute jammers well placed, keeping a few people safe. Baby Shark being one of them. Ooh, the C4 is just going to clip on the side of the hatch. But unfortunate there for Baby Shark. I think he was going to try and send it all the way through. He would have been better holding on to it for a time. Another Dokkaebi call now to come through, but Dash is holding the close angle. The time isn't looking great again as we enter that final 30 seconds. And look at Dash and the space he's still got upstairs.
Oh, and look at the kill he's just got. Hot and cold reacts in time. The lone attacker's still on that top floor, but Dash is able to find him. Might be 5 and 9, but he's certainly getting some impactful frags as Baby Shark waiting bottom yellow will clean things up on the diffuser. Damn near a flawless round for Wildcard right there as M80 copying their homework a little bit, moving on to yellow stairs and getting stuck there for almost the entire round.
Yo, Lynx, can I have your homework?
I mean, I have spent the whole passing period doing it. I don't know if it's right.
No, this is where you say, like, yeah, sure, bro, just change it up a little bit.
Oh yeah, sure, bro, just change it up a little bit.
There we go.
I didn't know what bit we were doing. I made some up on the fly.
This little ad hoc bit, you know.
Yeah, exactly. A little ad hoc, you know, a little quick on my feet, a little witticism.
We got a Monty and a Goyo coming in as the bans for round number 10, as we just flick over some highlights here.
Really shocked by that Monty ban, am I right?
I mean, the Monty ban was
really big.
What's
shock.
Hot on Call gonna do?
play the. Well, I guess no. All shields are banned. So no, not gonna.
That's what I mean. There's nothing left. Well, no, technically not.
Oh, shut up! You're not gonna play Fuse. You're not Kino.
Why not?
I think Kino would do that. Kino playing shields, he'd bring out the Fuse, but not Hot and Cold. He'll go to Gridlock. I will say, the nice thing about these bans and the fact that there are 3, you can kind of constrain a whole playstyle. And so the shields going down is totally fine, but you still look at the tools that M80 have. I'm not going to be complaining all that much about Deimos still being on board, Grim, Ying still being on board, though they will let the Grim go. No Ying present either. Will bring that Deimos, but not as much execute ops, or even the Dokkaebi for intel as you might otherwise expect. Wildcard copying that previous CEO lineup pretty closely. In fact, I think aside from obviously the introduction of the Echo as the Goyo's band, I think it is the same lineup overall.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to not see the Ying or the Dokkaebi, but I mean, they've not been that impactful. A lot of these rounds have been coming down to time, and if you're going to try and buy time, are you really looking at a Ying or a Dokkaebi? Maybe not. I think the Deimos is a good pick. If Hot and Cold can get a couple of good tracks and convert that information across to the rest of the team and see if they're able to get a nice early pick from it, then great. However, a lot of that was assisted by the fact that there was a big, horrible shield stood in the way of these defenders as soon as they tried to rotate on that top floor, and that really assisted in getting that opening pick. So again, it kind of leads you to believe how effective is that going to be. There's a bit of an Azami playing in and around console at the moment, and Baby Shark's got some real nice areas here that he can try and hold into. Currently in break and will be allowed to get out, but he's already soaked up a nade. Oh, and a great swing there from Dash, just really catching Gunnar off guard.
Really catching him off guard. I mean, once I saw Dash in that position, I'm like, oh, this is a little bit risky. I don't know, but it does pay off. And as Wildcard have been playing a very aggressive lineup, Dash actually retakes this position. I don't know, man. You've got some very useful utility. You got to be real careful here, because if M80 check this angle, you've just lost 20 Shumika canisters that would have been great for that plant denial.
I think something that's nice about the roster that Wildcard have brought is that they do still have the smoke, they do still have the Echo, they do still have a C4. So there's maybe an argument to say just how much denial does one team need, but the Shumikas would have been great. I think if Dash gets another kill, it maybe cements the round for them. As it stands, it is left in the balance for this final minute. You can see a Flores drone go in to remove a deployable shield. That's going to remove a place to hide. Baby Shark thinking about a little bit of a C4, but he's going to get Deimos. Has to run into the Mute Jammer to cleanse himself, but that Mute Jammer's a long old way away, and the kills start to come in.
You gotta be kidding me. Just immediately 2 go M80's way as they take full control of the site. Hot and Cold will back off out, and Kino watching that flank with the glass. Not a single stone left unturned or angle uncovered by the attack. As this round seemed dead even neutral between the two. And then in a blink of an eye, it flies M80's way. Spiker so far out of position. He might be able to take down Hot and Cold with that toxic canister, but both his remaining utility goes wide as the Deimos puts that diffuser down without a single bit of his remaining HP untouched. Kino with the finisher will put M80 on match point as they seek redemption from yesterday.
Much better last minute of the round there from M80. Really well composed. And finally, an attack that doesn't just look either walkover or super one-dimensional in this series. They had plenty going on there, and that full across clear from admin really worked quite well for them. A little bit of a surprise, maybe, to see the timeout being taken at this point. Obviously, this game, it's been dominant from M80, but Wildcard have been on a little bit of a comeback over the last couple of rounds, obviously save round number 11. So for M80 to take this timeout here, and they just wanted to try and really lock it in and not make sure this thing doesn't go to OT.
It's kind of real stuff from Fabian. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of real. It's kind of very, very real from Fabian. Because like, aside from that first round, think of how all these rounds have gone. Very similar to a wild card, all things considered, taking a really long time to get set up. In round 8, when they were attacking basement, I mean, they're going in with like 30 seconds left. Round 9, when they're attacking Expo, they take so long to clear on that top floor. Then one flank messes them up because, again, it's like 40, 30 seconds left right as they're pivoting down below. And then what happens in round 10? Wildcard play very aggressively over towards admin, get an opening pick. Sure, Dash dies, but they waste like half the round, and then it's a 4v4. Only reason, to be fair, only reason M80 won was because they did make a really good call. Speed up the pace, take fights in the site right as Wildcard are like repositioning, which is a bit of a gamble, but when you have players like you do on M80, it can pay off. But at the same time, if they lose those fights, that's the round, because again, you took too long to get set up. So I think Fabian probably noticing this trend over the past 3 rounds, because even though you won round 10, it was starting to look a lot like the 2 previous.
I kind of like it as well, because it kind of instills we can always be better even if we win the round mindset. And I think that's something that's nice to have. You know, you can win a game, but you can still get better. And it's important not to sort of rest on those laurels. We're going to see a very different lineup, I guess, from both sides. We're seeing a Thatcher being brought, which isn't something that we get to see all the time.
Well,
there is, however, a lack of hard.
That's what I was going to say. That's so
for that Thatcher to be unlocking, shall we say? And there's quite a lot of hard breach denial. On the flip side, Wildcard have gone for a tuber out, and they've gone for the Cade. So I really want to see where this push goes. I just hope to God it isn't yellow stairs, because I feel like we've seen enough of that map, enough of that part of the map for the day. But we'll see. I guess we'll see.
Thankfully, the only shotgun on board is a TCSG, so really hoping we don't see any yellow stairs action. No tools brought by the defense, no tools brought by the attack. Saving to focus on that position. But this is a really curious lineup. I have to agree, not only no hard breach, but also very minimal vertical destruction. Only breach charges in the hands of Hot and Cold. Gavini will immediately hop in, though. They're just looking to send it. The opening call goes out, sprinting down those spiral stairs. Not a single bit of utility used, but are they ready for it? Hot and Cold pushing up front, trying to draw a lot of attention. You can see all these defenders are looking towards front side, not gazing at Spiral at the moment. But the TCSG might notice it. He peeks around the corner. Gavini wins the fight, but the jig is up. M80 have been spotted by this defense, and Baby Shark will stop any further aggression by this attack. He's put to 1 HP, but he stopped what could have been a very dangerous flank by M80 down Spiral.
How has Baby Shark survived that, by the way? He's basically tanked a shotgun to the stomach. That was a little bit disgusting. I think Kino could maybe be forgiven for thinking he'd killed him. The Pulse was maybe sat there scratching their head a little bit as well. Kansan like, well, where are they at the moment, guys? You know, and actually, Kino is just sprinting himself down yellow. Now, Baby Shark is pretty low, but we come back to what we mentioned at the start. There's no hard breach here. We've not even got a secondary tin opener. So it's going to be quite difficult. Now, fortunately, the hatch is open. Diffuser is going to be occupying that space. There aren't really... Well, there is one C4 to contend with. I think Spiker has already sent his. I'm not sure he's pre-placed it or not. So they can start to try and work this vert a little bit, I guess. Hot and Cold's got some breaching charges. But realistically, this is a hatch drop and a yellow stairs push. Very likely that C4 should land and will. Diffuser sent down. Man count advantage now in the final few seconds for Wildcard.
Man advantage and then some. I mean, Ollie, the moment that rush didn't work out, the thing I was thinking was, well, what do you do now? Where do you go? No hard breach, no vertical, no nothing. You lost the Ying too for that execute. What the hell are you gonna do now that that gamble didn't pay off? And you mentioned Kansan on that pulse. I have to think he's probably the MVP of that round because you see every defender, every single one, all 5 looking towards front side. We cut to him, he's flipping out that heartbeat scanner, and I have to imagine he looks right and sees 2 people all the way down bottom spiral, and that Cade immediately flips around and is like, oh god, this could get really bad, I have to stop this. And he does. Baby Shark too. As you mentioned, losing almost all of his HP, but not his life, as he peeks around the corner and is able to take down the Ying. I mean, if he falls right there, Ollie, that might be 7-4 victory for M80, but Baby Shark just getting away with highway robbery keeps Wildcard in the game potentially.
I think Gav as well, like, he kind of got distracted and went halfway up spiral, because he was behind and he was almost the bait for Kino to play off the back of, and they were kind of in a great spot of being able to bait each other. One bullet is all that it would have taken from any gun in the game, and Gav could have been there to deliver that bullet, and he just wasn't. It was really brutal.
5 seconds to go.
I'm kind of flabbergasted at the lack of hard breach. I mean, lack of hard breach is fine, but then the lineup and what the idea was, it doesn't kind of marry up, and you think that was after a timeout. It just seems a little bit strange. M80 still have a chance at taking this in regulation. It is, of course, 6-5. And hey, we've got what we wanted. We wanted a game. And so far, we have had a fairly close game, despite on the face of it, it looking, you know, maybe a little bit one way or another at times. We've managed to get 11 rounds out of it. So let's see how it goes.
Full 12-rounder going the distance. Most of Wildcard's games have. Aside from the first day where they lost 7-4, each game has gone either 12 rounds or more. They will keep it close against some of the best teams in the league. 8-6 against SSG, 7-5 against Shopify yesterday. Only one of those are victories. Maybe their second will also come in OT with just one more consulate defense. Lobby and exposition. Look at how many damn defenders are on this top floor. It is, I think, 4 upstairs at the moment. But 2 to 3 of them stationed quite aggressively against players like Gavini right now, who will move into admin, and there is an Azami playing vending just around the corner.
Little angle there. I don't think any feet can be seen of any. Had a very good clue that somebody was going to be through there. The drones paying dividends at the moment for M80. The time again, it's going to come down to it. We're at the halfway point in the round, and you kind of look at what's happened and you think, okay, maybe. Smoke gets thrown. Selma's going to open that wall open, but
No, I think they shot it.
M80 should know this jig because they played the vert. They know the vertical angles. They use them themselves. Surely they don't fall foul to them.
I mean, Ollie, how many of these attacks have really felt like replays of what Wildcard struggled with? How many times have we seen them struggle with that clock? And in this case, as you just said, start losing utility and losing time to the same vertical angles they pulled out against Wildcard on the defense. The exact same ones. 50 seconds remaining as a Dokkaebi call goes out. Hot and Cold still has one, but none of these defenders upstairs have fallen. Kino will take a lot of damage as M80 have found their way into sight. Air jab around the corner, but Bay on Overwatch will take one down. It's still even. 4v4, but 2 M80 players are on such low HP as Hot and Cold has to pull back. That initial gambit, that initial play into the site didn't work out, so the last call goes, and with Ace covering prone just behind him, tries to put the diffuser down again. Where are these vertical angles? Where's the coverage? Gunner falls, but the diffuser goes down successfully. Still 2 players, oh so low for M80. Right for the taking for Wildcard on this defense, but Dash, in a key moment, he'll fall on the hatch to the player inside of Art. Wildcard need to find a way down to the bottom floor. 22 seconds before that diffuser is beyond the pale. How are they going to find it? How are they going to play together? M80 have pulled back and reset. You can't catch them off guard anymore. They've suddenly snuck their way in and might snatch even a single point in the standings away from Wildcard's grasp. Only 5 seconds remaining, and M80 have cut them down. Baby Shark on the defuse, the last one standing. Baptized and educated yesterday, but in remedial Rainbow Six on day 4, M80 pass, take the win over Wildcard.
They certainly did not make it easy for themselves. M80, they come away with the full 3 points, but at what cost? That was a close game, and it really feels like it shouldn't have been. Obviously, they can be happy with themselves. They got the 3 points. Wildcard, I think they gave a fantastic account of themselves, and their tenacity throughout the course of the game to not give up was commendable. They exited that first phase at 4-2, down. So you would expect it to be a fairly straightforward close to the game there for M80. But boy, oh boy, it was not close at all. It was not straightforward at all. We saw a lot of mistakes from both sides. I'm going to be honest, there was a lot of times where we were left scratching our heads. But M80 have proved one thing, and that is that we've just got to maybe give them a little bit more trust in those final few stages.
Absolutely. But that is our first game done and dusted. We'll see you right after this.
here.
I have first.
Comes. BP that might see you, Matt. Front's hatch. Just left, guys. Not much time left.
I have first.
Walk it through sight.
Get close on Matt. On a bomb.
Hitting. Peek, Matt.
Nice! Let's go, boys.
I'm so good, bro. I'm so fucking good.
I'm so good.
You got the bomb down, man.
All right, a little bit of a celebration from the side of M80 after their win against Wildcard, something that they clearly needed considering how yesterday's game went. A little bit of a morale boost, a little bit of a confidence boost. So great start.
Yeah, obviously it's a great start. I mean, M80 looked like they should have closed it out a lot sooner. Honestly, we were watching it, and it wasn't the most impressive showing from M80. Obviously, you know, they had their own issues in that game, but it felt more like Wildcard losing the game than it did M80 winning up until that last round. That last post-plant execute, man down disadvantage, the strategy for them to go for the plant with cover over it, and Honkle was able to get that plant down. And then the post-plant, that was great. If we could have consistent M80 rounds like that all the way through, I'd imagine we'd be seeing decisive wins. That being said, looked like Wildcard, still same issues, Dash underperforming, the rest of the team didn't really show up.
Yeah, I mean, well, I know we say underperforming, but he did have some pretty big rounds, but it just, all in all, the team fell apart in the end, and I think that is off the back. And there were a lot of fumbles on both ends. I think the caster said it best. You know, there was a lot of head scratching from both sides, but all in all, if you're M80, you got the job done. You win 7-5, you win in regulation. That's the important bit, and you get those 3 points, because the biggest thing is making playoffs and being able to then go into those best of threes.
And get as many points as possible. And the Blacklight detail as well for this game is going to be going over to Kino, because that was some big brain 5-head play.
No, it absolutely was, and it was something that really stuck out to me, whether it was just done by prep or whether it was just done by a good heads-up play from Kino. I mean, just sitting in the smoke here, this is where Fox actually highlighted Kansan during that SSG game, was going through this smoke, going for a big flank where, like I said, whether Kino just did this himself or it was prep in advance, sitting in the smoke, baiting out Kansan there to stop that potential flank was just such a good heads-up play from Kino, and I really enjoyed seeing that done and displayed there.
Yeah, Wildcard went for the exact same retake. Same situation, they're in a man down, Kansan goes for the push. Obviously, M80 was just keen to it. I mean, specifically, Kino was using that smoke. Luckily, he had the glass, he heard the sound cue, turned around, and I mean, really good play from M80. I feel like that, at the end of the day, that's really the one decider, was that M80 just individually stacked up way better to Wildcard as a whole.
Yeah, we have Kino ready as well for the interview. I guess a bit of a treat for everybody considering the performance today. Congrats on getting 3 points on the board this week. How has it been? What was it like going from what happened yesterday, which I don't know, I'm assuming you don't want to talk about, to coming in today and all right. Didn't happen. It was fake news. But coming into today and like actually being able to lock in as a team and just like really go for it.
Feels good. I feel like we didn't play like ourselves yesterday. I mean, everyone saw that.
Why do you think that is?
Good question. DZs, they're just too nice. Like you can't stop those guys, you know.
Right.
Maybe we'll try to do something for the best of threes for playoffs, but like they're too good.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expected the outcome from yesterday. Today was a little bit more expected, but when it came down to playing against Wildcard, obviously the map that you guys went to, Consulate, there was a lot of innovation with the glass that you were on specifically bringing. Did Wildcard's game against SSG give you guys that confidence to know, okay, we know exactly what we're going to be countering here, we know the plays that they're going to be doing? Was that the reason for the Consulate pick, or was it just more of a comfortability approach from you guys?
I mean, obviously, like we had VODs on them. We kind of knew, you know, some of what they were gonna do. But at the end of the day, it was Constantly is a comfort map for us, and it's a map we're comfortable on. And as soon as we banned Warden and we had Ying and Glass up, I knew we would have some good attacks there. And even on third ban, they didn't ban either. They banned Monty on third.
Well, Kino, congratulations on the 3 points. I want to talk about, you know, me and Fox were saying on the desk here is that we felt more Wildcard was handing this win to you guys more than you were kind of taking hold within those rounds, because in the beginning it kind of looked like you guys had a grasp on things, but then it immediately started to fumble a little bit. What were kind of the issues in those rounds that was allowing Wildcard to get their foot back in the door?
Well, on defense, we kind of got picked apart on those 2 rounds we lost. And on attack, I feel like we stalled so hard. There was a piano attack that our plan was to take top, and we executed top floor with a minute left. So they did a very good job of playing Tachanka, Smoke, and Goyo on most of the sites, stalling us out, and I feel like that kind of caught us off guard. Even with the Ying and the Smoke, we just had to adjust the pace a little bit and make sure everything was a little faster, and fixed it.
For sure.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. And again, congrats on the win. 3 points added for you guys. We'll see you around next week. We're going to let you go. Take care.
Thank you guys. See you next week.
Bye. Okay. Well, at least, you know, a bit of awareness coming through as well. And when you're looking at a team like M80, just the players, but also the coaching staff behind it, obviously they're going to take whatever the learnings they had from this week into consideration. I think a lot of learnings coming from that DZ game, but even from the wild card game, and just improving on that moving forward. But for me, the question then remains when it comes to wild card, what's going on there? Because you've already now had 4 best of ones out of the 9 best of ones that you're going to play. No, out of the 8 best of ones that you're going to play. You're halfway.
I think they're losing a little bit of confidence in some of their players. We talked heavily on Dash being kind of that spear front, and then he's being rotated off shields. Then you see Baby Shark on shields. Then you understand, okay, the team is playing from above. Why not? Why don't we focus and do above? Like, there's not enough problem solving, and I don't think there's enough confidence in some of the players' abilities that there were back in Reload versus now. And I think that is being a huge staple and a huge reason as to why they can't just cross that finish line.
Absolutely. It comes down to the confidence. I mean, obviously, to go from Reload to struggling within the stage, I mean, no one expected Wildcard to be as strong as they were in Reload. But with the performance that they put up, they come here, they start struggling. Obviously, they have their own interpersonal issues with the team house and everything. But like we talked about, this has to be the last week that we talk about it. At this point, you've had 2 weeks to be able to figure things out. But when you look at it in a micro aspect from the game, there was a lot of situations where one player would go down and immediately Wildcard is scrambling. Everyone's all playing for themselves. Everyone's trying to win the round on their own. I think that's probably the biggest issue, is they just need to have a little bit more faith in the IGL, in the game plan that they have going a hold, and obviously just trust that, because it works so well in Reload. Don't overcomplicate it. Yes, you guys had a great showing in Reload, but you don't have to rely on big performances to be able to winning these games.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, and that's where I was really worried about with going into this stage. Was Reload just a honeymoon? Was it just everyone coming together, having a good time, and they didn't have to meet any problems? They just immediately found success, and that can actually really hinder teams, because once you find that success so early, then you keep trying to chase that same success when you're creating even more problems and not addressing the right approach of one thing right after the other. You just keep piling it on, and that's honestly, I think, what we're seeing more so than anything.
A concerning situation for them to be in, but we do have DZ going up against Cloud9 after the break, and DZ really, you know, they're the top dogs at this point in the league. No one is yet to defeat them. Maybe Cloud9 can make that happen. Stick around and find out.
Dodas and Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and give Rome their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blackout.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Welcome back to play day 4 of the NAL, our second game of today. Cloud9 going up against DZ, the undefeated top dogs of the region so far. I'm Jeannie, joined with Foxay and Lax, and we're going to try and break this one down because when we're looking at C9 specifically as a team, they didn't have the most terrible performances on Reload, and we thought, okay, coming into the NAL, coming into the regional league, there are certain expectations that we had of them, which they didn't meet. But then DZ is DZ.
Yeah.
DZ's the Swiss Army knife in the league, in my opinion, in terms of just a well-rounded roster and everyone playing into those strengths.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think they have the one player that nobody else in the league has, which is Spirits. You just got to always worry about him at all times, essentially.
A scary situation to be in for every single one of the teams that are going to be going up against them. But C9, let's start there, because this is a roster, as we've already touched upon, that we didn't have too high hopes coming into Reload. They showed us a little bit of what they're capable of. Now they're back in this regional league. They're back onto the NAL, home soil, but they failed to find the same success.
Yeah, you know, we were giving them praise early on of saying, you know, they just need more time. They just need more reps. Well, now you've had time. We're going into day 4. There's no more excuses to be made at this point because what we saw yesterday, it was already a bit of a head scratcher when we saw them want to take SSG to border, just for the simple fact we already saw what their border looked like at Reload. They would lose 7-5 to M80. And realistically, it was also a question of, given how their performance has been and where they were successful on, was, again, Packer finding those gaps, being able to create that space. But you can't do that on a map like Border. You already know for a fact when you get into Border, it is going to be gunfights right out the get-go. And then on top of gunfights, you want to take SSG, a team that is notoriously known for their aggression, where you are going to have to enter the building against that sort of defense. And as you're seeing up there, it's clearly a night and day difference in terms of that performance. And sure, you could argue a 7-4, that is a close game, but you could almost put that on the backing of Kobe Lax just having that performance yesterday where no one else could find their sheer gut in terms of performance. So again, for me, if you're going to be Cloud9 going into this game against Dark Zero, another heavy-hitting team, the best team in the league looking like so far, you have to bring a lot more in terms of your preparation, your ability to adapt, because what we saw yesterday, especially once they switched to their defense, they almost just played a game of ranked, and they were immediately getting shut down in every single front going against SSG.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the preparation because that was the biggest thing that set C9 aside from the other teams in week 1. Obviously, they had some growing pains, but that wildcard win showed a lot of promise as to what was to come to C9. Obviously, this week comes around, and the preparation wasn't really there. No. Head scratcher going to Border, and the way that they played didn't really make sense. And what the general consensus of the team is when you look at C9, they just don't have as much consistent firepower as some of the other top teams in the league. So you have to be able to play with the cards dealt to you. You have to understand if our X factor is taking position, having Packer be able to open up this space, we need to be able to go to maps to that. And obviously, going up against a team like DZ, they have to be able to come into it knowing, okay, DZ has all of these bags of tricks. We have to be able to pinch the weakness of it, and it doesn't look like C9 is necessarily doing that just yet.
Yeah, but then also brings the question of where exactly does the weakness of DZ lie, because you have a roster that you obviously going to have to be focusing on Spirits, you're going to have to try and ban them out, which is what we're seeing a lot of teams do, but then you have 4 other players that are just going to roam freely and do whatever they want either way.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do myself any favors with DZ saying the weakness, because they don't really have a weakness at the moment, and obviously they have the one X factor that we highlighted, Spirits. He's been so consistent for this team. He's been the reason that Dark Zero has revolutionized themselves. We've seen a passive DZ. We've seen them go for plays. Something we never really saw is a fast and aggressive DZ. Up until Sao Paulo, once Nafe was brought onto the team with Canadian IGLing, we saw glimmers of it, a taste of a fast and aggressive DZ. And it wasn't something that we saw until now. Once they got rid of Canadian, they bring Spirits in. Who is that spearhead? He makes things and people move. That's what Citizen said in the interview yesterday. Spirits allows the rest of the team to succeed so well because everybody has to be focused on him. And Spirits isn't even the top player on the team. He's the 4th right now, allowing everybody else on Dark Zero to play comfortably, not have any pressure, hold their angles, hold their lanes, and just do what they do best. And everybody knows DZ is great at holding angles, one of the best teams at it. So obviously, once you have that X factor of Spirits implemented into the team, shocking the enemy teams, focused on him, everybody else is able to thrive.
I mean, I think we talk about a lot of players on this roster, but one player that really sticks out to me the most really is going to be Nate. Because when you think of every IGL across the board, board across regions, they typically perform kind of at the bottom or mid tier, where you see Nafe actually performing at the top. And I criticized him when he first joined the NAL, of what is the comparison to a player like Troy, IGL of Troy. But I think where Nafe is going and where he's leading this roster, and even just in his own right, he's really molding into something that really can take shape of being one of the best IGLs in the game currently here, regardless of not maybe having the accolades of a player like Troy and what he has. But Nafe definitely, and especially with the roster now, I can easily see this team find their stride and start gaining those accolades, winning those championships, as long as they keep improving and using their Swiss Army knife style of play.
I think the turning point for you when you actually started liking Nafe was when he told you that he doesn't like being
absolutely,
that's when you're like, 100%. Okay, yeah, that's my guy.
That's when I knew everything was going uphill for this roster.
I knew, but we also have the map veto ready, so it's a matter of where we're going to be seeing this best of one taking place. I think Border, as we touched upon already, for C9 was a little bit of a head scratcher, and that's not something that we would like to see them repeat. I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to play a little bit of a map that gives you a little space to work with, especially for Packers' sake, being able to find those gaps, being able to work to. Please don't.
No. Why would you go back to Border? Dark Zero just smoked M80 on it 7-2, and Cloud9 lost it yesterday. Why?
Maybe they saw something that we didn't see?
Yeah,
I don't agree with this. I think in terms of the prep that we just even saw, even in terms of the adaptation that we saw yesterday from Cloud9, you're now going against Dark Zero where they look strong. So sure, I'm sure in some sense you're feeling good that you can try to pick apart what DZ did, but I just can't. You weren't doing it on attack. And again, I mean, we're looking at these stats here. I don't know what you're going to mold in from yesterday to make something today, because it wasn't beautiful yesterday. It wasn't beautiful before. I mean, surely I can't get behind that.
I can literally like already guess you guys' predictions. I don't know if either one of you have put down C9 before this, but now definitely it's gonna be DZ.
Definitely not.
Because what was there even to pick apart from DZ's performance yesterday?
Nothing really. I mean, to be honest, I would love to be disproven by Cloud9. I would love to see them shock and awe us and, you know, have an amazing match. But right now, I just don't see that coming. And obviously, we just talked about it. Like, plain and simply, Cloud9 does not have the firepower that some of these other teams at the top have. They do have great individual players, and they have amazing preparation, and that's what gives them that edge over the teams like OXG, Cruelty, Orglis. But when you just don't use the preparation, it just questions me, like, you're not using your greatest asset, which is the fact that you can use that preparation, the smart aspect of it, the fact that nobody really knows how your team plays just yet, but you're just throwing it out the window by bringing it to a map that doesn't allow much strategy. You're not able to use Packer in that lurk spot position. And obviously, to go to a map like Border against arguably the best team in the league right now, that just proved that they smoked the other top team in the league, it just doesn't make sense with the thought process.
I mean, the only caveat of this is they start on defense this time, where, again, that still didn't look strong. It looked like they were just playing a game of ranked. They were just throwing bodies to solve a problem. So maybe they're taking from this and saying, hey, we can play more together. We can play these trades. We don't necessarily have to play as aggressive as we did. But then it falls back to that attacking side. Is sure, maybe you do something on defense. But if your attacks you can't even get your foot in the door, it just goes to show that the prep and the preparation, the adaptation, it just simply is not there. And I just can't get behind going back to Border again for whatever reasoning, regardless of what they try to muster out.
Nah, you two are heated, and I'm gonna give you guys a little bit to cool down, because instead we're gonna be heading over to our casters and see what they think of the fact that Border is gonna be where Cloud9 is taking DZ. So Extroika and Lynx, let us know.
I mean, C9 lose Border yesterday. It's one of SSG's best maps, to be fair, but they lose Border yesterday. So surely they'll fare better against Pamazoo, one of the best fraggers in North America for the past 4 years. Citizen, one of the best fraggers in the world in the past 5 years. Spirits, one of the most underrated flex players in North America. I don't really see the logic either. I want to be honest. I think if you didn't do well against SSG yesterday, who are great but sometimes a bit uncoordinated, you're not pulling it out against DZ today. You're just not doing it. Or simple, it is Border. It is Border, though. Like, it's hard to... yeah, exactly. It's hard to understand why we're here. I hope we can make the best of it. But, again, Citizen Citizen, Pambazoo against Cloud9 on border. Kogalax was the only one, not only positive rated, positive KD, right? Not only all that, everyone on C9 yesterday had a sub 50% cost against SSG in a 7-4 game. Wasn't like a DZ M80 7-1, 7-2. Wasn't where we only played 8 rounds overall. We played 11 rounds. It's about like an average length. But I mean, below 50% for almost across the board, Ollie. I mean, that...
No, I agree.
Oh, I'm real nervous how this is going to go.
I think nervous is... it's understandable to be nervous. You know? We never know what we're going to get. We load into a game of Siege. We're here to watch a couple of teams play. You never really know what's going to happen. Are you going to be here for, 25 minutes? Are you going to be here for an hour? Like, who knows? All we got to do is deal what we have in front of us. And at the moment, we've, of course, got Cloud9 versus Dark Zero. Both of these two teams, as Modesta mentioned, played this map, yesterday. They both had very different times on the map, I would like to suggest.
That's one way of putting it.
Although the results were also quite polar opposite. But let's not let the past cloud our judgment about what is going to happen today. In terms of the bans, we've got an Azami, Smoke, and a couple of shields removed. A Blitz and a Monty. That isn't going to be available for Cloud9. However, they will have a Blackbeard, at least for the first 5 rounds, and then maybe that gets removed as well. We shall see. The lineup, it is going to be Blackbeard. We are going to have a Glass, and we are going to have both a Ram and a Sens. So it speaks of a little bit executey. It speaks of them trying to get in there and having something that they've, got dialed, something that they've maybe practiced a couple of times. And it's going to be on, well, Dark Zero to really sort of understand what that is and react accordingly. Yesterday, when we saw these two teams play, we saw, again, they had a very different time of things. Dark Zero had a very easy game on the face of things, and the scoreline would suggest that. Cloud9, they did struggle a lot more, and a lot of that was in some of their confidence on the attack. I really didn't feel like they had that killer instinct to really go in there and get the job done.
Well, and especially when Dark Zero have immediately target banned 2 of the 3 ops Packer plays most often. He is always, and has been, since he was even on like CL4L in Pro League, or even before then, he's always a shield guy. He likes to open up that space for his team playing those shields. That's why Dark Zero took out Blitz and the Monty, and I wouldn't be shocked if we see Blackbeard go in round 4. C9 have tried to take out the Azami, which makes CCTV very easy to play, but also some of that time denial on the site, which could help if they go for a quick entry. As you can see, Ollie mentioned the Ram. That boogie drone's not getting used for Verd. Kogalax is going to immediately smash open a barricade in all likelihood and sprint in and try to get an opening. Well, not anymore because he's dead. Pambazoo playing a classic Pambazoo DZ position, by the way. He loves to bob and weave around that rotate hole on the side of these stairs. And what do you know? Goes for a flank, wraps around, immediately hits Packer, immediately hits 3 in C9's face. I mean, this is an old classic. Actually, might have been Citizen right there, not Pambazoo. Excuse me. Either way, classic position that DZ liked to play and get aggressive on that east stairs, and it seems C9 did not do their homework.
Huh. Round 1, eh?
We're on border. We're here.
Welcome to border, everybody.
Welcome back. We just finished round 10 of DZ versus M80, and it went just about the same as all those other ones.
Yeah. I mean, that was a round. I don't really know what the play was. Obviously, there was a lot of information available, and there was a really good drone that was inside of Office. And I'm just a little bit confused as to, where it was, what it did. Because Kogalax had some fantastic information on that thing, and they knew that there was players sniffing in and around that area. You've purposely banned out the Azami and then not, chosen not to go in to CCTV at all. Just a little bit of a weird one. You've got the guy playing at the top of East Stairs. You know that that's a position that a lot of players will like to play, especially if they want to take up a little bit more of an aggressive angle. And especially if you've got a couple of rotates in from Office into that corridor outside. So, really just a bit of a strange one.
And it is a common position, but do you know how many clips I have casted, let alone that's happened? Do you know how many clips I personally have witnessed of Pambazoo getting a multi-kill playing that exact position? I genuinely at least 2 hands. I can remember at least 5 off the top of my head in the past 1.5 to 2 years. And that's where you're getting hit by? First round? in a map Dark Zero played literally yesterday? I don't know, man. We're just already rough stuff out the gate. SSG went up 4-0 over C9 yesterday to start out. And we'll have to hope, I guess, that Cloud9 able to recover the momentum a bit easier, for a bit, hopefully a bit quicker than they were able to yesterday. Packer will immediately burst up one of that castle barricades, and there's a secondary layer right behind that. Silent will take control down below, moving quickly into East Stairs, but down goes Dream. Where? I've got no goddamn idea.
The thing that I do know is that he was the sole hard breacher. So they are not looking pretty on whatever plan A was. Gitty, next player to fall. Now, that doesn't necessarily ensure the mirror windows are going to stay intact. We've still got Ash launchers, and we've also still got the ability to punch them if you get close enough. But it is going to remove the sneaky element of things. Hobilax has got himself into the top of East Stairs, and he's going to look to try and drone out a little bit. Some information gained there by Silent as well, but Packer, what can he really do here? He knows that there's a mirror window challenging him, calls for that Ash charge to come through. It is going to smash the glass. Packer not in the position to be able to play more aggressively right now, and the Dark Zero, they can just start to drop off slowly but surely.
Oh my god, Pambazu hitting the wraparound again. Different position, but exact same maneuver he did before. Packer will catch it. So 2v3 for Cloud9 as they have acquired full vertical control. Can't do a whole lot with it. Oh, just spot Citizen. Ooh, overstaying his welcome inside of CCTV. Now all of a sudden you have something workable here. NGR with that C4 will likely want to use it earlier on to try and bring a pick back, because there's not a lot of easy spots you can use it for plant denial on the site. Watching this hatch too, as he knows they've taken control of CC. Nice destruction on that DP, but with 35 seconds remaining and no flashes for Kobilax, you're really hoping Packer, I was about to say, can get a lot of movement, opening things up with that Blackbeard, but he's by himself right now. Kobe's still up top, and it's only Blackbeard down below. We need to see that Flores join Packer pretty soon as he spots Amira all by her lonesome. Pushes her deeper and deeper into vent. He's by himself. Nave stuck inside, and Packer will finish him off 1v1 by the end. But how have they clawed that one back from the brink?
Done a fantastic job there of leveling it to a 2 versus 2. I think you put it really well in the heat of the moment that Citizen maybe just overstaying a little bit inside of CCTV there. I commented on it at the time when I started to see players dropping off. That was the time to do that. They had potential and they had loads of avenues of escape. This kill here, really crucial there from Packer.
Nate too. Nate being stuck inside that room too.
Well, yeah, Nate getting stuck inside the room and it to come out as a trade as well was obviously quite unfortunate, but still a player being alive on that side of Cloud9 ensures that they win the round. Close stuff. Cloud9, hey, they've got themselves around. It's 1-1. Let's see what else they can do right now, because you know it was a decent clear of that top floor. It cost them quite a few bodies. I'll give them that. But they were able to answer a couple of different problems.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I will
not
say,
necessarily the sort of utility, well, not necessarily the kill problems, but the utility was sort of dealt with okay.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to pop that mirror window and, you know, push Citizen back in the first place. I will say, I'm a bit curious, actually, why Nate was over there, because that was a custom supply defense. We didn't really mention the site all that much, but it's not like he was defending the site. It was on the opposite side of a castle barricade that was separating us. Maybe he did just get stuck, but I'm actually curious why he was over there. Maybe he had a valid reason, I don't know. I'm genuinely curious. But it did result in him getting stuck. As you said, though, utility clear was decent from Cloud9. They did bring a lot of the necessary tools, especially bringing that Ash as redundancy once Giddy fell down on the Twitch early. Coming from the 3v5 overall, not only recovering the momentum in terms of the macro game, but in the round 2, looking quite good. Spirits will reveal his position, not only by walking outside, but getting spotted on that drone. He's got some support from Citizen on that TCSG, playing around the break room position. I would like to see Packer get a little bit more action, Ollie. I don't know if you agree, but he got some kills last time to be sure, but I'd like him to see him create a lot more space, and Cloud9 fill it as he moves through. It's felt a lot more solo and less like a team effort with this Blackbeard.
No, he's felt like a hot poker sort of slicing through, especially on that Blackbeard, and he's been able to remove the castle barricades with relative ease if he's been given the access to do so. But the second part of your statement is the more crucial one, in my opinion. It's that space then being filled by players. Nice little activate on the goggles there, and a C4 going to be attempted. The nade to try and displace, but it's not going to come off there for DZ, losing that entry battle.
Got to give him credit for that one. I mean, we don't necessarily see people flood in behind Packer, but he's not scared at all by that C4. He's got support on that window, too, so it is a team effort. Might not be taking the space he creates, but certainly helping him contest it. And you also have Pamazu, I believe, go down to Giddy. Playing this exact same position he did yesterday. Cloud9 will open up the barricade, allow him to creep in, and he holds this cutoff angle. And Pamazu ends up falling to that DMR. NJR holding out on the top floor. Very important utility and a potentially very important engagement. Smoke will go out. Fire extinguisher popped. And does NJR use it as cover to fall back? No, he still remains on that top floor, trying to do a little bit of damage to Packer, but he's got to be careful. He, too, doesn't overstay his welcome.
Great swing there from Gitty. Some good information being exchanged right now from Cloud9. Something that was very evident yesterday and is now is that they are pretty careless with those drones. They've only got 2 left for this final 35 seconds. So gathering this info isn't going to be the easiest, but the advantage they do have is man count. Still got the diffuser, still got a little bit of utility to go off. We've got the glass, we've got some smokes. A lot comes down to how well Nathan Citizen can play inside of this final 20.
Ooh, what a find for Dream right there. Citizen 1v4 around the corner, no C4, and no angle on this player putting the case down. He tries to see the feet, but Giddy's already taken the courtyard position. Nothing he can do. Cloud9, their first time with a lead on border in 2 plays of it over 2 days. And it's come very early on, Ollie. The first round might not have looked all that good, but I have to say, those 2 attacks, second looking much better than the first.
No, it looked fantastic, and I think if they can build off that momentum, then, you know, brilliant. My worry is that the Blackbeard gets banned now, and some of that bite does start to disappear a little bit out of those attacks.
What?
It's actually going to be the glass. Now, to be honest, Blackbeard or the glass, I don't think it really matters which one you get rid of, because both have been pretty crucial for Cloud9 in the way that they've looked to try and approach not only these rounds today, but also the round they attacked on border yesterday.
That is true. We did see the glass come out from Kobilax, I think once or twice yesterday, but I don't know. That feels like such a risk to me. I mean, they've been running. Packer is the shield guy. Like, he doesn't play it all the time, but 3 rounds yesterday, 4 rounds so far, 4 in a row on this Blackbeard. I will say, if you just ban every shield, you do kind of pigeonhole yourself a little bit. You're removing that one style of play, but you do leave up the glass, you leave up other options like Ying or Dokkaebi or Grim that are very powerful. And to be fair, it's not like nobody's playing glass. Kobilax, who was the best player on Cloud9 yesterday against SSG, has been playing glass a couple times so far this game. And as you said, has had some impact. So I see the logic in it. But it does mean you've left a big comfort pick for Cloud9 in Packer's hands. And arguably last round that we just saw was his best round with it so far. And the team's best round with it so far.
Yeah, I think the more I think about it, the more I'm sort of confused, because it kind of doesn't remove you from having to pick the Warden, because there's still the potential of the Ying. There's going to be a need to try and bring that Warden, because Ying is open and it is very popular on this map. It isn't something that Cloud9 are looking to try and take advantage of at all, which, again, is a little bit strange. With Packer playing the way that he is and the space that he's able to create, like you say, if that space can continue to get filled by Cloud9, entering on into the map is going to be a lot easier. And that's half of the battle here on border, don't forget. There's a lot of outside to in engagements, and there's a lot of really key areas of the map. CCTV being the biggest key. It can be very difficult to take control of that. Freebie, the silent there onto NJR. That's some great drone information.
Really excellent drone information. I mean, NJR also holding that position. I don't think it was Armory Archives last time, but I think he was just holding that exact position in the previous round on Bathroom Tellers. Different site, but Silent just finding that, reading into it, and he stares. If you don't got anybody down below, that can be a very easy position to cut off, as Silent just demonstrated his first kill of the game. Deathmark tracker goes out. Pamazu retaking that aggressive posture on East Stairs, obviously worried about a drone, hovering around that skylight just above. He's got some support for Nate, but Dark Zero, as opposed to that first Armory Archives defense, have been completely pushed back. It was a flawless to start in DZ's only round win, and now Cloud9 have the advantage. They're resetting. Packer might be damaged, but this attack is progressing quite nicely.
As you say, Packer's damaged, but you've bought yourself quite a lot of time by taking out that Tachanka. A lot of area denial removed. There's only one C4 to go through. There's frost mats, there's cap cans. They should be found realistically with the drones from Cloud9.
Smart.
Maybe the FNATs as well. Of course, you've got the Twitch. As I say, the Twitch gets himself taken out there by Pambazoo. There's nothing there for a direct trade. There's a bit of ground starting to be gained right now. Dream gonna pick Spirits off. Almost feels like a death by 1,000 cuts here for Dark Zero, but they've still not got an answer for this Blackbeard.
No, they haven't. Kobe spotting that frost mat at possibly the last second. Spirits, I like that rotate down from CC, but the moment he hops up main, Dark Zero or Cloud9 have these cutoffs. They got the opening pick, and often once you get that 5v4, you can take CCTV, take that forward control, and they've cut off anybody of these players rotating back to site without really losing all that much. 4v3, but only 15 seconds left. The C4 could go big as Nave sends it out. Packer backs up, but not far enough. Dream maintains that advantage, but you've lost that tip of the spear. Diffuser going down to the other site as the brief misdirection by C9 pays off. Dream by himself, though, as Silence dropped down below. It's a 1v1 that Pambazoo wins, but such a key trade from the veteran on C9 as Cloud9 widen their lead to 2.
This is brilliant from Cloud9 right now. I'll be honest, I really wasn't expecting them to come out this strong. We saw Dark Zero play yesterday, and they were dominant on this map. Against M80 as well. You expect that to count for something moving into forward fixtures, but it's almost a false economy. You can't base previous results and sort of really write it in stone as to what's going to happen in the future, and this is a brilliant example of that. The Blackbeard, it was dealt with by a C4 in the end, but it was just too little too late. Plant spot from Dream. There was no danger at that moment in time, and hey, his teammate soaked up the C4, so
exactly
clear green light to go ahead and nail that diffuser to the floor. I'll be honest, I would have expected the Dark Zero timeout at that point. I think if another round goes to Cloud9, maybe we see it then.
But a round 6 timeout? Well, but round 6 also, if Cloud9 go down 4-1, obviously you might want to timeout, but it's the last round of your defense at that point. It's kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't, it feels like, if you take it or not.
Yeah, maybe it comes down, maybe you just sort of say, well, GG, it's too late to use it, we'll save it if we need it on the attacks.
Maybe. I have to say, one phenomenon we see from Cloud9, obviously the second round they won was a 3v5, but the best rounds we've seen so far, rounds 3 and round 4, have come after Cloud9 get that opening pick and it goes untraded. Giddy obviously finding Pambazoo in the first, and then as we just saw, Silent cutting off NJR, getting that opening duel. It's so definitive on border. If you contrast that with the SSG game yesterday, SSG, 5 opening picks in a row, 4 of them round wins, 4-0. And that round 5 was a comeback from behind, with Kobilax getting a big double to swing the man advantage back in their favor in the mid to late round. 5 rounds basically were decided by the opening pick, just only with one of them being brought back by a massive individual performance yesterday against SSG. And Cloud9 here, they're the beneficiaries of that trend. They've been very good in these early rounds in the past 2. Now it seems they might just be trying to clear this top floor quick. Garo Hook set up outside a sandwich window, and in she goes! And out she is sent by the Vector. Pambazoo, the Reaper, with this rapid-fire weapon, puts Cloud9 to the 2v4 as Packer desperately trying to deal with this Mira. It's a tussle to be sure, and no clear victor until Pambazoo with the secondary finds his late frag. Just as quick into the round as they are out of it. As Cloud9, well, get that one over with quickly.
So we've talked a couple of times about things that we maybe don't understand. That round is one of them. Cloud9 have showed that they can attack this map. They've showed that they don't have to go rush. They don't have to go for cheesy plays. They can just, step by step, take things apart. And then they do that? I don't know.
Did you need to do that?
They didn't need to do it.
Did you need to do it?
They could have just played another round exactly the way that they've been going. Slow and steady wins the race. Get a couple of drones in. Send Packer in. And like, wham bam, pick yourself up an opener and snowball from there. But oh no, someone's got an idea. Someone's got a play.
Hey guys, I'm making a play.
I'm making a play. This was a horrible engagement to watch as well.
That's just like
Packer versus Pambazoo.
Honestly, it was
just a spam of knives.
We've seen a couple like really funky like shield engagements like that. I feel like yesterday and in NAL overall, it's just like Not really any particular reason. It's just like, I think people are just finally getting really good at like the mechanics of turning at the right time, covering yourself with the shield. People also getting really good with the melee timings too. So it just results in this weird back and forth of like nobody really able to land a shot on the other, but the shield player inevitably getting whittled down, especially Blackbeard. Takes a longer time to ADS with that assault rifle. But Dark Zero don't have to take their tactical timeout as Cloud9 feed themselves to DZ's defense, and 3-3 half, very, very possible as we move down to Bathroom Tellers. This is where Cloud9 is their second victory, but their first really strong round of their attacking half so far. And we'll see what Dark Zero decide to change up. Pretty drastically different lineup, I will say. We had the Tachanka on NJR, not anymore. He's on the mute. Had a Castle with the extension, no extension whatsoever this go around. If it's a roam, it's going to be looser. But the one consistent factor, aside from Citizen on that ward and Spirits on the Legion, is Pamzu with that Ella, that bullet hose, excuse me, that Ashen made such good use of against C9 yesterday, and I imagine Cloud9 are going to get flashbacks if he starts getting activated.
Well, he's certainly known. Looked out there on the death mark. We'll be looking at trying to dampen any aggression that might be seen. Got a good bit of info there on the drone. Knows that there's somebody ready and waiting. Spirits.
2 drones.
I mean, they know where he is. Where's the BB? Packer, you need it.
Packer.
Slowly but surely, Spirits is slipping away.
Private Packer. Police report for duty. This is the problem C9 had against SSG, though. You mentioned it earlier. They will invest a lot of these drones and get nothing from it. Because ultimately, you know, if you lose 8 drones in the first minute and a half, but then you get 3-4 kills off it, you know, you've won the round. That's fine. But now you're down to 1 drone, minute 10 seconds. What do you have? You're not even in the building. They're just trying to send it into Armory, and there's Private Packer. But he's, again, just like the Amaru, repelled into Sandwich Window and died immediately. What happened to Cloud9? Where did they go? I'd like to report a kidnapping. I don't know. Somebody's taken this team. They have vanished. The team we saw win rounds 3 and 4 with really strong, slow executes, cutting off those DZ defenders. They are not here anymore as they have lost their tip of the spear. And to be fair, Ollie kept it to a 4v4. But this ain't the team that won those rounds in the middle of this half.
No. There's 30 seconds left. Dream does have the kit. What are they going to be able to do with it?
No
Kobe likes taken down by Pambazu. Isn't able to get the second, but the trade is there immediately. Spirits. He only had 1 kill up until the previous round and has just hit a very nasty double. Firmly warmed up now.
Oh, okay.
Don't feel like this is doable for Silent. May have hit a nice shot, and he might hit another.
Oh, okay.
He's going to struggle with only 2 seconds left.
Hey, that's 4-4 though. Even KD. We take those. We absolutely take those. I really don't know what happened. Like, Ollie, what happened?
I just think that...
Like...
It's like Cloud9 are almost scared to do the same thing again, even though it worked. Because it's like, no, we can't do the same thing. We can't be too predictable. We've got to go for something really outlandish, and we've got to throw ourselves through a window with a Gyro hook. It just doesn't really fly. I feel like Dark Zero maybe should be counting their lucky stars that this is a 3-3, because Cloud9 had the potential there, not to run away with the heart, but to at least get a 4-2.
I mean, they were mounting a very compelling argument, more compelling than what we saw against M80 yesterday. Obviously, you know,
absolutely,
they won more rounds than M80, but those 2 attacks round 3-4 were very good. And it's not like Dark Zero were making mistakes like NJR on East Stairs. They pinched him. They pushed him from up above and had the cutoff down below. That's just good siege. That's good fundamental siege. Not on border, not on constant, on any map. And then the Gar hook through the window? Then spending a minute and a half, like, doing nothing? Despite the fact that Dark Zero is retreating from CCTV? And Packer solo repels through a window? How are they going to trade you from arm rebound? How are they going to do it? They're not. And so Dark Zero do get that 3-3. We were worried about Kangaroo Kenny not taking the timeout. And as you said, Dark Zero should be thanking their lucky stars because it's an even game. They can go to the attack, and both teams still have that attack timeout. If things start going awry, Dark Zero can take it later on as Cloud9 with this first defense. Armory Archives take 2 execute offs off the board. The Blitz, the Shield, and Glaz. With that scope, you can see through those smoke canisters. Dark Zero didn't make a lot of use of Glaz yesterday because they banned it immediately. But do you want to have Spirits being able to use Blitz? I think not.
Glaring difference in lineups for me as well is the Warden getting removed by Dark Zero and an immediate pick onto a Ying. Yeah, have the glass, so what? Seeing through smokes. Big
Overrated.
Deal. Yeah, overrated. We want
Don't
the
need
Ying. We want you to be able to not see at all. We want you to be blind. We didn't see any Ying play over from Cloud9. And it's kind of surprising if Ying's available, you won't really be playing it on border. It can be fantastic for executes. And it maybe would have bought Cloud9 a little bit of time. However, they came out at 3-3, so we can't question them too much.
True.
But what we can do is look toward how Dark Zero, and more specifically Nath, are going to try and utilize Ying and those Candelas. It should make a little bit of an easier time pushing into certain key rooms, whether that be getting the plant down later on in a round, or whether it be initially taking a bit of control.
That Ying for the initial control can be so good on border when that first half, that first set of engagements can be so important. Those Yings gain a really new and renewed level of importance. The versatility you can use, but E1D will go out. Dark Zero instead playing it quite slow, destroying these castle barricades. Spent a minute and a half. Just trying to find intel, trying to set up. Still got 6 drones remaining as a deathmark will go out. Rapid fire, intel clear as Pamazu takes this extremely long angle. Might be a bit tricky with that R4C recoil, but you can see Nath with that Candela in hand. As Dark Zero been setting up by East, first one goes in, able to shoot it right on the ground, and Nath is like, nope, I'm not dealing with that. Immediately hops out, but Panva and NJR zoom right in. 4v3 established for DZ. Giddy, great play, swinging ahead of that Candela. But he's worked himself in a bit of a tricky spot now, trapped in the corner. Flashbang goes out. Great individual play, taking out Nath, but now he's in a really difficult position. But now that NJR has been down with that C4, Giddy might be able to bait them in and play his life. But not now that he's the only one left. Great call by Spirits there, rotating across, chancing the 1v1, and boy, does that gamble work.
Look at the difference there in that final few seconds of the round. There's still 5 dronable for Dark Zero at that point, and they've still got bodies alive. Everybody's still nice and withdrawn. They know exactly where the player is. The death mark's coming through. The information was just there. It was a real life shot from Giddy to shoot that Candela as it was rolling on the floor. If he hadn't have shot it, you looked at what was happening in the kill feed at that very moment. You've got kills coming in from Pamba, NJR. It would have just been an entire clean sweep at that point. DZ setting themselves up beautifully for that. But even if a Candela gets shot on the floor, something that you can't shoot on the floor is a flashbang. And a flashbang will still blind you very much the same way. And that was what befitted Giddy as he was trying to tuck himself in there and face the wall. A great opening round there for Dark Zero. And we get to see a slightly different ideology in terms of pushing onto border. And I'll be honest, I like it. I like watching it a lot more. I really do, Lynx.
Honestly, I've just really enjoyed watching Dark Zero overall. I mean, obviously they are right now the only team without a loss inside of the NA League, except Shopify, to be fair. Shopify do have one, but Shopify also have an OT victory. You could splice hairs there. I'm not going to. They have 3 victories. But Dark Zero, their victories have been...
They're the best team. They're the best team without a doubt.
They've been so dominant. 7-4, 7-3, 7-2 against a really strong opponent yesterday. And a close game here, to be sure. But when you see attacks like that, when it's all timed so well, and the reason Nath dies is a really good individual play from Giddy, just disrespecting the Candela, which is what you should do there, is great. But then DZ immediately realized, oh, he's stuck. So as you said, we'll flashbang him. Their recognition of not only the adaptations in the grand scheme of things, but even those small plays, realizing how the situation is developing, how they can best control and capitalize off of it, that is what has been so impressive with them in every single one of their games, is they have a good understanding of the big picture, but they are so good on their feet, man. They are so quick with it.
I really like you guys. No, you could just carry on because there's plenty of Brits on that roster, so just keep going, you know?
Half British roster if you include the coach.
It's fun because, you know, obviously my first cast here in NAL tonight. Obviously casted North American teams plenty of times at events and all across the world, but it's nice to come here into the regional league, and especially when there's, you know, pretty decent import of Brits here now as well. It does make things exciting. Pambazu this time kicking things off with a kill onto Kobilax. That Legion downed. Only half of the canisters, or half of the Guman, should I say, will be out there and active at this moment.
Spirits with a pistol, by the way, on Ying, cutting down Dream there. Don't even know how the hell that happened. But shout out, I suppose. If a slow and methodical game worked for DZ last time, setting up that execute into the east side piece by piece around office, this time it's a whole lot quicker. Cutting off Kobilax, he backs out from CC. Spirits taking that fight to Dream with that pistol, only losing Nafe in the process. That's fine. You've got the Deimos, you got the Ying, you've got those important intel and execute ops. You gotta be careful with this Solus, I will say. Especially if Packer might be able to retake some vertical control later in the round. Not only contest it with the guns, but that Specchio scanner creep down below. Might be trying to move in quick. That's why Deimos targets that Solus to make sure they have her locked down. But Packer is able to get the best of it with that SMG-11. Drops that diffuser cold on the floor. How the hell is he sniped Citizen with that one? Still advantage for DZ, but it can get real close. Oh, it can get real close from here. Because with no Candelas remaining, one of two flashes goes out, and Giddy plays behind. Allow Dark Zero to move on in. Allow him to start putting this case down. A drone goes out to watch the cross, watch the swing, as Giddy will let us move into the post, but they both lined up for him. The first one slips by, and the second creeps right under his nose. 2 attacks in a row for Dark Zero. Their first half woes not translating to their attacking side.
Brilliant play from Spirits there. And the fact that he was tucked in, it was a bit unpredictable. It was like, is he really going to be tucked in, all, doubled up on each other? And then the Habana just sprints it, makes a run for it through the doorway. And it's at that moment that you have to try and strike. Slightly slower fire rate there for Gitty as well. And Spirit's just hopping up onto the box. It's just an alternate angle. You don't expect them to be on the box. They're going to peek your crouch. They're going to peek your stud. No one ever expects the box. Cloud9 going to choose now to take their timeout. These defensive rounds really not going their way. So it is time to take a little bit of stock. They did a good job on the attacks, and they're probably thinking we don't want that to go to waste. We can put up a good showing here against Dark Zero, but they're not going to be able to put up a good showing if they keep letting DZ run roughshod over them on those attacking rounds. And DZ are doing a great job at the moment, getting that advantage and really converting it. They're playing a very different brand of Siege on that attack as to what we saw Cloud9 play. And I think that they're just coming up against those obstacles now, and they just need a bit of time to figure out how they're going to deal with it.
Also a bit different than what we saw yesterday. I mean, on their attacking side, Spirits wasn't on shields the whole time. He was kind of bouncing between ops, but it felt a lot more, not only a lot more just straight up execute oriented, like on the site, trying to like fully clear out those positions. It still just felt a bit more competitive between M80. It felt like when M80 was shooting back, they were still keeping it close against DZ. And what do we have today? It feels like when DZ gets set up, maybe a body falls, maybe. By and large, they're able to get what they want, no matter the cost. And when you talk about a player that is doing well, that you really not only don't want to be doing well on Dark Zero, period, but especially on Border, Pambazu, player we're looking at right now, 12-6 the moment KD, 4-1 on the entry. 2 defensive opening engagements, 2 on the attack in the 2 rounds we've seen from him so far. I mean, that is a player that the longer he remains alive, the bigger of a threat he becomes. Not because he's some late round lurker. That's because if he hasn't had his impact early, he's in the mode right now where he is going to have it late. He is one of the best fraggers in North America, and him lighting up the scoreboard for DZ right now is really worrying, because if he's having impact early on, he's acquired that early map control for them, and now they can start pressuring you all around the map. But if he gets activated late game, that means the site's probably getting hit, and you're probably on the losing end of this round.
You could say he's locked in.
I think he's locked in. I think he's wired in.
I think he's wired in.
Are you wired in?
I don't think we can disturb him.
I'm sorry, my prod is at the cleaners. Sorry.
I was just going to apologize that we're in a tech pause right now. We were in a tactical timeout for Cloud9, and that has transitioned into a tech pause. We are going to hit a very short break. After that, we will be back. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thanks so much for bearing with us during that short tech pause. We are back in the lobby, and we haven't missed a moment of the action. Dark Zero versus Cloud9, 5-3 as it currently sits. Dark Zero off the back of a couple of really impressive attacking rounds. And Cloud9, they just took their tactical timeout before we entered our tech troubles. However, how has that fared? Because obviously the momentum and everything that was spoken about in that timeout has just been rattling around everyone's brains, Lynx.
Not mine. There's not a lot going on in mine, to be honest with you. So it's been whenever we go to a break and whenever I'm not casting, I get kind of like shut off like a robot, like an android, and I just like sit recharging for 6 days.
Just standby time.
Yeah, pretty much. Or in this case, just a few minutes, as we did get back in pretty quickly. I was a bit worried at first, but we're chilling now, and hopefully we'll see Cloud9 chill quite a bit on this Bathroom Teller's defense. Not at all for Dream. He immediately sprints over, and we are bandit tricking the oh no, sorry, I thought there was X-Kairos on the wall. It's actually X-Kairos on the castle barricade, but we are still electrifying that wall. Cloud9, very, very eager to keep control of Courtyard as long as possible.
This has been cooked, and I'm not sure if it's over or not. You don't often see a bandit over on border. There are often a lot of ways to try and open up walls, and walls are tend to just sort of be kind of given away, not for free, but there's sort of tried and tested ways of holding these walls that we're seeing electrified. Not so often, but it is going to give Dark Zero something to do, and that might be a good thing. Dark Zero have had kind of the run of the teeth on their attacks so far, and giving them a couple of mini games and a couple of problems to solve may just trip them up or indeed slow them down in their endeavors. They're still posturing at the moment in and around this east stair area, and it's going to be Kobilax to in fact pick up that opener, but it isn't an opener or an advantage for long, as it is immediately traded.
A good find by Citizen there is Kobilax taking one DMR shot has put him down to very low HP. That castle where Kobilax was known about for quite a long time. We saw Pamazoo with the drone Z-ping in that position constantly, and he's still able to get a kill on the way out and retreat to that hatch. In a good position to fall back, but maybe, just maybe, the castle will decide to play his life. The smoke marked by that second death mark tracker immediately taken off as they're just trying to find the position, and smoke's not really in a useful position to capitalize off that intel right now. Spirits will cut down the castle. He will regret overstaying his welcome if that hatch was open. The Packer trying to bring it back. One player just around the corner. Citizen on the cutoff finds one, but he still knows that the smoke is there, or that Packer's there. He's ready for it. Final one goes out, and he's spotted from the break room position. Took a little bit to get going, but Dark Zero creep into border and knock Cloud9 out of the park. Match point coming out of the rehost.
It's going to take a little bit more than a few oddly placed bandit batteries and reinforced walls and sort of pseudo power positions that Cloud9 tried to create there to knock Dark Zero off their game. Now, where do we go with the bans? Early on, inside of this half, Dark Zero were very successful with the Ying. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Ying removed. In the last couple of rounds, though, they haven't played it. It's almost like, is it those mental war games or that sort of mindset that they're trying to sort of throw everybody off the scent and give them Ying for this final round? Well, it may have worked. The Deimos has been removed and the castle removed as well. So again, some of those areas, they're not going to be as strong, as well defended. Citizen, he had a great time as soon as he got into break room there, and he didn't overcommit at all. I think he probably ended up almost outside the building there as the round was drawing to a conclusion, just because he didn't need to fully commit to that CCTV. They knew they had the player pinned down and dead to rights.
I do like that castle being taken off the board for Dark Zero, because Cloud9 have played it every single round, and I think you mentioned as well, well, the bandit being the example you talked about. I don't know if he really was overcooking or undercooking. Like, the flame was certainly on, and I don't think it was a bad idea, but it did end up kind of being like, all right,
10 seconds
helped Kobilax get that kill at least. Could play aggressive on that reinforcement, so we'll give them credit there. But they brought the castle every single time to try and provide big problems for Dark Zero to solve, and while they haven't been tripped up too much in the grand scheme of things, and Dark Zero's still like, seems you really like that castle, well, we'd prefer we not deal with him anymore. Doesn't mean we have to bring X-Kairos necessarily to try and drain all of those hard breaching. I mean, we've seen the Hibana 3 rounds in a row. Now that castle's banned, Ollie, Hibana nowhere to be found.
Yeah, freeze you up a lot. you're able to pick into different things. And the different things in this round, we're going to see the Thatcher. We're also going to see the Cali. Spirits fancying himself here as a bit of a hot shot.
This is a you playing ranked.
This is a me play right now. The thing is, I'd be playing like right back in spawn, just waiting for everybody else to do something in the round.
I played with you doing that.
Yeah. Oh, you know the game.
Oh, I know.
You've played the game.
I know the XR Troika ball.
Spirits is taking a slightly different approach, and he's maybe got the skill set to do so. I'm not that quick on the sticks these days. But he's going to get himself onto the ventilation window, narrowly missing out at a chance of a shot there, but you'd hope that there's a little bit of disturbance and certainly some info being fed his way. Don't forget Nath on that Monty. He can start to push through, and look at him go.
Hello? Oh, look at those EMPs. Oh, Giddy's on top of him. Runs right into the Monty, but he's too low on time. So Nath just backs off. Little quick peek, we'll find the Cali, but Giddy is a rock in a hard place and then some in this corner. Right between the Cali and the Monty on 1 HP. What a tricky position he finds himself in. Stimmed back to full. Lucky you brought that dock, but he is not doing much as they try to take these long angle fights. NJR doing NJR things on Repel with a two-piece. A flawless to begin and a flawless to end. Dark Zero's second play of Border in 2 days. Never losing more than 3 rounds per map.
Dark Zero, I don't think that there's many teams that are going to want to take you to Border after what you've showed us over the past couple of days. Finishing things off with a flawless as well there. The timeout, unfortunately, for Cloud9, not giving them anything to go on at all. DZ looking pretty happy with that, and they should be. They played lights out on the attack, and they had a great answer for everything that Cloud9 were trying to do. Cloud9 were playing some weird, kooky things on that defense, and they still were able to get those flawless rounds on the attack. We're going to hit a break in the desk. They're going to break it down for you.
Oh, nice show.
Where's
Still
this Doc?
close, say. Okay, Doc is in archive. Doc is in archive.
Take
We're
it.
gonna archive on our Fenris for your window, Zach. Just hold your run out still. Still close, safe Fenris. Last unknown.
Fuck that.
Nice boy.
Good fucking call. Yeah. Well played, Rob. Massive game, boys. Good resilience.
Nah, Kenny is so right for that. Good call, Nate. It's really nice to hear how just clean their comms are, even in those like last final moments. A little bit of a hiccup when it comes to the tech pause, but initially, you know, they're still coming back. Had a good game. Was really clean, but the question remains, what is Cloud9 doing?
I mean, Cloud9's attacks weren't that bad. I thought their attacks were pretty decent.
You watched the same game?
I will
what
say,
we expect.
I mean, I will say, like, their attacks were decent, but I also think DZ fumbled in the bans because Packer is their Achilles heel. You remove him off that Blackbeard, I don't think they find the success that the Blackbeard was bringing.
No, not at all. But I mean, the 3 rounds on attack, obviously, I expected them to get 7-0'd or 7-1. So obviously, to get 3 rounds, you know, it's a good baby steps for Cloud9. Again, don't understand the map pick.
Nah, we're digressing.
Nah,
I mean,
so it's
if
like
you
the
look
expectations is like 6 feet under.
Nah, I mean,
like on the floor.
M80 was a 7.5. Then SSG was a 7.4, and then today was a 7.3. So if anything, we're going backwards.
Ooh,
we're crawling. We aren't taking steps.
And I mean, the teams that they're playing only got better and better. I mean, Dark Zero is arguably the best right now. And then to go to border did yourself no favors. And obviously, yeah, once the side swapped and DZ was on their attacks, I mean, they were just picking Cloud9 apart. There was really no response that they had. Everyone from DZ, every time they'd get that opening kill, everyone else just stops moving. They post up, they wait for Cloud9 to go for this overconfidence, over-peaking to try and get it back, and it just didn't work. And also, the areas where it looked like Cloud9 was stopping them, which would be Dome or Archives, once they would lose the first round, Dark Zero was so good at responding. And Giddy specifically, they shut him down in Dome and then progressed throughout, and they constantly had those adaptations.
Yeah, the Blacklight detail, this one is going to be for that final round that we've seen. A little bit of a funny one thrown in here, Lax.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty standard take for the most part. You have the Monty pushing into Archives, plant inside the smoke. Unfortunately for Giddy, I mean, he just puts his nuts basically on the back of Nafe, and Nafe turns around. What's going on here? Finds out that he's right behind him, and then it's pretty much just
jump scare.
It's cut clean and precise here from the rest of Dark Zero to just smoothing out that round and close it on a perfect and flawless round.
Yeah, once the case was put down, I mean, I love the discipline, though, and we highlighted the comms. It was very calm. The comms were calm, essentially, because you have Nafe in the site with the Monty. There's no risk of him going down. He can sit down and communicate to everybody. And Spirits was tucked up on the Archives window. All of the players behind Nafe were just hiding on their rappel, holding their angles. I mean, it was clean cut. Dark Zero knew that once that case go down, that's the hard part down.
Round.
Yeah, you don't have to do anything else over. You don't got to go out of your comfort zone. Just play it easy.
Yeah, that's what they did, and it was a pretty easy game. At least they made it look easy. We also have Nafe ready for the interview from the side of DZ. So, again, thanks for joining. Congratulations. I feel like this is something that we're going to be doing every single play day. You guys are just winning. You have to do the interview. So, when it comes to today, when it comes to going up against C9, you guys have seen them yesterday on the exact same map, and you see them pick hits. What goes through your head at that point?
Yeah, we definitely wasn't. Well, I mean, like, obviously, we knew border would be an option because we weren't going to ban it. But I think for them to pick it after we just had a good game against them yesterday, and they also kind of not destroyed, but it was a convincing win for SSG on it yesterday too. So it was a bit surprising, but I mean, we'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you got to walk away. You got to be happy with that.
A win is a win.
A win is a win. But that being said, let's talk a little bit about your job being the IGL in the server. I mean, one thing that we noticed is on the first round of your guys' attacks, Giddy did a great job inside of Dome. He was causing a little bit of problems to you guys. You guys ended up doing an amazing wrap around to Armory once you realized both players were towards Dome. The next time you guys attack on Dome, what does the communication look like from you or the team specifically to identify, okay, Giddy was a problem on this first round. What do we do next going forward in the next round if they do the exact same thing?
Well, I think like the breakdoor players, like Ben and Zach and Nick, did a good, because I think the one round we got an early pick on the breakdoor player. Yeah. I can't remember who it was, but they did like a quick play. I'm outside Archive, so I don't see a lot what's going on. But I think our big thing was getting a pick around him so he has less help. So we have the option to push long, for example. So it's not just like one-dimensional, because I think like the first few rounds is kind of me going a bit like before everyone else was from the Archive balcony. So I think them getting that quick play gives us more space. We can push long. We can push both sides of triple. Yeah, I think just being a bit more on the same page.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, again, congratulations once again. I mean, you guys are looking flawless at this point. I want to talk about the ban phase. I mean, you guys didn't get rid of the Blackbeard, where I felt realistically Packer is their Achilles heel in that sense, that if you remove Packer from the equation, the team of Cloud9 on attack just looks kind of stuck. But instead of banning the Blackbeard, you guys banned the Glaz. I'm curious as to why the Glaz was the choice over the Blackbeard when the Blackbeard was being more of a threat than anything else.
No, yeah, you're definitely right. Blackbeard, we know, like, from just scrimming those guys, they need, if Packer's not on a shield, those guys do not move.
Yeah.
But like we also understood as well, it's just like for example, we were playing without utility, and for example, like they would nade the stairs guy, and it was a free kill for them. We were also like contemplating if they banned Warden third, and Glaz was still up, so it could have been a problem. That's why we mainly went for the Glaz, because like we can deal with the BB with traps and like C4s and all that kind of stuff. And at the end of the day, like what they were doing is quite predictable. Like he repelled in sandwich 2 times, and we actually killed him both times. So like one round, I literally had my Fenrir pistol out, just waiting for him. But like it was just a case of us being switched on, just having like a tiny bit strategically, but also just being switched on for like the quick plays for the BB.
For sure.
Well, another successful week for you guys over at DZ. Another 3 points added to what you guys already have. I think that puts you at 12. So, Nave, thank you so much for your time again for the interview. And we're going to let you go. Enjoy the rest of your week.
Thank you. And you.
They were predictable. That's, I don't know if that's what you expect to hear when you are in the NAL. It is tier 1. You're going up against a team like Cloud9, a team that has had success when it comes to at least reload to an extent. And then he just drops, they were really predictable. We know they don't move. They get some scrims. It's scary for Cloud9.
Yeah, obviously, when you're Cloud9, they are a newer team, obviously, just comprised before reload, so it's going to take some time to get used to everything, figure out what's going to work, what's not. But I'm glad that DZ brought up a chance to talk about the bans specifically, because it's a new look at those bans, just being like, okay, well, why do we ban Glaz? Well, we assumed the Warden was going to come out. We knew how to deal with Packer on the BB. I mean, it sure showed that they knew, and then especially once the side swap, there wasn't really anything stopping them. So
it was done.
Yeah.
It was done and dusted, but you live and you learn, and obviously like being part of the competition is a lot of experience that you get as well. And something that we would like to remind you guys of is Element signups are open, qualifiers 20th of June until the 22nd, and I think today is like what, is it? I don't even know, man, like what day it is. It is today. Thank you so much, production. It is today. Today is the 20th. So I'm going to give it over to our analysts who have a little bit of experience when it comes to playing a little bit more competitively, and why you should sign up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great testing ground to be able to improve yourself. Even if you don't qualify into the NAL, it's a great place to get scouted. And obviously the man on the screen is Giddy. And although C9 did lose today, he did do a pretty good performance. He showed why he deserved to be on a Pro League team. And he's had his own longevity in that T2 scene of Element, slowly improving, getting to where he needs to be. So if you have dreams of making it to the NAL, playing against some of the faces you've been watching, Element is a great place to start. But if you're lax, you probably wouldn't play NAL. You probably wouldn't play Element.
Wow.
No, I would definitely play Element. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I like that you said, even if you don't qualify, it's just about getting that experience. And especially if you got 5 friends, you just want to feel that you could maybe play something competitive. That is. That's more than I have. I mean, it's just you two at this point. But I mean, realistically, it is a great proving ground to just test your gunfire, test the teamwork, and then see if you can make that qualifier. And like you were saying, the caveat of it is, if you do look really good, you are impressive, you might be scouted by a T1 team and then end up, we're talking about you just like we are Giddy.
Yeah, and usually it ends up these two flaming you, so I don't know. Make that decision wisely, but either way, we still have another game coming up. Well, another 3 games coming up today, with the next one being SSG against Envy, a roster that actually had to play in the Tier 2 to qualify here. So, if you want to see what that's like once you do end up getting in Tier 1, make sure you stick around because we're going to be back after the break.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitbo. Their first lap. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from NA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
Rainbow Six Siege get free access now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back to the NAL with our third game of today. SSG going up against Envy. SSG has had a pretty good performance so far and they're heating up. But Envy, can they stop them? Because they have a little bit of an overheating problem themselves, but more in a negative way. I'm Jeannie, joined with Foxay and Lax, and we're going to break this one down, starting off with SSG.
Yeah, SSG, I mean, this is a team that we've talked about time and time again. It's a hot and cold, whether you're going to get a hot SSG or you're going to get a cold SSG. And realistically, I think they've been hot overall. Sure, they had that comeback from Wildcard, but realistically, they've been looking good through and through. And I think a good quote or a good phrase that's said is, don't fix something that isn't broken. And we clearly saw that. In Reload, they wanted to change their playstyle, put it around Newers, didn't work. They come into the NAL, they now focus on their strength of being aggressive, and that is actually where we are now seeing them thrive. They didn't need to fix anything. They just had to resort back to what is more comfortable for them. And especially throughout their matches so far in their game against Cruelty, I mean, SSG really is looking to be dominant. I just think they just need a little more time of putting Newers in his position and then also finding Benja on top of their position. But I mean, through and through, so far, I'm pretty convinced with how SSG has been playing.
Yeah, I'm happy with their performance so far. I agree completely. I think the more time that players, specifically like Benja, gets more acclimated to playing that flex role. I mean, obviously, Newers is doing his part. Ashen back on the entry is obviously the best player in the NAL right now, so I think it goes without saying, a little bit more time and they'll be comfortable.
Yeah, and even with a little more time, and when we look at their attacks, I mean, they're the 4th highest rated team attacking so far, and that's where it goes into. They're being able to play into their aggressive nature that Fultz talked about is, you know, they want to play the smaller maps because it allows them to play so aggressive. There's less chances of possibly being able to overextend, and I think it really paints the picture, especially when you looked at that graph. All the top 4 teams are within that same 60 percentile, and then it immediately falls off to a 40%. And we've already talked about it. Attack is the harder side. So if you're already doing above a halfway point of that 50%, you're at 60%, SSG is looking very strong.
I think the most shocking thing about that stat is that out of all the bottom teams, Cruelty's the best attacking team. That's a big shock, but obviously SSG, I mean, yeah, I think they're in a good constant. They're trying to get more accustomed to being that top team. We always see them in that top 4, but we don't always feel comfortable saying SSG is a top 2
top
team.
4, yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I guess, as well for their side of things is just needing a little bit of time to gel together, and not just as the roster, but also how they're playing, this being the regional league, getting used to things. But it is play day number 4, and again, it is a single round robin. You want to get top 6, you want to get as many points as possible, so you got to lock in. And that's the same story for Envy, because like Envy on the leaderboard, they're not looking pretty.
Nah, they're not too comfortable. They're towards the bottom, but like we said, out of all the teams at the bottom, I'd say they have the most room for potential, most room for growth, because I feel like they're doing a good job at improving day to day. Obviously, yesterday against OXG, it was such a close game, and if they just focused a little bit more on fundamentals, it would have gotten in their favor, because they had great entry statistics and they had great trading statistics at the end of the day. But obviously, the biggest issue for them came to over-peaking, and that was the biggest mishap. But it didn't come from just over-peaking because of the simple things that we see from Envy, where they're a new team and struggling. It's these clips specifically where they get the man advantage and then immediately throw it back. They were confident. They had the energy against OXG, and even when they had man advantages, they would just constantly give it back. Here's a nice little 2v3 where if you play off of your teammate JJ Blast, maybe tides can turn. And it's little minute details of a swing like that that could go in your favor, but because it doesn't, it guarantees you lose that round.
And the reality is, you know, you're a newer player. You're coming from that T2 league where you aren't getting punished as hard for things like this. Some of these plays don't necessarily need to make the most sense to you, whereas in T1, you pretty much have to make every play make sense to some degree. So in some areas, I can, you know, understand why they're playing so aggressive, but it is a live and learn situation, whereas now going forward, hopefully once they find themselves in that winning position, they just learn to just take a breather, stop moving, and wait for the other team to make the mistake.
And one specific player as well that we were looking to highlight, or that you were looking to highlight, Fox, when it comes to overheating and getting that advantage and then kind of just like losing it, was Twist.
Yeah, Twist in week 1 didn't really show up. He was the lowest performer on Envy, but obviously yesterday against OXG, he popped off. He was so impactful on getting those kills, on winning rounds for Envy, but he was also a double-edged sword. He was a negative for Envy too, because in the rounds where he wasn't getting a multi-kill, he would get maybe an advantage or put himself in a position to trade his teammate, but then immediately give it back. Twist currently has the lowest survival rate in the NAL. He is constantly having bad performances, and obviously we can attribute that to a rough week 1. But when he's having an amazing performance like he did yesterday against OXG, and to then still have a very abysmal survival rating of 25% and constantly giving his body up, even in rounds that Envy should win, it's making things that much harder for Envy to have a successful, clean, full through start to finish round. If he can just focus on that, which is the fundamentals, him and the rest of Envy will look a lot stronger of an opponent to go up against.
So then you would want them to go to maps that highlight these fundamentals, or at least give them the opportunity to work on them a little bit more, because we're saying, you know, time and improvement and whatever, but again, like, the clock is ticking.
I think it doesn't really come down to a map specifically. It's up to Envy understanding when they need to peak and when they don't need to peak, especially when you get that man advantage. Let's stay slow. And it's team like SSG is going to bite on that. If you give them that opportunity to go for a gunfight, SSG is going to want that gunfight.
And Cafe is definitely a map that you don't want to necessarily overextend on. It's already hard as an attacker trying to get in. You're starting on this defense as Envy, so you got to be comfortable here. And this is really where you don't want to give up these power positions or having to give up positions in general because you're overextending. You play your positions, especially on that top floor, you will be sitting pretty for once the team finally has to execute. And we've already seen from SSG in terms of being able to overextend them. That's a team that you don't want to allow them to set up because they are going to punish you.
Absolutely. And we gave the flowers to Envy in the last game that they played against SR on Cafe, and it was really good. They had amazing individual performances. And now if they can just wrap it all together under a nice little bow of the individual performances, but knowing when to get aggressive, when to stay put, especially against a team like SSG, if they can shut them down, shut that aggressive nature down, I mean, honestly, it could be a lot closer of a game than it might seem starting out on.
So does that mean that for prediction side of things, with Cafe being locked in and all these changes, you can maybe potentially possibly see a world where Envy does take it away from SSG? Because I know you guys don't agree.
I could see it.
I mean, I could see it. I'm still going to go with, I think, the safer bet of SSG.
Of course you are.
But I do want to say, with SSG being the 4th highest rated, I think really what's keeping them back compared to the other teams is that they aren't utilizing shields as much because Forrest was that player. So I do feel if they can use shields here into Cafe, we might see that success even higher for them on their attack percentage.
We might or we might not, but either way, we're going to find out as we're heading into our 3rd game of today of SSG going up against Envy with Extroika and Lynx.
Jenny, thank you very much indeed. We are ready and waiting to get stuck into our 3rd map of the day. Oh, how time flies when you're having fun. We're headed to Cafe this time. A bit of an SSG stronghold, Lynx.
Yes, a map that they love to play quite a bit. Don't get me wrong, it's no border, which is not only one of their favorite maps, but also by far and away probably their best over the past 1.5 to 2 years. But Cafe is a map they do love quite a bit. Basically, since stage 2 of last year, they've played it at least 4 to 5 times, or 3 times, excuse me, at every single event save for Reload, and with some pretty good wins and losses to teams like Virtus Pro and FaZe being the only teams to knock them off of it in recent history. And VP have been playing Cafe since I was in high school, and FaZe are one of the best teams in the world, and obviously right now are being the world champions. So this map that SSG are strong on, a map that Envy just barely lost to Shopify last week though, Ollie. So against top teams, Envy have cut it close here.
Envy have been cutting it close since they started. Obviously, we've already mentioned there that they played up and came through Element. Now they're going up against one of the big dogs, one of the veteran orgs inside of North America in SSG. We've got some fairly interesting bans there for a Cafe. We actually get a Melusi and a Valkyrie ban on that defense. We do actually see our first Grim ban of the evening, along with a Ying. So there's quite a lot of options open here. And something that really screams to me as something that's open is going to be that Azami. JJ, he wastes no time immediately picking onto that. Even though we're not upstairs, we often speak about how good Azami can be upstairs in piano. Azami is great pretty much everywhere on every map. So you better believe we're going to see a lot of it played in these first couple of rounds.
And if I'm Envy right now and I've seen SSG ban Melusi, you know where I'm going to have at least one set of eyes transfixed the entire time, Ollie. Staircases. White stairs, red stairs, brown stairs. Where do you normally put those Banshees? Of course, you put them on walk-ups, but you also like to put them on those staircases to make sure that some of those powerful points on the map, the complete access between the bottom floor and the top floor and vice versa, make sure nobody creeps up. Envy took a round off Shopify by noticing that there were no Banshees on white stairs, creeping in, getting a plant down inside of the 2nd floor site. Not we're playing right now, but this is something Envy have done against Shopify in that game on Cafe, and it's something that I hope they're weary of. As SSG like to crank, they like to get aggressive, but that Banshee off the board, not saying it will happen, but just be careful that nobody starts sneaking up white.
It's a very real possibility. Of course, as you mentioned there are quite a few staircases to keep a track of, so it does rely on quite a bit of coordination to do so. JJ dicing with death there as Snowdoll was getting pre-fired open. He was trying to get rid of the drone, and Twizz is even going to go and rotate down Brown as well. I just feel like both of those players have maybe narrowly missed out there being sent to the camera as Benja. He's retreated from the angle and is going to get himself into the drone. Amelia are going to be actively watching these red stairs as well as SSG. They've done the hard bit. They've made it to the building. That can often be one of the bigger obstacles here on Cafe.
Oh, yeah.
Now they can start to mount their attack.
And mounting it off the back of control gathered by Newers. Definitely a pickup that, not that I think Newers was a bad player, but replacing an IGL that plays a lot of shield to the primary entry was curious where the plan would go, but certainly one thing you can rely on. Newers taking that control, and you being pretty certain he's going to secure it, whether he has to take a fight or not. He's been one of the best entries in North America for the past 3 years since his entry on OXG back in 2022. And alongside Ashen moving on to that entry, one of the hottest rookie pickups over the past 2 years, you've got a very, very deadly combo if anybody decides to get in their way. But of course, from Envy, nobody has gotten in their way. Nobody on that second floor, all down on the first floor right now, and it's still taking 2 minutes to get this control. So as SSG open up these holes, it's still likely going to be a 5v5 until we get to about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I can't really decide how I feel about it at the moment. I feel like SSG have done a good job of taking a lot of map control. They're in that use the utility zone now, though, and we've seen them already swinging that sledgehammer and sending some nades downstairs. Does the players from Envy get a little bit more comfortable? I mean, this player in particular, JJ, is going to be hard to deal with.
Well, hard to deal with and getting it. Oh, well, that's one way to deal with them, trying to get the hell out of Dodge. But popping that Vulcan pack at the exact right time, and because SSG have not dealt with the player bottom white, they're just collapsing around this freezer drop. J9 will find Emilio's. Ben just looking to creep forward, but it is just like shooting or smoking out fish in a barrel for Envy. And yet somehow SSG keeping it even. Twist going for the flank, but J9 so patient. And they still find themselves trapped in freezer with 10 seconds remaining. They line up for JJ, still in this position. But how's Benja found that one? Snake peeks around the corner, and he just trades with them. A 1v1 right at the end. Came a lot closer than I thought, but Envy, despite that, upper hand the entire time.
Here we go again. More one-for-one trades to close out rounds. And everyone just left for a fraction of a second going, how did they win that? Who
that
won
was
that?
me. That was
Envy,
me
of course,
just then.
Winning that round. I don't know how Benja got away with killing JJ, by the way, on the other side of that Kiba barricade. That was a little bit ridiculous. Very slippy player. SSG maybe just spending a little bit too much time. We kind of commented on it. Cafe, a difficult map. You usually spend around a minute, get into the building or get into your entry point. This point here, I mean, Benja, right place, right time, just as the smoke dissipated. J9O upstairs as well. You could kind of see the vision. You know, there's a couple of DMRs being brought from SSG. They recognize, right, we've let the Azami through. We have to bring the DMRs to deal with the Kiba barricades. But then again, if you're shooting at the Kiba barricades, you're not shooting at the guy that's swinging from behind it. Nades become your friend. Any projectile. Just goes to show the power of that Azami. JJ just getting that one singular kill. Tucked in there, just in kitchen. Really changing the way the round plays out. Moving off that basement level, that ground floor level, should I say. You now know that you're going to be dealing with that top floor, and again, trying to get through that Azami.
Look at this shield coming in. Something I know Gabe mentioned before we got in this game, but something that we were all really curious about SSG, where, hey, you're dropping, like, the shield guy in North America. Like, he's always picking shields for your team. Are you going to move somebody onto that role? What's the plan? When we asked Call it that, he's like, oh, we're going to be a bit more flexible, you know, do what we want. And right now, Ashen's picking it up, and he thinks he can, I think, echo some of Forrest's accomplishments, pushing in deep. He's met no resistance to speak of. Benja with the shotgun has opened things up onto the 5v4. Nobody's home inside of the site. They've been trying to play retake, play the vertical, but if that was going to happen, you'd hope somebody would fire back at this point, and nobody does. 2 kills for Benja with the M59. And now Envy start dropping down with the Revolver 2. Benja is a menace. And SSG are indomitable, flawless to recover from their loss on basement.
It's a crank round.
Oh.
They cranked it.
Oh, they cranked
Ashen cranked it. Bolts cranked it. Benja cranked it. That was a full send. They were going for it. Little slingshot through that snow door. Bosch straight into the site. Good read and a great call. Hey, everyone's upstairs. They're still making vert. They've not got sufficient angles. I think we can push in and take this. Couple of smoke canisters get thrown out. A lot of confusion. Ben just starts getting kills elsewhere, and all of a sudden, bang, the plant is down. SSG really not wasting any time at all there, and showing a real sort of trademark of their playstyle. Not afraid to really change up the pace between one round and the next. Round one, super slow. Not unwinnable either, let's be honest. It came down to a 1 versus 1. There wasn't a lot of time left. But round two, lightning quick, blink and you miss it stuff. It just lets you sit here and wonder and ponder what we're going to see in round 3.
And especially when you talk about lack of fear, I mean, that's why I think SSG with shields can be so threatening, is because if Ashen doesn't see anybody on that shield, you think Ashen's going to stop moving? You think he's going to stay still? No. That boy's like Aaron Yeager. He's always moving forward. Like, he is not stopping until he hits somebody in the face with that ballistic shield. And when he carves that space through the site, SSG moved to fill it. As you move into the next go-around, Cocktail site. Second time we'll see Rora in this game so far. An operator we've seen quite a bit on Cafe and NA. Shopify have brought her quite a few times, just to cut out different positions and make it easier to acquire a beachhead in a map that can oftentimes be a little difficult to entry, but, well, down she goes. Rival just peeks the single window, taking a page out of Ashen's playbook, gets aggressive early, and reaps the benefits of it.
Yeah, we saw Aurora in round 1, but we didn't actually see any utility usage.
I'm 90% sure she didn't even use it because of how low time it was.
No, I think it's for the DMR, and I commented on it at the time, and I think it's just the Azami's up, you need a DMR, what do you want to play? You've kind of got a bit of flexibility. You look at the lineup, they're bringing 3 of them, or at least they were until Ashen fell.
Rest in peace.
Opening pick for Envy, though. Ooh. A little bit uncharacteristic for them, given their low entry kill rate. However, J90 will get it back. It's a late trade, but it's a trade nonetheless. And we're still left with some SSG players sort of scrambling around on the roof, kind of wondering which way they want to go.
If they did want to bring the Roar for that utility, it is a bit of a problematic moment, but then again, SSG kind of, I mean, it's not unique for them to do a cocktail take, like plenty of teams do it, but when I think of SSG attacking cocktail, it is certainly putting a lot of pressure on this side early on, but typically with more utility and typically more successfully, they'll throw those flashbangs and nades in all at the same time, and instead they're playing passively, seemingly waiting for Envy to move, and as they're so focused on cocktail, Snake just hops out white window and kills 2 of them. Fultz will hit the rappel and pick up Snake as he tries to move back in. Benja got another one too, and somehow, despite that chaos, we're back to a 2v2. This would be SSG's second 2v4 in 2 days. Benja, in particular, winning in against Cloud9 yesterday. He creeps down white stairs, clearly worried about his back line. Fultz out on rappel, Benja moving his way in, but with one close in library, the intel's lacking completely for Space Station. And for Benja Master right there, his run comes to an end, and Fultz will hang silent on the cocktail window as Envy take one right back.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate for Benja, but he'll leave him in those positions enough times, and eventually he is going to stop being able to pull that rabbit out of the hat. He was 6-1 there at the end of that last round. He'll be 6-2 now going into round number 4. A close round again there for SSG, and to be honest, one that they didn't have much business it being that close in. Envy getting that opening pick onto the Ashen, and we really didn't see the full plan unfold how SSG wanted to play that. No real surprise now to see the Azami removed, and it will likely free SSG up a little bit in terms of their operator selection, maybe not relying so heavily on those DMRs. Quickly followed by a tactical timeout, by the way. They must have called this at the end of round number 3. We go through the ban phase, and now we have the timeout ahead of getting stuck into round number 4.
I'm very glad to see that Azami go for the same reason you mentioned. Well, it obviously forced their hand to bring a lot of those DMRs, but also at the same time, it was one of the key reasons. I mean, or they lost round 1. They had a good solution, don't get me wrong. They naded the right spot, it landed in bunker with JJ sitting behind Akiba watching Freezer, but he's able to dodge it and immediately retake the position, and you're kind of screwed if you can't get an angle on that with the DMR. So taking it off is going to be very useful, especially since aside from Bakeries, he's been brought every round, but as we do take that tactical timeout, it was a very quick one for SSG in round 2, but when they've actually tried to play normal, go for their full clears, do normal stuff on Cafe, that is really where they've struggled. Envy have been able to get aggressive early, win those fights, and when they've not needed to, like in round 1, they just played the setup. Envy are doing what you'd hope they do when they're trying to bounce back from their record. They've shown they can play disciplined, showed they can play the setup on kitchen. Nobody contesting that middle floor. Everybody playing on site. Round 3, they know cocktail, you don't have a lot of room to sit. You got to get aggressive on those windows. They get aggressive, and they win it. They're showing they understand the sites they're playing. They're showing they can take it to SSG in the early game, which is something I in particular was worried about. So with SSG taking this pause, I like it, especially in the attacking side, obviously. But I really got to see as we go back to basement, hopefully a bit quicker on this full clear and a bit more decisive when it comes to clearing out that utility in sight.
Yeah, I really want to see how the rounds play out from here with that Azami being removed. I think we've stressed the point, but it is just so crucial. And it is going to force Envy to play in a very different way. And as such, it'll give SSG a little bit more freedom. You can see the lineup that they've brought this time. They've got a bit more space. They've got the Dokubi in there. Obviously, the Deimos has been removed. They're still going to be running the shield. That's 3 different players that have picked that shield up so far. But Fultz, Ashen, and Newers all play a shield in this matchup. As we've already mentioned, searching for the gap almost that Forest has left in this team. And no one wanting to stick it so far. Somewhere that SSG have been very good historically inside of Stage 1 has been that entry. They were unsuccessful in the previous round, and it really cost them. And again, unsuccessful here. An early C4 from JJ is going to see J90 sent to the cameras. He's only been able to get 1 Selma out there as well.
I mean, you got to hand it to Envy right now. That's 3 of the 4 opening duels going Envy's way. And against SSG, that is so impressive. But pushing his luck a little bit, JJ tries to spray down Fultz on the upside-down rappel. And not only does that Capital get 1, he picks up 2. Twist feeling pressure inside of the site as I wanted SSG to pick up the pace. And look at this. Benja already on the red stairs landing, waiting for that second call to charge so he can either take the fight to the player outside prep or creep into red and deal with Emilio. Of course, Twist is looking at that position, but he's got to do double duty at the moment. Maybe Rival can help cover Bakery, but as the Monty pushes up, we'll give intel to the rest of the team where these players are playing. Spotted 1 and make that 2. 1 inside a coat. 1 at the Bakery double towards the interior of the site. Emilio will back off and seed Kochek, but that's a powerful position given up.
Ashen 1 bullet away here, but wins the engagement on Emilio. That's the green light for Benja to start pushing forward as well. Fultz, he can start to get the plant down, and SSG have got a great cutoff here. A lot relies on Rival making smart plays here. He's not going to be able to stop the diffuser going down, and look at Ashen go.
What more could you want? What more could you want? SSG picking up the pace and then some. Twist in a difficult position. Will check, code check. Very logical position for a player to play in this post. What you don't expect is Ashen prone with the secondary shotty. Nobody is going to anticipate that one. And SSG, nobody able to keep a consistent lead. Back and forth, tit for tat, tie game once again. Look back to round 1, Ollie. Nobody on that second floor. Took them like 2 minutes to get to mining and Duvert.
Yeah.
Not even a minute and 10 seconds in, Benj is on red stairs landing. And he's there the rest of the round until we get to the execute. Sure, they were struggling a little bit. JJ gets that opening kill. C4 out the door. Love that. Envy been so confident this game, and I really appreciate it. Maybe overplays a little right here, but Fultz finding that second kill onto the player Bakery, you just make the whole round for them at that point. It was a 5v5 up until 30 seconds left in round 1. First kill and first engagements come out before we even hit the 2-minute mark this go around, and it favors SSG. Not really hard to see the picture for why that round turned out the way it did.
No, well-timed timeout there for SSG. Very quickly nipping things in the bud. The question is, can they do it again? Different site this time. Envy choosing not to re-pick downstairs into the kitchen. Instead, going to opt for a little bit more of an upstairs hold. They haven't really got the tools necessarily to do so. They've brought the laser gates. You're going to be able to place those out there and soak up a little bit of utility. That is about the limit of that utility soak. The rest is going to be focused a little bit more in the trapped area. Maybe just trying to stop players like Benja being given so much space. A couple of goo mines on some staircases. We've got a couple of FNATs flying out there, but Ashen is going to be able to gather a lot of that info on IQ's scanner. Should be able to ping it out for the team.
Always a nice find. Not always. sometimes you bring the IQ, there's no electronics, and you feel silly, but when you do see that lineup and you can spot things like F-Nauts, you feel quite good. SSG pushing into Cocktail, Benja moving on in. It's still Envy getting the opening engagement for so far, but Benja trying to peek around the smoke will eventually find Rival, but Emilio's creeped right up behind. And out goes the Aurora from Cocktail. Fultz creeping on in, back on that Capital. This advantage changing hands so rapidly. Feels so haphazard and tenuous control for either team. But it's SSG coming away with the 3v2. Fultz inside of the site, putting down the diffuser. They lose one body, but they gain the post. And that might just be what matters. Fultz is out of all that utility, watching close while Ashen peeks long. Able to get the first, not the second, but Ashen playing the trade. It is as close can get in a very loose grip on round 5. But SSG cling just enough fingers to it and pull victory out of a hat.
It's the duality of SSG as a team, isn't it? They can be one of the best teams in North America, and then they can give us a game like this against Envy, where everyone... I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Everyone low-key writes Envy off coming into this one, given that they're 9th going into it. And you look at SSG and you think, yeah, they should be, you know, top 4, top 3 team. And then the rounds are this close.
You can never...
It's just wild to think.
Whenever...
Real scrappy stuff. I mean, Benja there with the space that he was able to create, it was a brilliant use of Aurora as well, because he cut off the double door toward planks. That was what allowed him then to hop in and play with a little bit of surety and a bit of safety. But as soon as that disappears, bang, you got players running through smoke, just headlong into him.
10 seconds remaining.
Whenever SSG plays a team, man, whenever they play a team, you can't count out their opponent. You just can't. Because SSG, they can be the only team with the tournament, aside from Furia, to beat FaZe. SSG can also go 8-6 against Wildcard or be narrow in a game against Envy. Or 2-1 against Black Dragons in Montreal. It's just the way this team is. Some days they're world beaters. Some days it looks like... Sometimes it looks like Roller Monday is going to be too far away. Or Roller Saturday, excuse me. Got the date wrong. Reloading. But they got the lead right now. 3-2. In the post, nonetheless, good trades played between Ashen and Fultz right there, keeping that man advantage intact through to the very end. But Envy are not scared. Envy are not daunted. Still playing aggressive, positioned quite forward with that C4. Twist will send one out, but Ben just sees it coming. Backs up. I don't think a single iota of damage done to a player on SSG.
Key piece of utility as well when you look at the lineup. They only see 4. Everything else has gone from being sort of trap focused to a little bit more information focused. You've got Maestro cameras. You have an Echo. Those yokai drones, they are going to be good for not much. If they're out there, you can use them as a camera, but you're not going to have that stunning effect. Everything now being sent in toward the Pixel as Ashen will pre-fire on, but it's J90 to pick up his second of the round. And information or not, it isn't going to stop SSG from tearing through this top floor.
Jesus Christ! Newer's decimating those 2 players on Cocktail, and Twist just sprints right into Benja. All smiles after that round on SSG, because if this looked like it was going to be a close game going into round 4, and even coming out of round 4, that round was anything but. Aside from their flawless in round 2, SSG's most dominant victory that half, coming at the very end and securing a 4-2 on their attacking side. I also agree with you, Ollie, that was a bold decision to use their 1C4 early. I also have to say, normally when we see players positioned as aggressively as that Echo, it's an Azami playing behind Kibas, not just kind of out in the open, free for anybody to take, and he just died. It's a very lackluster final round for Envy going into this side swap, and now they're on the harder side, and 4-2, not nearly as competitive a half as it felt like it could have been earlier on. Banphase just finishing up, though, is what we see SSG do for their defenses. Well, because of Envy, it certainly won't involve anything related to Azami or Mira. Not only 2 of the strongest ops in the game, but 2 particularly strong ops on Cafe.
It was a different game after the Azami got banned, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We didn't see Envy with the look in, and it's a point we stressed, and I kind of feel a little bit more vindicated now because it does just go to show how powerful that can be. Envy trying to switch gears, recognizing that SSG, they were looking to take early control. They were looking maybe for plants and thinking maybe about a little bit of denial at range, you know, some camera denial, whether that's the Yokais or Maestro Evil Eyes. But it never even come down to that. SSG just tore through them. And as such, we are at the side swap. SSG lead 4 rounds to 2. But it is quite a different landscape this time around. SSG have gotten into this phase, and the Blitz and the Brava are both removed. The Azami and the Mirror, as you've already mentioned, Lynx have gone as well. But there are other things that you can employ. Banshee is something that's going to be available, and Benja is going to rock onto that straight away and get them placed in and around the staircases. Should help things a little bit if anyone wants to try and get a little bit sneaky and try and gain a bit of ground here from this Envy side.
Well, like I mentioned, against Shopify last week, one of the key rounds Envy won. Shopify, to be fair, were giving away a lot of advantages, but one of the rounds Envy genuinely won from start to end great was when Rexon was playing Malusi. They spotted him all the way up on the top floor placing Banshees. They saw one wasn't on white. They figured, hey, if he's placing it, he's not going to be here until later in the round. We might be able to make something happen here. So Envy they understand how to play around those stairwells. If you give them a gap on the attack that they can exploit, and bringing that Banshee, you want to make sure everything is locked down, and even if some staircases aren't, keep an eye on it. Dokkaebi Call will go out. No mute jammers to silence those phones. You'll have to do so manually. But nobody from Envy capitalizing off that information. Twist will certainly have heard somebody moving around the red stairs, but it's Bakery. You know someone's going to be there.
The lineup that speaks of a roam clear that maybe doesn't exist. You brought the Dokkaebi, you brought the Deimos. We can see all 5 players in one overhead view right now on that first floor level. And Nuas, he's going to be making good with that DMR. It removes any ability to make considerable vert. And as such, it means that the players inside the site are going to be even safer right now. The Twitch drone can go through and cause a little bit of havoc. Get rid of a couple of those Vulcan packs. You do wonder, are we even going to get to the Vulcan canister stage of this round? Because Envy, they're kind of just petering out a little bit.
No Azami to run into either. This is just Newers finding a vert hole, getting that first pick, but Envy stalling out of their own accord. Dokkaebi Call that you said went out earlier was for that roam clear, and there was nobody home. All 5 on the bottom floor. But now we have some very good operators, the Deimos and the Grim, hopefully to isolate and power through this bottom white player. Janino might be able to look through these smokes, but he's about to get a whole lot of pressure. No nades on the board, but some flashbangs, some smokes, and certainly more bees as Ashen sprays right across Snake's head, but one of those bullets bound to land. He goes for seconds and comes away feeling quite satisfied with himself. 5-1. As it's in the late round that SSG defenders now decide to make their way up to the second floor on the wraparound. Rival will find his second. It'll have to be 6-6, an even KD, and a 1v5 to boot. If Envy want to narrow this lead to just 1 round, Smoke Canister will go out, stop his push. But with the odds he's looking at, it is simply not possible. Not in this universe and not in any alternate. 5-2 now for SSG. And what do you know? They just sit on site, wait, and win the gunfights presented to them.
Bit of a strange round from Envy, to be honest with you. SSG, they had things, but none of it was insurmountable. Banshee, barbed wire, smoke canisters. It just requires a little bit of time. It requires a little bit of information gathering.
Util clear.
Exactly. And I just don't think that Envy prioritized the right things. The last final few seconds of that round was a great example. You've got a player that's trying to get down brownstairs because it's one of his only options given the time. He's got barbed, a Banshee, and then a smoke canister gets thrown there because they know exactly where he's coming from. SSG really just seem to be cruising through this fixture at the moment. And Envy need to find something right now to get themselves back in it, because if they don't, it's going to end quite quickly.
What do you go to, though? I mean, I guess here, double shield. If we're being literal, the answer they feel is double shield. None brought previously. Now we've got the Montaigne and the Blackbeard. Hold on. Pulse waiting to hear if anybody goes up on that rappel, so we can go for a cheeky swing, but he'll be waiting there for a little bit to be sure. Reading room defense from SSG. Remember, when they brought a shield, put Ashen on that blitz, they immediately sprinted through the snow door. Envy, not want to do that this time. Likely going for the full clear through the top, and if you want to secure that control and not try to lose a lot of time like you did in round 7, having the Monty and the Blackbeard just to brute force it. The Monty is that human drone. The Blackbeard is the space maker. It's a good lineup to do it. We'll just have to see if it works out that way.
I get the double shield, but I look at the supporting cast and I kind of just question it a little bit. They had a Deimos, they had a Dokkaebi previously. They would have been fantastic. At the moment, it doesn't feel like they really know where many players are. The drones, not in the best spots. They've got one in Cocktail. A couple of players have now dropped through. JJ can move through for free, but let's see C4s below. Only a matter of time, really, until one of those gets caught. Oh, look at the timing. It's so beautiful when that comes off. Ashen lining it up there with Rival just perfectly. One of the 2 shields has now been taken out, and everyone else is walking on the floor as if it's hot lava because they know that there's information afoot.
It's also one of those moments for Rival where it's like, sure, you maybe assume it's safe, but you've got no control around the site, no angle on that position, and you open the hatch. You could have just dropped it, played it safe, gone with the rest of the team, but you chance it on that. It might seem silly in hindsight, but could have played it safer. And SSG, the moment Envy started moving across that long haul, they immediately fell back, played the C4s, playing white stairs, playing these close angles. Fultz finds one, and JJ kind of stuck on this white stairs position. With one player just around the corner, you can probably assume somebody's white landing and he'll push deeper, but Newers just takes down his coverage. Emilio's by himself. That sentry, he's not risking it. He's checking every angle. He's not assuming anything's clear. Ashen, neither is he. Snake sprays everywhere but the player shooting at him. 8-7 might be in the cards, but no, not even that. SSG's second flawless round. They're first on the defense. We are at 6-2 match point. 5 in a row. You can go accolade after accolade, stat after stat, and SSG are leading.
We were worried about the supporting cast for the shields, and I think we were right to be worried.
Did we need the Finka?
I don't think we needed the Finka. I'm gonna be straight.
Deimos is nades.
I don't think that was. I don't think that was necessary in the composition. I would have liked a little bit of roam clear potentially.
You know what, Ollie?
Envy.
Ollie, compare contrast SSG's timeout to this. SSG take a timeout at 2-1. It is 6-2.
I'm a hater of late timeouts in games that are like this. I love an early timeout. Nip it in the bud, calm the nerves, get rid of the tension, all the high frequency number stuff.
Above the shoulders mustard stuff.
Get it all out there. The late timeout is always a bit of a sign of desperation. And Envy are desperate, let's be honest. They're facing match point. They've got a long gold mountain to climb. They haven't been successful on the attack as of yet. They aren't a terrible team for attack inside of the NAL, but they're certainly not up there.
You know
Somewhere that they've shone tonight is the entry. When they've got the entry, they've been able to convert the round. But when you look at the face of it and you think, okay, they got 2 rounds on the defense and both rounds Azami was in play. Since Azami got banned, they haven't won a round on the defense and they're yet to win a round on the attack.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I don't know if it needs much more explanation than that.
Well, I mean, if you want to delve into the nuance a little bit, I think, you know, if you want to compare and contrast this game against SSG to the Shopify game last week, Envy come out of their defenses 3-3 half, but then they answer back with their 3-3 attacking half, right? Very good. Let me just read down this for you. Emilio 3K, Emilio 1v3, Snake 4K, JJ Blastful 3K, JJ 1v2, Rival 4K, Rival 4K, Rival 1v1. big pop-off. Not necessarily great universal performances, but when Shopify were giving slight openings, even slight ones, to an individual player,
Yeah.
Envy were capable of hitting those out of the park, able of making those shots and making those plays when the opportunities were given to them. I think, to be fair, SG maybe aren't giving as many openings as Shopify, but if you just look at the individual performances, aside from Snake, barely anybody shooting back. Even if there is a gap presented in a gunfight that they could win, SSG are winning them far more often, and it's SSG. Not only do we know they're going to give you gunfights, we know that there's a decent chance they might give you ones that actually favor you. They like to move. They like to overextend a little bit. And they're just failing to hit it out of the park today. And I mean, there's other reasons too. You know, obviously time management on their attack or on their attacking side so far. As SG doing a great job on these defenses, but just feels like a whole lot of nothing for Envy right now.
Yeah, SSG are playing very tight, and I think that that's important on the defense. You might have the advantage. You might feel like strategically or whatever, you've got a better handle of the game, but they're not giving as many opportunities away. This position from J90 right now, he is tucked into that pixel spot. Got his magnets. He knows he's relatively safe right now. As long as he doesn't overextend, should be okay.
Oh, okay.
Snake is going to drop and pick him up. Ideally, Snake would have been shot a little bit earlier, but Action was busy. He was busy taking Emilio out, picking up his second kill of the round, and oh, when it rains, it pours.
It looked good for about 3 seconds. I see Snake move up. I'm like, okay, they actually pinched this guy Pixel, picking up the pace a little bit. I liked it. Oh, they've walked into the rest of the setup. Didn't really have any contingencies for Ashen, playing Cocktail like he's been the whole round. No contingencies for the guy White Stairs. Very common position to play on a second floor extension. SSG weren't exactly throwing out something crazy at Envy there. There was a, well, my Pixel, he's been playing that spot since 2020. And as JJ goes down, he's alone trying to pick that up. Rival is literally opening up floorboards as JJ pushes through that doorway. He cannot help you. And he goes down. Rival in a 1vx, Ashen 13 and 2. Might make it 14 for an even 7 KD, perhaps? So I don't think. No, that's Benja getting double digits at the end of the game. 7-2 for SSG. Was a bit of a closer game for Dark Zero, but if you are a Titan in the NAL today, M80, Dark Zero, and SSG all coming away with the W.
Yep, normal service has resumed. Those couple of early rounds from Envy were very short-lived. It didn't take long. For SSG to take a very firm grip of their matchup tonight here on Cafe. We saw a nice bit of adaptation as well from this SSG side. We saw them dip their toe into the shield play, which is something that the desk was asking for. I wonder if they talk about it in the interview. We're going to hit the break, and then we'll be back.
More passive, more passive. Low time.
Okay, you have the cross? Nice. Oh, he's bucking me out.
Just get it. Go play bottom right. Perfect.
Drop pillar.
Drop pillar.
I'm
going
taking
up,
above.
man. You go up, you go up, you go up.
I want to die to grab box.
Banjo.
Nice.
Nice.
Good fucking shit.
Go.
Was good.
Damn, cool, calm, and collected. Just like, good, great. 7-2, just another day in the office for SSG.
Yeah, it was. It was a dominant performance. That's what we want to see from SSG. Obviously, when they're playing against a team like Envy or any of the teams at the bottom, we want to see consistency from them on that front. Obviously, the biggest question comes to having that consistency towards the harder teams, but great way to end it out. And obviously, at the end there, I mean, what a calming voice Fultz has. I love having him, hearing him just talk all the players through it.
I mean, I think a big question for me at the start of that was, you know, who's going to be a shield player? What are they going to do? And I said I wanted to see the shield play because it could boost their standings in terms of their overall attack success. And sure enough, we saw Ashen stepping up, Fultz playing different shields. They were definitely playing more versatile. They talked about how flexible they are, and we're actually starting to see that shield play come into fruition, which I'm sure is going to only propel them further in the standings in terms of their attack overall win rate.
Yeah, it's a good position to be in for them, but for Envy, I think even more questions were raised from this performance. Because coming into this, Fox, you were like, oh yeah, there potentially is a world where they can win it. Like, there is an opportunity, there is a possibility if they do X, Y, Z correctly, but they just didn't.
Yeah, no, I mean, I liked what Envy was bringing to the table, especially once they got to their attacks, the double shield with the Monty and the BB. Obviously, SSG had a really good response to that. They were prepared. So I think the two playstyles match up better for SSG. They're going to fight them head on. But at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know. I look at Envy and I see lights of improvement. They're trying to improve. So I'll give that to them.
You can see the potential, but it's not like fully there. But the black light detail is going to be going over to SSG Ashen to be specifically because you know what? He had another great performance.
Yeah, I mean, this just is starting to be the norm again. We're talking about Ashen when it comes to this SSG roster, but rightfully so. You know, the versatility from Ashen in his own right. I mean, he's just such a staple player on this team. And, you know, I don't even think we call him a rookie at this point anymore. He's already gone through his gone through his hurdles, gone through his, I wouldn't even say ups and downs. He's always been quite the performer. But the fact that, you know, he is stepping into this role again of just being able to be that aggressive player, but something that I'm really appreciating, that he is going back to that shield play where we didn't see that success in reload, but that's not hindering him. That's not making him scared to take that chance, take that risk, because someone on the team eventually has to do that. And even him doing that now, still going 13-2, I mean, that speaks margins in terms of his own character development.
I just love seeing the discipline out of him. Like a lot of those rounds, SSU would be up, you know, 5 to 2 people or 4. They'd have such a man advantage, and every single time that Ashen was on the screen right there, he would get a kill, and then you'd see him post it up. He's holding closet, or he's downstairs with a C4, waiting for his teammates to give him the communication. He's not going out of his way to get those kills. He's playing discipline, and I'd say that's great character development for him.
Yeah, we have Jane and Owen for the interview as well, just to ask a couple of potentially hard-hitting questions. I don't know, but congratulations on another win. 3 points once again added to where you guys are at, and you're pretty high up in the standings. What would you say were your key takeaways from this week? Because we see you guys improving game day after game day, so what would that be?
Well, thank you. And yeah, I mean, we just go into the games with the same amount of preparation. Doesn't matter who we're playing, and just executing the game plan.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we see that when you guys play against the bottom teams, it's usually a slaughter. When you guys play against the top teams, there is a little bit of back and forth, and we're all asking the question of how does SSG get to that consistent level where you guys are always looking dominant, not just against the bottom teams, but against the top teams too. What does that answer look like from you guys? What does consistency, the road to it, look like?
Yeah, I mean, we try our best versus whoever. Like, we're trying to beat the top teams just as much as we're trying to beat the bottom teams. So, just going in there, prepping, checking all the boxes. So.
Type.
Well, I'm curious in terms of the flexibility in terms of the roster. We saw at Reload, you guys tried, you know, playing around Newers, putting Ashen back on that shield. Then we see him today. You guys now putting him back on the shield. Fultz play a little bit of the shield. Kind of what's the look ahead going forward in terms of adding the shield meta into your guys' just overall play, whereas obviously Forrest took a lot of that forefront.
Yeah, I think actually Newers played it once today as well, and losing Forrest was like pretty big, and we just all kind of stepped up into his role, and we're all very flexible players, so I think we were able to do it pretty well.
Who would you say is like the worst player on Shield? Like you don't want to see them on Shield on your team.
That's why I had to mention Newers. That's why I said, yeah, we saw him once. That's gonna be the only time we see him.
I don't think it's a matter of fact of like him being the worst on shields. It's just he's just the best shooter. Like he's has very good mechanics, so it just doesn't make sense to put him on the shield.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. Sounds like you guys are figuring things out as time's going along. So, again, thank you so much for your time for the interview. We're going to let you go. Good luck with your games next week as well.
Thank you very much.
That was not very smooth. English is getting a little bit more difficult as these games go by.
As the night goes on, I thought he wasn't going to throw anyone on the bus. I thought he was just going to be like, you know what, we all have our kinks, our own weaknesses, but he did throw Newers under the bus, so that is pretty funny.
To be fair, he did give a very valid reason.
Yeah,
where
no,
I was like,
it's fair.
not because he's terrible. It's like he's good at
I personally
other
wouldn't want to put Newers on shields either, given how well mechanically gifted he is in terms of his aim. I just wouldn't trust Newers on that shield. Even if he could play it, I would just rather see him in different positions.
Anyways, schedule in terms of the games that we are going to still be looking at for the rest of today, because we only wrapped up 3 so far, actually. Okay, it's going by pretty fast. Shopify against Cruelty and OXG against Orgless. Now, OXG is getting maybe a little bit of a free one. This is like another time.
Why'd you skip over that first one?
Because it's Shopify Cruelty. Like I don't want to like say, I don't want to be mean, but like it's Shopify Cruelty. Okay, what do you want to say here, Lax? Speak your truth.
I was just curious why you skipped over the first one. I'll easily go off of your Oxygen versus Orgless. I mean, I think if you're gonna compare these last 2 games, which one's probably gonna be the more hype, which one could possibly be a little closer, it would definitely be the Oxygen Orgless. I wouldn't put too much on that SR Cruelty game.
Well, there you go.
For the next game, obviously,
I acknowledged it.
When you go up against a team with that much discipline, that good, the firepower's on all fronts, some of the best players in the world, of course, you're going to expect Cruelty to win. Because...
okay. People, you know what? You guys actually are like a little funny today. I'm proud of both of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys are having a little bit of a personality.
Be comical from time to time.
Yeah, not very often. But you're doing great. But yeah, OXG going up against Orgless, and then we have Shopify Cruelty. That's the game that is going to be coming up next, so make sure you stick around, because although it might be very one-sided, there is a world somewhere out there, a universe, where Cruelty does have a chance. So make sure you stick around and see whether or not we live in it.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gibbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1. They've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blackout.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Welcome back to the NAL, where the competition seems to kind of, but not really, be getting much fiercer. We have Shopify going up against Cruelty. Cruelty, who is currently sitting on exactly 0 points, and SR, who is towards the top of the leaderboard, which makes this the game of the day.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, Cruelty could get on the board here, and it'll be, you know, an uphill battle. But for Shopify Rebellion, you know, they're battling to keep in contention with Dark Zero. They want to be obviously in that top 2 spot. At the end of the day, top 6 is where you want to be. So any point that Cruelty can scrape away day by day will obviously make their argument a little bit stronger.
I think this is actually a great game for Shopify to really work on their communication in the mid to late rounds, especially going against a team like Cruelty, because you're going to be bursting a lot of chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, so far, what do we know about them? The players have all been firing on all cylinders. I mean, when they play together as a team, that is their best asset. And this is a round against Wildcard where they do an amazing, exceptional top floor attack. If you look at everybody on the windows outside, we have white stairs completely locked off. Canadian's going to jump through that white window to go for the fight off of the fires. Wildcard has no idea that he's inside the building. And on the other side of things, you have Rexon and Ambi completely taking over all of Christmas and Cigar. So obviously, when everybody is on the same page and they go for an execute all together, the strategy that Shopify Rebellion is amongst the best between all of the teams in the league so far. Now, the issue here is once they slow down and there's not necessarily a game plan that they're going for, obviously they're waiting for Wildcard to make a mistake. They don't necessarily need to go to it for a plan. But when all the players are given the freedom to counteract and move, you know, they're not stuck to a strat, that's where we see Shopify have some issues.
And I think it goes without say with what Troy was talking about, we heard in their winning comms was just trust the call, trust the process. And when they do trust the process, they do trust the teamwork, that's an end result of how well SR really can look, especially when it comes into those mid to late round execute and finishes.
I mean, they have so many talented players when it comes to setting up a strat that obviously when nothing's happening, somebody is doing something that you really maybe shouldn't, but most of the time it pays off because they're so good. A big player of that proponent is Rexon. He's been the best player on Shopify Rebellion throughout the stage, especially on flex support roles, constantly getting these huge multi-kills, always being put in a position to carry his team out. And obviously it goes without saying that when Shopify Rebellion has all of their gunners firing, you have Canadian leading the charge, who are you going to look to when things go wrong or you're put into a clutch situation? Rexon. And he shows up every single time because he has no pressure of what's coming in front of him. He just has to let his dogs go hunting, and once he's in the position where he needs to clutch up or he needs to close the round out, I mean, he's got no pressure on his shoulders. He knows the job is done from there. At that point, he's put in the position to win. He just has to press mouse 1 and close it out, and that's what he's been doing.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've highlighted Rexon more than enough, but you have to keep highlighting him because he is the performer. And it was a question of, you know, are we going to see Spoit in that highlight package? But realistically, we're seeing Rexon continuously being able to do this. But again, that is off the forefront of the rest of the roster excelling in their categories.
Yeah, and that's just such a scary roster to be going up against as well. And if anything, like Cruelty hasn't found any success even against rosters that weren't packing as much heat. So now that you're going up against Shopify, I would be a little nervous coming into this
Yeah,
game.
you know, I'm kind of done harping on these guys. At this point, I just need to see some sort of life from them because we haven't really seen a lot to really focus on too much. And a big thing for me, you know, if there is something that I am going to try to, you know, help with this team or try to give them just something to look at, they have to look at their defenses because their defenses in real time and real history throughout Siege, defense has been statistically the easier side. And for some reason, Cruelty can just not seem to find their stride, not only on defense, but also on their attack. And for me, if you need to find something to hold on to, something to boost the morale, something to get the troops all in a line, get your ducks in a row, it needs to start on the easier side here. And the real thing is they are the weakest team statistically across all the teams on their defenses. And again, that's the easiest side. So for me, if I'm Cruelty, attack the easier side. Make that to be the easiest work way so that way you can find your success there, you can find the strides of improvement, and then work that towards into your attacks. Because if you're trying to tackle both of those and can't seem to find success on either or, at least focus on one and put it on the easier side.
Absolutely, and it's a damn shame that their defenses aren't having any success because when we highlighted all the attacking teams in the league so far, besides the top 4, Cruelty was
They were the fifth.
So being able to find success on the harder side, which is way more disjointed, way harder to be coordinated around, obviously Cruelty has their own bags of issues when it comes to the attacks, but to the defenses, to not be able to do the simplest thing that most maps force you to have to play off of each other, that is a big red flag that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, maybe there's some method to the madness when it comes to Cruelty. I guess another day for us to try and find out. Map Veto is ready as well, which means, Lax, when you're looking at where you would like Cruelty to go,
I mean, it's
anywhere.
It's a situation anywhere at this point. We just got to see something from them. They got to be able to come alive here. And based off the situation and how the bans are looking, I think we're most likely going to get a big map again. Okay. I mean, we already saw how everything shaped up yesterday. Their attacks look better, but their defenses were the weak point of this. They had a good overall half on attack, but again, it's their defenses. Now you're going to be in a situation where you know the map, you know how to play it, fix the mistakes from yesterday, and especially on that defensive half, because that is the one that is crippling this team. So for me, I don't really want to, like I said, I don't want to focus too much on Cruelty here. I just think they need to give us a little something, little life from them than just, again, the same repeat after day after day after day.
I mean, I love the map pick of Lair, especially with Cruelty having it left up, just because we talked about it yesterday with Cruelty versus Orgulus going to Lair. You're not really getting a really good team on Lair. You're not able to really fine-tune your own Lair, but obviously they just played it, so they've got practice on it. So obviously they are still a contender when it comes to this map. They're going up against a great team like Shopify Rebellion on a map like Lair, so there will be a lot of takeaways, a lot of learning points, and obviously they're going to a map that is still a big unknown for Cruelty's playstyle, which will keep Shopify Rebellion guessing. As for Shopify Rebellion, it's just another day in the office for them. They just need to be able to play their game, focus on the trades, keep it simple.
But do we think that that's do we think that Cruelty is going to have the opportunity to at least try and stop Shopify?
I will say this. The nice thing about starting on attack is it really forces you to be in unison, forces you to communicate with one another, so that way, no matter what the first half looks like, at least going into defense, you are warmed up in terms of overall communication. And that's the biggest thing on defense is communicating, because you know where things can happen and where things can't happen. You know when you lose a pick somewhere, where to rotate or to rotate back to. So the communication should realistically be there just based off of starting an attack. But if they can't have a strong attack, and we then see on defense that they're getting picked in random locations, over-rotating, over-peaking, it's just not going to look good.
I mean, if I'm Cruelty, at the end of the day, I'm using this as a learning experience, if nothing else. Like,
Day
obviously,
4 learning experience?
they need it. I mean, at the end of the day, you need to be able to play against some of the top teams to be able to improve. This is the perfect map for them to learn different play styles, obviously test one of the best teams in the league, and grow from there. I mean, we know exactly what the issues were against Orgulus yesterday. If they can at least fix it, make it a little bit better into today, I would take that as a win.
So the predictions then are going to be probably unanimous. Shopify Rebellion. Really? Could you let us know why? Can we change it to Cruelty, please? Because he literally just said it. Thank you guys so much. Let's change that to Cruelty. Because now I would really like to hear why Cruelty.
Well, I already said why I could think they could maybe find some success, and it was just for the simple fact of starting on attack where their comms have to be forced, then going into that defensive half. But by no means do I think that they are going to beat SR in any front.
What if you just jinxed it?
I mean, good. Then they get a win. They get some points.
That would be
Lights of fire
impressive.
underneath them. I just can't see it happen.
That would be impressive. I think that would obviously knock the socks off all of us when it comes to what to expect from Cruelty.
If you're wearing socks.
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for, honestly. Not just from Cruelty, but all the teams at the bottom. If they can take away a win from one of the top dogs, make the league in points a little bit more closer. Obviously, Cruelty, they got the pressure on them as the weeks go on because they're sitting at 0 points. So
great reminder.
They need something.
They do need something, and this is their chance to potentially get it because they're going to be going up against Shopify Rebellion. And we have our lovely casters, Extroika and Lynx, ready to cover the game.
Thank you very much, Ginny. And I think Ollie and I are both expecting, or ideally, a pretty clinical game from Shopify today. I think all the way back to the start of the stage, right? Where Shopify played one of the other bottom teams of the NAL, Orgulus. And what did we see, Ollie? A clinical 7-2. They weren't going for any crazy plays. They weren't ego in them, right? They would set up their executes, they'd communicate well, coordinate well, win the round pretty easy. That's what I'm hoping here today. On attack or defense, don't overcomplicate it. Keep it simple. And hopefully, we actually will see Cruelty test Shopify a little bit.
I would like to, I'll be honest. I'm never a fan of games that are super one-sided, and I think there's always something that both teams can get out of a fixture, regardless of the end result. As we've mentioned, Shopify, one of the more storied and experienced rosters, albeit not together necessarily, but individually, there is a lot of experience on that roster. And Cruelty, on the flip side, looking to try and make a bit of a name for themselves here. We do head to Lair. It's going to be the first time we're seeing Lair here tonight. And it's a little bit of a rare map for both teams. We were sort of looking and digging in through the numbers. It's a good preference map for both teams. But there's a question as to, is that a preference of they're very good at it, or just the teams that they've played don't really like playing it? And I guess that much is to sort of be decided over the course of this fixture for sure. Certainly a Rebellion, they haven't played it for a good amount of time. Last time was way back in SI, so they're going to be knocking the rust off a little bit here for this one. As we move into round number one, we've got some electrification being targeted in the bans. The Cade and the Bandit both removed. Whereas on the flip side, it is a shield no-go zone. The Monty and the Blackbeard both being taken out.
And obviously, it's a more comfortable position for Cruelty, theoretically. They played it yesterday, even though they lost it. It was a very close game of 7-5. And also, just running back the exact same defensive bans they did yesterday. Started with Bandit Cade, starting with Bandit Cade here, and understandably so. Even in the rounds they won, which they won 4 rounds of the attacking side, 3 of them came down to very, very late plants in the round. And obviously, on a map as big as Lair, it makes sense to ban the Cade and the Bandit, right? Take down that hard breach denial. You can open those walls easier. You're not going to get stuck on that. But if they were getting those plants down as late as they were yesterday, there's a very clear opening for Shopify. If you can set up a little mini game early on that they've got to spend 45 seconds to a minute figuring out, and then you just pull back, Cruelty might be left scrambling by the end to figure out something to do. And well, here, Barricade gets opened up. Cruelty doing a little phantom pressure, making them think that they might be at that barricade. And it turns out Ambi was there. And he just runs outside and kills Pyrox.
He's got a little bit of support from Canadian down there on the Clash. We haven't seen much Clash tonight so far, but it is a very oppressive operator in the current meta. The ability to remotely activate the stunning effect and, of course, place that shield down as well. Can make it quite a difficult thing to deal with. However, Surf, he's going to be facing a shield of the attackers. That is going to be the Blitz. Ivan, he makes short work of him and the Toxic Babe canisters that he takes on with him.
Ambi getting active this round, though. Skimsy taken down. It was a hell of a refrag for the Blitz to find that smoke. You lose the Grim early on, you're kicking yourself, but then you get the main form of plant denial, you're feeling really good. But back in the 4v3, and Shopify will sit and wait. But Cruelty are not stalling out. They took Skybridge pressure, worked right up to the door of the site within the first minute, and now within the first minute 30 have opened up one of the key breaches and have now rotated to the opposite side. Really quite a good look so far, but when it comes to actually dealing with the obstacles in front of them, a little be desired. Ambi's third, this time with the C4, and on this very tight angle, Spoit will light up one, finish off the Thermite, and that's Diffuser now in the possession of the Azami. But Tumbo on the other side, trying to relieve a little bit of pressure. Maybe divert some attention from Shopify over toward his way. And it's not worked out. Shopify have dealt with the backline threat, and now we'll look towards where all the action started at the beginning. Canadian will shock him a little bit and just continue to relay the intel to the rest of his team that the Nomad is here, and that round one has surely gone their way.
Good discipline here from Shopify. It is what we have come to expect from this roster. Despite this being a 4 versus 1, recognize there is quite a little bit of time left, and they've got great information. Somebody who can't do anything without Shopify Rebellion knowing about it. And there is a slew of bullets coming his way. It was only going to be a matter of time before one connected. Massive round from Ambi. 3 kills, 2 with the MPX, 1 with the C4. Spoit playing a super hard angle as well. It's a real difficult 90 to challenge on because you're just tucked in the corner. You've got nowhere to hide. You have to win your gunfight. Just see there, the only success really. Oh, that was a beautiful second kill from Ambi.
Good third one too.
Yeah, I mean the C4. That was the one from Spoit. It was a brilliant shot there. Kind of as expected, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Shopify didn't have to do a whole lot of much. It was just relay information to Ambi and Ambi go kill in a lot of ways.
Yeah. It's like, what else do you really want? I mean, honestly, it's like, I don't even need that. Little, like, team ace, 1 for each, that'd have been fine. Victory on time, that'd have been fine too. Ambi just going for extra credit. 3 kills on that Valkyrie. Drop the black eye cameras, and Ambi now on the Scopos. There's certainly another operator he can get active on. Put Scopos on the basement site, usually put the Scopos down below. Start off on the top floor, the middle floor early on. Teleport back if things get hairy or if you need a support on the site. No shield in play for Team Cruelty, but we will have that Ying, so it could be useful for the roam clear or for the execute. But it doesn't seem like they're going to be taking things too quickly, and I imagine Ambi will try to shoot a few drones before falling back, especially with Spoit tagging in, also along the Skybridge position.
Yeah, they're going to be quite difficult to pin down here. We've got mute jammers being placed on that basement level. Canadian on the mute. You can spread those out a little bit and give some pockets of safety. Mentioned there the Scopos that can disappear in the blink of an eye, it seems. And even with this slightly extended hold, there's going to be a little bit of difficulty in just basic droning in. Fortunately for Cruelty, they do have Bravo, which gives them a couple of extra drones to gather that information with, and of course the ability to hack things. The only thing really in this round they're going to be able to hack, of course, is going to be the Banshees, the mute jammers, and those default cameras.
I mean, we'll see a nice angle. Rexon struggling with that engagement, though. Cruelty are not wasting too much time. They are taking the control that's given to them. But by seeding this second floor, even for the moment, 2 to 3 players up there can start harrying you with shots from above. It will make pushing in quite difficult. We've seen vertical angles, especially in that wildcard M80 game, Ollie. If you let them survive, they can be a real problem, a real pain when you try to move into the site. Fatal doesn't even feel an ounce of it as a bullet immediately enters his head, and that's insta-death. Capitao gone. It'll just be the Incandelas to try to open up this execute. Maybe the flashbangs and the smoke, the secondary utility in the hands of the rest. But the Vulcan canisters pop, and Cruelty left waiting once again. Skimzy able to find Spoit, so a nice little trade. There's still plenty of players on that vert. Ooh, but there's something you'll take, something you'll be very happy about. Ambi caught lacking inside, and Skimzy will take this opening as the smoke cut comes out. Cuts off anybody that can hold them. He pushes even deeper in. Mutombo getting on for 1-2. A defuse plant very likely here as it's Canadian and Rexon having to fight back. Nomad going in for the clear. Perfect timing as Canadian focused down below. Pyrox able to shoot him in the back, and Rexon with all to do and likely nothing going to get done.
Difficult spot for Rex, and he knows where the first is, but Skimzy is going to see to it that he is sent into the abyss right there. Good round from Cruelty.
Quite good, actually.
I think they recognized the sort of lack of utility. Think about the lineup that Shopify Rebellion brought. Bringing a Vigil and a Scopos. Like, it's not that they do the same job, but they kind of do that. They kind of fulfill the same role. And there's maybe not enough room for both of them when you need to be looking at soaking up a bit more util, especially if things like a Ying and a Capitao are being brought. So just caught a little bit short there in terms of what was available to Shopify Rebellion. But it is only one round, so don't need to panic just as of yet, but quite a few really nice tight angles getting taken there. That second one from Skimzy onto Ambi was beautiful. You can guarantee that Ambi thought he was safe when he was tucked.
100%. And you also just got to give respect for Cruelty right there. Even in the round that they lost, not playing too slow. When they spot areas that are free, they are moving in very quickly. You think around R6 room upstairs, and then of course down below, just moving in through garage, moving in all the way up to the door of the site. And sure, the vertical angles were causing a bit of a problem, but once they hollowed out the site, started pushing in, they send that no one up above to deal with them. They certainly were considering it. Maybe there's another world where it's a bit tighter, but Cruelty doing a pretty good job so far, even in the round they lost. Showing that 7-5 game against Orglis was not an accident, but right as I say that, I've been just assuming that Skybridge door is clear. Spoit playing that position 2 rounds in a row, and this time it nets him a kill. And that player felled is the Dokkaebi, the exact opposite player you want to lose early on.
Yeah, you kind of want the opening pick to go the other way, really, there, if you're the Dokkaebi, don't you?
Yeah.
You want to be able to hack the camera, you want to be able to get that opening for your team, but no. Sledgehammer busts open the door. There's an opportunity, a little bit of phantom pressure, as we've mentioned, but as we've already seen, Shopify are more than happy to rotate back to these angles after they aren't being watched and take advantage of them themselves. Look at Ambi right now. Getting frisky for it. Double peaks there along with Spoit. It's going to be Spoit credited with the pick. Threatens of a one-tap as well as he just challenges on, replaces the Kiba barricade. He's safe as houses right now. He's got Canadian playing above him. It'll be very difficult to unroot him from that spot.
Ooh, another trade between Ambi and Skims. You really have felt we've seen a lot of trades recently in CJX. Don't know if that's just a poor sample size, but it really feels like it's happening quite a bit. Shopify likely trading rounds with Cruelty. Might be dropping the previous one, but in a great position to land their second defense. Matumbo and Fatal trying to get into the site, and indeed they will, but anyways, because Shopify have vacated it, they're fine to let them move into first floor because they've got vertical angles, they've got positions to retake. Candela going up, Matumbo trying to get the kill here, but Spoit does exactly what you should do. Peek ahead of it, you can move around the corner and keep your eyesight perfectly intact. 3K for him. Starting out with that early kill by Skybridge, then Hashom peeking the door outside on the middle. And a Shopify to wrap things up pretty nicely for their second defensive victory. Cruelty trying to move into the map as quickly as they did before, but Shopify, I think, making a calculated adjustment, saying, hey, we had really good success when we challenged them at doorways in round one. What if we did that again?
And they doubled down on it. They were doing it together. They were guaranteeing those picks. They got that opener and they were saying, yeah, we can double push a doorway.
Why not?
Even if they get one, we're still going to be up. Clash and Ying both removed in the second round of banning here. I guess the Clash makes a little bit of sense. We did see that played earlier inside of round one, and it gathered a good amount of information. It's a beautiful peek there. It's a scary team when it's got Ambi and Spoit on it, isn't it? I mean, let's be honest.
Well, it's funny, too. I mean, Spoit's not even one of those players in the top 5. It's Ambi Rexon. Spoit is, to be fair, I think top 20. I think he's 15, maybe. But that's the thing, is like, if Spoit ain't even in the top 5, you've got a nasty team to worry about, especially now that he's
give it time.
Up. Exactly. Yeah. Get him set up. Get him on an up like a zombie where he can, like you mentioned in the round, build yourself a little fortress on those stairs. I mean, sure, fighting Kino on yellow stairs with a shotgun is rough, like we saw in the wildcard game, but fighting Spoit holding a power position too on a zombie? Probably neck and neck, and I couldn't decide which one I would rather deal with. Both sound pretty horrific to fight. Shopify win 2 rounds in the defense. They'll start repeating the sites, moving up to the top floor. Not a shot, Cruelty ban the Clash. Shopify did flex on it quite a bit, and as a response, Shopify take down the Ying. Still have quite a few ops in the cards for Cruelty. You still have that Blitz. You still got the Grim. Picking kind of attacking ops from all over the place, though mainly shields, but still, a lot Cruelty can use. Nothing is super constraining, all things considered.
I do feel like leaving the Azami open is a little bit of a head scratcher. Obviously, the Clash was a big pain point in round one, but it's not something that's been consistently used. Whereas the Azami is something that you can consistently use and gain a lot of value out of. We'll have to see how that fares. A bit of pre-fire shots coming in there, and again,
literally the same run out.
It's Surf this time. It's a carbon copy. You've already died to that one. Let's get a bloody Claymore on it.
Literally the same run out. Not the same guy, to be fair. It was Pyrox that died last time. This time it's Skimzy, who's just the
I don't think that's an excuse.
The top frag, so not great. Hey, at least it's just Striker. You're fine with that. Smoke canister being detonated. As Matumbo will try to control the close swing with that air drop. I've been losing a lot of damage. This is literally just a carbon copy of round one. Run out that bottom floor inside a rocket, and then Cruelty try to quickly rush Skybridge with the Blitz, and Shopify are ready for it because, again, this is just exactly what Cruelty did before. Now, to be fair, 2v3, not as bad as it could have been. The attack is mounting a decent offensive, but it was a lot more neutral as we entered the midpoint last time, and Ivan can't even get the kill off as Shopify moved to pocket reinforce off that position. force them to use a hard breach that simply does not exist anymore.
Great play from Shopify there to secure the site. It's a bold play to try and reinforce that wall, but as soon as you get partway through that animation and you're safe, Surfers just deleted Ivan. We didn't see that shot, but you know it was an absolute clanger. Oh dear.
I think they're winning this one.
Left to telegraph their position, pushing in, and this is only going to end one way.
Yeah, it's not happening. Goodbye. 3-1. Shopify, 3 rounds of the defense, 4 for 4 on opening picks, by the way. Ambi, Surf twice, and Spoit as well. We were complimentary, or at least I was, for Cruelty's first 2 attacks. Even that first one, though it didn't work, I was like, I like the idea. Clearly Cruelty did too, because they did the exact same thing. Same repels, same early blitz push in the exact same spot. And as you can see, as opposed to before, where Cruelty were able to push in, get a kill, contest that space for a little bit, Shopify were all looking that way. Almost every single player had their guns trained there. Canadian was throwing utility out there early. Rexon even decided to challenge up Green. Why? I don't know. He didn't need to. But he did anyway. And he dealt a decisive blow for Cruelty in that round. Very, very poor adaptability from Cruelty there, thinking they can, against the only other flawless team in the league alongside DZ, think they could get away with running the exact thing back.
10 seconds left.
Just run it back.
Especially when you didn't win the first time.
They banned the clash. They banned the clash. They just decided to run it back. You know, the clash was the big pain point.
Not Ambi literally like default dancing on you.
Right downstairs we go. This was the round that we saw Ambi pick on the Scopos and Spoit the Vigil. Now, Spoit is still on the Vigil, but Ambi is instead on that Valkyrie. It should give them a little bit more information a bit earlier on into the round. They're also going to invest upstairs in a couple of mirror windows. Hatches open. So a want and need now to hold ground upstairs. You don't want to be giving those hatches away too early, hence the investment from the mirror window. And to be honest, aside from a couple of Excaros pellets, there's not much to deal with that range. So you're going to have to get Fatal in the right position and with a bit of good timing to try and destroy those. Early part of the round now, you can see the drone work going out. The top floor should be called as clear, as there are going to be no roamers that far out of sight. Instead, they are going to be occupying that mid floor, so could do worse than try and make a little bit of vert, but look at what's available. You're going to be heavily reliant on those boogie drones for that, and you may want those for the mid floor as well.
I mean, this is the exact kind of strat I think Shopify should be doing. When Cruelty, while they've made progress, they've taken whatever control is free very quickly. But when they've actually had to contest, they face a lot of struggles. So what do Shopify do on the one site they've lost? We got a mirror extended setup. Give them a little problem solve, give them a little puzzle to try to fiddle with. And what do you know? It's taking a lot longer for Cruelty to figure out. Going for a full clear instead of a direct this time, and I don't think a shot has even been fired in the direction of either team. But Tumble with a long cutoff, though. Oh, and he just gives it up as Spoit is about to cross. Unlucky timing there. But Shopify don't need to retreat. They know they've got these mirror windows intact. They know they've got these positions held. And despite Cruelty having 5 drones remaining, they don't have a lot of time to actually make good on any of that investment. Shopify can still run circles around them. Spoit, kill number 5 on the board, and what do you know? Once they get that 5v4, they know there's only 50 seconds left. Everyone falls back.
It's incredible what that's done for the clock, because now, yeah, you can still play someone upstairs if you want. You can suicide him, but guess what? You've still got C4s, you've still got Vulcan canisters, and you've still got toxic. No toxic bay, Vulcan canisters only to try and move through here. So it isn't going to be easy by any stretch. You've got the Valkyrie cameras as well. They could be providing a bit of info. It will get leveled out to a 4 versus 4, but that only further telegraphs Cruelty's push right now.
Oh. We'll be able to creep up, punch that mirror window. Pyrox trying his best to bob and weave around this black mirror. Love the confidence on this, I will say. Not worried, it's only 10 seconds remaining. No, they have to move quick. Almost gets it there. But Spoit and Rexon winning all the fights presented them. Simply not enough time to put this case down. Shopify move up 4-1. winning the one site they have dropped so far. Aside from that, it has been a flawless game.
And brilliant adaptation as well from Shopify, showing why they are and should be considered one of the top contenders here in North America. The adaptation between rounds 2 and what we've just seen, night and day. Instead of just a little loose roam, invest and give yourself some power positions right there. Force that full clear, and all of a sudden, Cruelty, the clock starts to run out, the information starts to run out because the drones get depleted, and it just further and further compounds. They didn't really bring the right lineup for the attack, and that, of course, hurt them. But their execution, it really wasn't up to snuff at all. There was a moment, I'll be honest. Pyrox gets that kill. Mutombo did end up with 2 kills as well, but again, it all just comes down to the clock, doesn't it? Because there's 2 players down at the moment, and that's when Mutombo gets the kill. So it was 1 versus 2 for Cruelty. Not impossible, but really difficult with, what, 5 seconds left on the clock? Like, you're just not going to get those kills. So, again, coming down to the clock, those fine margins, the more time you have, the better decisions you're going to be able to make. But Shopify not giving that space, not giving Cruelty that fortune of time.
Now we'll see what they try to do. Armory weapon maintenance coming out. First time we're seeing this site so far. A little Osa coming through. Try to enable a direct play. Move in through that breach once the Selmas open up those holes. Put one down, put the case behind it perhaps. I know Jesse's thrilled seeing Osa in play. Just loves those Talon shields. Big fan. We'll see Cruelty feel the same way. First opening engagement for Cruelty right there. Fatal able to find Surf, and down goes that smoke. Very happy. If you're looking to go for a plant, if you're looking to use that OSA to facilitate and execute, sure, the Echo and the Yokai drones can give you a good fight, but that's probably going to be number 1 right there, probably.
And it also buys back Cruelty a lot of time. Think about the time that those Toxic Babes can soak away from the attackers. Get rid of that nice and early, and all of a sudden you've bought yourself a little bit of time inside of that late round. Not sure if Ivan's been able to move through and hack onto the cameras as well. Obviously, with being Yokai cameras, there is a little bit of value in that. It isn't just going to be defaults. There's a BP out as well. Osa, just going to start placing those Talon shields down. Ooh. A chance there. The Skimsy is Rexen. Softened up a little bit. Shouldn't really be able to move from that position, although is allowed to, and can take a slightly alternate approach, but goes for the more forward peak and just gives Skimsy time to reposition himself.
Gives him time. C4 goes out. Rexen, you got to be careful. You're still on a 4v5. Canadian will find one. There goes Fatal. Peeking that breach. Echo able to find one. Rexen dueling with Skimsy. Put to 1 HP. It's a heavy risk, but he makes it work. Canadian caught lacking behind that bomb chassis. Ivan with the backstab has opened things up completely. Then get this diffuser inside of the site. Ambi and Spoit both far away from the premises. But down Spoit moves. They've got his back turned to him. I thought they might have spotted him. Do they not know? No, they don't. Pyrox looking the other way. It's still a 2v2, but no Dokkaebi calls. Nothing to give a signal to where these players might be. Ambi does spot the Talon shield. There's no impacts, no explosives to speak of to destroy it. But they're trying to find this one player, trying to find Ivan with that DMR exposed, able to tag him up quite heavily. Mutombo 2, worse for wear. But there's nothing Shopify can do to find this until they cut down Ivan. Mutombo can pre-fire. He's got that shield, the pre-fire behind, a 1v1 now. Can Ambi bait it? He can see the leg! He just pulls back in time! Oh, what a brutal misplay for Cruelty. A little too far to the left. And a 1v1 that maybe could have gone your way. Just doesn't work out.
I think Ambi should be counting his lucky stars there that he was able to clutch that up, because there's no way that they should be losing that as a 2 versus 1. As soon as Spoit commits, I'm expecting to see Ambi just fly in out of nowhere with the trade. And it just didn't happen. And I'm like, oh no, this could be bad. But fortunately, they were able to seal the deal. And Shopify come out of that first phase 5-1 up, making very short work of Cruelty. and really punishing them on Lair here tonight. Cruelty now switch over to the defense. We are in our second round of bans for the evening. Got a Monty and a Blitz taken away, along with double electrification again. So no real changes in the bans. This is going to be the same playing field that both of these two teams start off on.
5-1 for Shopify, though. As the desk mentioned, Cruelty actually, the defense is by far and away their worst side. They were able to get 3 attacking rounds on Cafe against SSG, then obviously, as I mentioned earlier, 4 against Orglis on this map. Wasn't able to get the victory, sadly, as it was a 5-1 half initially from Orglis, so 7-5 loss for Cruelty. But 2 of the maps they played so far have had very, very good attacking sides, and now barely any success. Running back strats, getting caught on, to be fair, good strategies from Shopify. So it's not an unexpected result. I think a lot of us expected Shopify to take that lead, especially on what's typically the favored side on Lair. But now we get to the real problems, not only with Cruelty having a bad history on this map, but Ollie, the attacks from Shopify, they've just looked incredible this entire stage. Dark Zero and SSG all about have the same attacking win rate, about 60%, but I think qualitatively, just Dark Zero and Shopify have had some of the best put together executes by far and away.
Yeah, it's devastating attacking win percentage, isn't it? Especially when you look at who they've played so far. 63% right now. Interestingly, only 11% plants, so it's not that they're a very plant-focused team when it comes down to these attacks. But you don't always have to be. You can often be quite focused on just getting the job done, and if you've got that man-count advantage, oftentimes the diffuser's just going down anyway, and a kill will come through before it is confirmed. A lot of value being found out of that first Flora's drone there. Got a Banshee, barbed wire, and a Vulcan canister. Seems like a fairly good trade to me.
I'd make that deal. I want to say this, by the way. I don't know why everyone's running Ying shotgun. Like, I get it. It's a quicker for a close quarters engagement, but, like, the amount of times I see somebody swing and they're trying to hit a guy at 20 meters range with that shotgun. I've literally seen it happen to Troy on bank. So, like, not a bad decision. I'm just a little skeptical of it, I will say. But that's just my opinion.
Are you a 6'12" hater?
Well, a bit of a 6'12" hater. I will say he is at the door to the site right now. So if there was ever a time for this shotgun to work, it would be right now when the defense is literally just around the corner, it feels like. Half the round gone. Matumbo losing a little bit of HP, but Shopify now just focusing on the util clear on site. You got those Rotero drones from Ambi, the shock drones from Surf. Really good lineup to deal with a lot of these static utilities placed inside of the site, especially those Vulcan packs. Candela will go out, debate a little bit of a reposition, maybe give Ambi something to find, but there's only 2 people down below, and Surf's just found one of them. That Goyo is the only other one here. All those Candelas might be gone, but Fatal's certainly still around. Able to take that 1v1, but now he's got to focus on the rest of the defense. As Cruelty, they come running back to the site once they realize Shopify have just taken it right from under their nose. Diffuser goes down with barely any fanfare whatsoever. 3v2, make that a 3v1 as Shopify, after spending half the round clearing utility, realized that there's only 2 people down here, and we could just walk in and fight them.
The danger of a roam is that if you're not willing or you don't have an avenue back to site nice and quick, sometimes the attacking team is just going to push site, just hit it direct, take ground. Ambi had a horrible angle there. He's got a defender angle. Basically, he's stuck inside the box looking at the back stairs. That's all you need. Exceptionally well played from Shopify. Excuse me. Really trusting in the calls and trusting in the process. 6-1.
Not the first one to do that.
No, I believe so. I don't think I'll be the last.
You an Apple Music guy?
No, not really.
All right. I know, I know Apple Music is objectively a better platform, but some people that use Apple Music, they just can't. It's like they need you to know that they use Apple Music. It's like, I don't care. Like, I'm happy for you. Like, good work. Like clap. But I know some people that's like, oh yeah, new camera feed activated. It's so much better. I'm like, shut up. I don't care. Anyway.
What was the one that had the good quality back in the day, and everyone was like, oh, the quality is just so good?
I believe it'd be Napster.
No, come on. there was one, and it was like if you were someone who was someone, you went for these guys are really good quality.
I don't know. I was probably like 4, so.
Yeah, that's true actually.
Oh, fatal. Can't be doing that on a zombie of all ops. Gonna make sure you get those Kibas generating. That long-term dollar-cost Kiba investing. Gotta make sure you have that utility. They'll back off pretty quickly after losing that damage. Often we will see teams contest this position early. Didn't see it a lot from Shopify because the attack was coming from the opposite side, but clearly Cruelty wary of it here, and Shopify mounting quite an offensive outside of the opposite side of the map. But it was a slow, fair affair last time. I think you'd agree, Ollie, from Shopify, just gathering a lot of intel. And they made good use of it, but big shock with a big map. Shopify not trying to skip any steps.
Yeah, they are going to be very disciplined here. Not only is it a chance to get full 3 points, but a hell of a round advantage as well if it does come down to that. We do end up with a quite tight leaderboard at the top. Even able to use this Kiba barricade now that was previously helping the defenders inside of Ops, and now it's just another angle for Spoit to exploit. We do have the Vulcan canister dissipating. Valk on the target from the Deimos. You just feel like the net is slowly tightening around these Cruelty players.
Would you say he exploited that angle?
You could say that.
You could. You know what else you could do? Ooh, die in that 1v1. I thought Ambi might pick...
Oh, dear.
I thought Ambi might have the better one there, but Ivan feeling freaky with that MPX and that Deagle. Oh, make it 3? That's ludicrous from the Valkyrie right there. Every single bit of his kit, primary, secondary, and C4, all acquiring kills, and Shopify, who have been playing quite a disciplined attack so far, have ended up walking right into the waiting arms of Ivan, who is feeling quite eager to narrow this scoreline and fight for OT.
He did an Ambi, but he did it better.
He actually did do a better Ambi.
He did,
Straight up.
He did an Ambi +1.
Oh, okay, a little whiffage there. That's fine.
Okay, he's overheated slightly. This round is only destined for one result. Surf dodges out of the Toxic Babe canister. He doesn't have the kit. It was Rexon that picked the kit up, and he has since been taken out. 8 seconds left. Is anybody going to go and try and clean up the final kill? Add their stats potentially. And there's people outside at this point, for goodness sake. Everyone's softened up, but no one going to fall. Time going to do the rest there for Cruelty. A much needed round.
That's crazy from Matumbo at the end.
Just being outside.
Skybridge run out in the 5v1. He's crazy for that. Have Cruelty taken a tactical timeout?
I don't believe so.
I just realized, I don't think they have. That is actually something our AP Devin mentioned. He's like, hey, wow, I'm the GOAT.
Sometimes you just get a little tingle, you know?
Sometimes you just, listen, some people have it, some people don't.
You get that little itch in your brain,
just
like,
exactly.
This seems like a really good time for something that we usually have, but I can't put my finger on what it is.
I call that ESP. I've got a little prescience, a little foresight in me. Not foresight. A lot of people have foresight. I guess prophecy would be the word I'd use. I mean, like, that was a good round for Cruelty, obviously, but it was mainly a good round from Ivan. He was given a 1v1 that he won. Then he smoked the second guy coming up the hall. And then a pre-play C4. He just detonated off the intel gathered, and 5v2. It's probably not going to happen every time, as generally speaking, when Ivan has not popped off, Cruelty have not disrupted Shopify's plan all that much. They had this big roam in round 7, and then Shopify didn't clear it. They just flooded the site, and Cruelty were far too late in retreating to actually contest it. And then in that round, Shopify were still getting set up, still playing it slow, and the only person who actually ended up disrupting it was Ivan. So you'd hope to see maybe a little bit more contention. Maybe Azami tries to hold that a little bit early on, doesn't go back and forth as often as she did, but to be honest with you, it is kind of hard to figure out when Shopify were genuinely just standing still for like a minute and a half, and then when they tried to walk in, one guy just decided that the round was over. It's like, all right, don't know what to do now. Guess we go again.
Yeah, I think as Shopify, you just kind of brush that one off and just go, yeah, someone's hit a live shot, and done very well to win the round, and these things happen.
Ambi's
I
probably
don't think it's going to rock their boat too much.
Ambi's probably pretty annoyed he got upstaged with that C4.
Yeah, I think it was the C4 and it was the Deagle shot as well, to be honest with you.
Oh, true, yeah.
It just added like that little element of flair. It was the fact it was the Deagle against the Deimos as well.
Yeah, that's true. It was like a little like pistol 1v1. It's like reload all over again. You didn't have to use pistols there, but you know. Yeah, there were 1v1s there.
It would have been cool though. It would have been cool if you'd done some sort of like one in the chamber thing with the bullets.
What if they had actually, for the 1v1s, what if they literally did it where like you were in a room, like a hallway, and then you walked away and you had to 180 like flick around with the pistol to kill them?
Like
That'd be
Western
kinda cool.
style.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, there's only like a few revolvers. You wouldn't have to use only revolvers, but you know, that'd be pretty cool. Did that drone just get gone sixth? All right.
I'm swapping mags.
I haven't taken a very aggressive peek. He's got the mirror window play behind, though. I was about to say. You don't need to do that. It's a bit extra. But you've got this position right here. Try to contest. Try to fire some shots around. Deny anybody pushing up through second floor rocket as long as you can. Spoit giving a little teaser that he's there. But as the Dokkaebi call goes out, just doing what Dokkaebi does best. SMG-12 in hand, creeping up a staircase. He's got a very clean cutoff. Not only to catch anybody coming back from the roam, but even if anybody tries to support.
I think the position is very good at the moment. Shopify. Rexon, he's starting to commit himself a little bit. Spoit actually falls there.
Nice
Fatal.
find.
There's no flyers on him. He is ready to go. Clash is going to be difficult to deal with. Obviously, utility's great. Man count's even better if you can surround it or get a pinch off. Right now, there's not really too much. They need to ideally get Canadian rotated round to try and use some of that utility and disrupt things, but good opener that hasn't been answered by Shopify. Doesn't spell the best end to this round. There is 50 seconds left. There is still good opportunity right now, but I just feel like they're playing a little bit too static.
I do feel that too. And man, you really wish you had a Monty here. I mean, with those openings on the left side, you could just walk into the site, but especially now that Clash is rotated back in, Canadians praying this fireball does the damage it did to Matumbo earlier. Surf might have an opening though. Creeping forward, face checking, not a lot of intel. Might have the backstab to close out this game for Shopify. You're looking the other way. He finds one, but not the second. Massive reaction from Fatal. Finding both Spoit and Surf going for the backstab on the bottom of Skybridge Stairs. A third. Cruelty running away with their second defense. Really impressive stuff from Fatal there. And hey, if we just want to keep running down the line, squeezing out 3Ks from every player on the lineup, potentially another 3 could go Cruelty's way if they keep this up.
It's a clip farm at this point, isn't it?
Spoit was trying to. He just got shot.
They are just farming clips right now. And why not? Clash removed, Brava taken away as well. Shopify do have a chance now. With that Clash being taken out, it is going to free things up a little bit. Something that's we've definitely noticed since the introduction of the new ban system here in CJX is that the games do play out very differently after that second round of banning, because things that were powerful, things that were in some ways crutched on a little bit, just get taken away, whipped from underneath you, and you have to come up with better ideas, and it really forces teams to be better. We'll have to see how Cruelty navigate that now. They've seen some good success on the Clash. Brava, I think it's maybe a little bit less impactful,
Yeah,
especially if you look at what's being brought right now. There's two things that you're going to be looking at.
Yeah. It was just that last round the Bravo was brought, but otherwise you've had Dokkaebi and Deimos, some combination of the two. Every single round from Shopify. Those tools still in hand. I mean, if you assume the Clash are going to get banned, you want to bring out the Echo, I can see why you ban the Bravo at that point. You want to keep those Yokais intact. But you're right, there's still a lot of very powerful tools left in the cards for Shopify. A team that, to be fair, Canadian loves playing shields, but it's kind of like when you have Spirits on DZ, if you have somebody that loves playing shields, you kind of know the shields are going to get banned, like probably 2 at least. So you practice other strats that don't use them because you know odds are your options are going to be limited. So I don't think this setup is all that crazy that Shopify are playing against. I don't think the Brava is going to trip them up, or the lack of the Brava is going to trip them up all that much. What is tripping them up, though, are these opening engagements. Ever since round 7, Ivan and Fatal, especially Fatal that last round, really good situational awareness from Cruelty, keeping an eye on the backstab, as that was Shopify's attempt to solve for their previous problem in round 8 of poor time management or not gaining enough control. With Cruelty keeping an eye on that backstab, Shopify have got to be careful and have got to go back to the drawing board to actually fix the route execute and route clear itself instead of trying to accelerate it with some kind of flank.
Shopify not looking great. Drone economy right now. They're just going to lose another. Leaves them with 4. I'm not even sure if Surf's got anything to track as of yet either. He surely must have something at this point in the round. As we're entering that halfway point. See players are frantically scanning drones, and
he's got one.
Lucy has been targeted, but that's it.
Oh, he's got 3.
Of other thing. Oh, he's got a couple more. A few more have come online for him there, so there is a little bit of potential. Maybe you can combine that with Rexon on the sledge and get some good vert into some of those positions, but instead it's going to be Ambi and Surf to kick things off.
All right, I suppose. Ambi Surf just going for a bit of a solo clear on the second floor. Pyrox able to swing around and find one. Still advantage Shopify, to be sure. Damo's Tracker spotting that sentry. Now spotting Fatal, actually, excuse me. Just around the corner, but not a lot Surf can really do there. Very, very difficult position to take as the attacker. You gotta hope you catch that defender off guard, and the Legion obviously, the sentry very, very aware. Shopify now going back to vertical destruction. They had an opening, Ollie. They had a very, very brief opening. But not only are they struggling to push forward, Fatal actually decided to get aggressive. Really risky play, but he's not punished for it. Intel lacking. Pyrox around that corner again, swinging around constantly, peppering shots into these Shopify attackers, and now they find themselves in the disadvantage. Rexon's been sledging upstairs for like 2 minutes now, and what's he gonna get for it? The rest of the attack has died. Him and Ambi are stuck inside of one room. Diffuser in possession of the defense. 3 rounds in a row for Cruelty, and now we've actually got a game on our hands.
This is not the script that we were expecting for this fixture. Cruelty against the odds, really. They're clawing these rounds back one at a time. I think that you can credit that previous round entirely to Cruelty as well. And it's no real surprise to see timeout coming in for the Rebellion right now. Things really not going their way, and there's some gunfights, I'll be honest, that they should be winning. And they are just getting absolutely flattened. Seems like Cruelty have really come online. The confidence is obviously brimming for them now as well.
It's the confidence, it feels like. I mean, how many times have we seen Pyrox like peek around that corner, rapid fire down below, getting in their face? I mean, the confidence on Fatal, I don't think he should have made this play. The confidence on Fatal, on Malusi, to take that angle against Surf right in front of him. Surf had a shotgun. Malusi was like 2 meters away from him. If Surf is either expecting that or is quicker on the trigger, that Malusi is just like gone, just evaporated, vanished, with how close quarters that engagement was. But it's still the confidence to take that. Maybe misplaced. Maybe you shouldn't do that, but the fact that they still felt they could get away with it in the first place, despite losing 2 players on the roam, is really impressive from Cruelty. They are not feeling the pressure in this matchup, and one more round will put them at the same scoreline they were against Orglis yesterday, and where they failed to make the comeback there, it's them with the momentum now. They have forced Shopify to take their tactical timeout after winning 3 defenses in a row. Really impressive stuff.
Seeing a full 6-pick from Shopify right now.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe they didn't anticipate this site and instead have opted to change things up because of that. A little bit of focus on that flank watch with the gridlock. We've got Canadian with that utility on the Capitao. Bees and Alliance, they really want to find out where people are and keep them there. I do like this from Ivan, though. Passage to the building isn't given for free, and he's just going to let him know. Little spawn peek here, little check of a window there. It just causes these players to spend a little bit more time. Canadian It's on his mind. Is he going to get run out of the door? Is it going to happen, you know, from the window? Just keeps you guessing. That phantom pressure possible to give on the defense as well. It does look quite direct for the time being.
Quite direct indeed. Very easy to open up that wall too. Obviously, Cade and Bandit both taken off the board, so just the Mute Jammer, one secondary EMP, bam, walls open. Minimal investment from Shopify to get that figured out. Very traditional lineup from Shopify right now. Lion coming into play, first time we've seen this attacking side. You obviously got the Grim and the Cavitar, but it really feels like a very standard execute. They're going to try to go for that diffuse plant, try to put that kit down inside one of the breaches. Apply some pressure to the second floor, deny those vertical angles, especially with a Solus on the board. That'll be very important, and what Shopify are setting up for right now. But Matumbo looking to throw a wrench in things. Holding this Z position, holding this hallway with a shotgun can be really tricky to deal with. But with how far back he's pushed, Rexon will clear close. Instead, Shopify continuing to try to open up angles on the site.
Exothermic is going to need an EMP, and it is thrown there by Canadian. Another wall will be opened. Now call for a bit of utility. Can try and flame out, couple that in with an nade into the cross. Beautiful stuff there from Shopify. That's the coordination that we're expecting to see from this side. Two pieces of utility and a player ready to catch. That surely should open up the round for them. Bit of info now can be gathered as we enter this final minute. The only worry potentially is there's still a little bit of vertical that's available for the defenders to take advantage of. So they need to find a pocket in which to plant. The Solus upstairs as well could very easily play spoiler. C4 from Fatal, if he's able to get it through the bars, could be dreadful. A lot comes on to Wrexham right now.
Shotgun right around the corner, and I was going to say, Canadian's going to need to smoke off these vertical angles, and now with Wrexham gone, that's the only way they can get this diffuser down. The coverage has to be perfect. And Skimzy, he's got to be out of position. That Specchio's got to miss, and there's not even a reaction. If he's triggered it, it's not gone to any bit of use. Post plant activated, Spoit on for the double, and Skimzy has found the diffuser, but it is well too late to make any impact off of that information. Shopify pulled back. Ooh, Ambi smoked on that upside down rappel, but a nice clean trade. Matumbo can pick him back up, but Canadian creeps around the corner. A little bit too late, will firebolt it off. Very lucky you still have that utility. Will force them either to vault over or drop down the hatch. But this is the round we needed from Shopify. A clean execute. Step 1, step 2, step 3. Diffuser down. W in the column. 7-4 victory. And our other second team in NA that remains flawless will join Dark Zero without having a single loss at the end of Playday 4.
I'm really glad that we saw Shopify Rebellion there just pull out a very straightforward strategy, but execute it very well. It's very easy to say that they just need to open some walls and they just need to get in and try and get a plant down, but in the execution of it, it was done quite elegantly. They were able to isolate players. We saw a good amount of, information being gathered. They recognized the amount of people on that top floor, and they were able to act accordingly. Nice little combination there with the Thatcher Thermite, and a nice, easy result in the end. We're going to cut to a break. For that, we'll be back with the desk. Don't go anywhere.
got it. Fire it off. They're gonna have to drop her vault. No time.
Yeah, both dropped.
One more in gym. Last gym.
He's near green door. Good job.
Missed.
Shit.
I played.
GG's, guys.
Wow, they were so happy with that win, so excited. It was so clean, so quick, so consistent, so incredible. No, what was that?
I think that's a reasonable response after you win that game. I mean, you go up 6-1. You could have closed it out. Granted, Ivan actually had a really good 3K in that round that I think kind of definitely gave everyone else a little bit of life on Cruelty. But when you're SR and we see them win that, I mean, we've been in those situations. Those are games you just should win outright. You shouldn't have to get down to the wire to close it out. So if I'm SR, I'm definitely not too satisfied with that result, regardless of getting the 3 points.
Yeah, you can't be thrilled, obviously, getting a 6-1 lead, having a 5-1 half. You don't really get to show too much of your attacks, which is arguably the harder side. You'd be able to have something to work with, to get better at. I mean, it looked like once they got to that 6-1, they maybe let their foot off the gas, don't want to show a little bit too much. And obviously, I mean, hey, shout out to Cruelty. They did not give up. They kept going, and honestly, there was some good light in some of those rounds, especially their defenses and how they were playing together. But I mean, that last round specifically, it looked very disjointed. And at the end, you know, 3 people dropping from a hatch one at a time to try and fight and trade. I believe it was Ambi. It's like, at that point, like, you were so good up until this round, like, just keep working together. You know, I don't know where the thought process just is abandoned once the diffuser goes down. They could have just stayed on track. Who knows? Maybe the retake would have happened.
You live and you learn. That's something that we were looking to see from Cruelty, but the Blacklight detail specifically for this game is going to be heading over to Spoit. Finally, he is making it into one of these highlights because it's just been everybody on Shopify doing well.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to pick one player from Shopify that's going to stand out above everyone else. Obviously, it's a game-to-game. It really usually has been Rexon, though, on that back end. It's nice that Spoit finally, since joining the team, he's going to get his own flowers and respect, and he played great. I mean, when it comes down to a game of who's going to be 1v1ing, who's going to be the better in those brawl situations, I mean, Spoit arguably is the 1v1 king. You know, he always does those jinxy 1v1s. Arguably is always winning them. So if it's just going to be a bloodbath, I'd expect Spoit to always be the player to come up top.
And we have Rexon for the interview. He wasn't on the highlight this time around, but still a really good performance individually and a good performance from the side of Shopify. So first off, obviously, congratulations for another 3-pointer added to the amount of points that you guys have. The comms at the end, you guys didn't seem too happy, too ecstatic with how it went. You kind of had a big lead and ended up going down to the wire. How do you deal with that as a team?
I mean, as Lax and Fox said, we are kind of expected to win that game. So, I mean, going into it, it's like, you know, we're not the underdogs, we're the favorites. But also, we don't want to choke our points or maybe even down to round count. I don't know if that's going to affect us as much, maybe with DZ, but I mean, as I said, like, you know, we are expected to win the game. We are the favorites, and it does suck, you know, giving them 3 more rounds, but we still got a 3 point, so it's nothing to be upset about. And, you know, there's not really much reaction as opposed to beating an expected, like, our rivals like DZ or somebody like that, you know, like a harder game.
Yeah, a win is a win at the end of the day. But as for you, I mean, you've been winning the whole stage, Rexon. Just maybe talk to us what it's like to be on this roster. You're on supportive flex roles. Is there a lot less pressure because you know when you're put in a position where you have to show up, everything's kind of already been set up and you just need to make sure that you're just shooting better than everyone that's left up in the server? Or what's like that situation feel like when you're put in these constant clutch situations or situations where you have to just close out a round?
I actually, with this new role swap, so I mean, I've had brief stints on certain roles, but I've played pretty much every role in the game now. And I will say I like this one the most. As with like the pressure, or when I get put in these hard scenarios, or like instantly like the nitty gritty, if I'm in like a dead spot or whatever it may be, not really feel much pressure at all because, you know, again, like all my teammates are phenomenal and we have pretty good chemistry, I'd say, and we're building on the team play. We've been a team for a very short time, but no, I don't feel like any extra pressure. I actually really do like this role a lot. I like being able to play with multiple different operators in different areas. So I mean, no extra pressure, and again, I like doing what I do. So.
Well, you're definitely thriving. I think the stats speak for itself on your end. And I want to kind of ask you, you know, we've heard Troy at the end of comms saying, you know, believe in one another, trust in the calls. Is that kind of still the issue that's lingering with you guys? Granted, you guys are finding success, you're winning your games, but is it kind of that mid to late round on those attacks where you guys seem to be struggling the most? And would you agree that that's kind of an area that is really hindering your guys' overall performance?
I'd say yeah. Our initials obviously are pretty good. Attack, usually we're phenomenal on. Defense is typically where we've been finding less success, but still winning. Seth, our coach, has been hammering down on it, about our mid rounds and transitioning into like the later round for the execute, and that is something that obviously, as you've seen through our matches, is not as strong as our initials are clears. So that's something we're working on every day, and again, like we get better with it. Every day we practice and whatnot. So it's something that we'll hammer out, and then come playoffs, we should be a lot better by then. But again, like a work in progress.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to see how you guys are going to be making those improvements. Thank you again for your time for the interview, and congrats on another successful week from your end of things. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Bye.
See you guys later.
All right. That was a great one from SR. Points on the board, moving up in the standings. Cruelty still going to be sitting on 0, an unfortunate one for them. But Element is something a little bit more positive and fun to talk about. Reminder, today is the 20th, actually. I remember the date now. So it is actually qualifiers. Make sure you are playing or tuning in or whatever that might be. As for our retired, would you guys call yourself washed up or just retired?
I would just say
Depends if you want to
retired.
be disrespectful towards us, if you want to
Is
call us
washed up
washed. I
disrespectful?
don't think we've ever washed in our career, to be completely honest
But
with
like,
you.
then why did you get dropped if you weren't?
Well, I still competed after me getting dropped, so pretty irrelevant. But besides that,
Anyways.
Element, I mean, that again, there's Bay. There's a lot of players currently that have competed throughout Element. They got their notice in there. They got their competitive experience, a lot of play through and through. I mean, it's just a great playground to be able to join in, be able to understand what competitive feels like. And again, if you can find 5 friends, maybe pick up a few people from Twitch chat even, form a team, compete now, play in a qualifier. I mean, Element is the place to be and the place that you want to find yourself.
Yeah, and honestly, you never know at this rate. Sometimes if you're sitting there and you're watching Cruelty play and you're like, I could do that, you could
You
try.
probably can.
You could probably go through Element and maybe take their spot eventually and do it yourself and see how you guys would fare. But you need some teammates, you need to run some elements and be able to improve to get to that point. So try it out.
And if you don't want to try that, you just want to stick around and watch some games, we have OXG going up against Orgless, another team that has kind of like been through the thick of it in Tier 2 and is now here in Tier 1. Orgless, that is, not OXG, regardless of their performance. So make sure that you stick around to see how these two teams fare up against each other, because OXG against Orgless coming up after the break.
Dodas and Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifro. Their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NAL Playday for a second week with our final game of today. Orglus going up against OXG. I hope you guys have enjoyed the game so far, because this last one is probably going to be just as much as a one-sided competition. I'm your host, Ginny Joyed, with Fox and Lax, and we've decided that we are no longer going to play nice because it's been a long day and we are tired, so we're just going to say it how it is, starting off with Orglus and the fact that they are, I mean, at least they're on the board, though.
That is important. They needed to get that win to really instill some sort of faith and hope into their roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a much-needed win against Cruelty, obviously. Orglus needed it because at the end of the day, the competition's not going to get any easier. Obviously, they've beaten the last-place team. We need to see them consistently improve. And there was some decent takeaways from Orglus in that matchup. The biggest takeaways was obviously the good gun skill. I mean, at the end of the day, they had 2 aces in one game. They're the only team in the NAL right now to have 2 aces in one game.
An Orglus or a Cruelty thing?
I don't think it really matters. It's a good takeaway for Orglus, essentially, because the biggest issue with them, honestly, is the lack of awareness. Them constantly giving up picks for free, not understanding where the rest of their teammates are, constantly giving away free trades. And we see that time and time again. Even in the Cruelty game, obviously, it was more prominent than the other games because they had more runs, more reps to be able to expose that fact of them giving up free kills. And even though their entry was really good and their trade potential was really great in that game, they were doing the entry stuff pretty easily, but closing out the rounds was their biggest issue. And we have a specific round against Cruelty that we can actually show you where things went wrong. And obviously, it was off the back of a Monty push where they went for a site hit. They were going to go for that plant, and constantly, every single time that they had an advantage, Cruelty would just make a play to go for an individual one pick, and Orglus was unsuspecting of it, constantly giving it back. They're in a huge advantage, and then you just constantly see the back and forth, the ping pong. They get a pick, they throw it back. They have a Monty planting with a crossfire. You don't need to be overextending, giving away bodies, making it riskier than it needs to be. Have your Monty walk in, go for the plant. Yes, you get a pick. Stop overextending, fall back, let the Monty go for the execute. And they got that win, but there was still a lot of issues, like we just saw, that they need to be able to fine-tune. OXG, though, I think it's a good matchup for them to try a little harder and obviously fix those issues, because now the opponent isn't that much better than Cruelty, I would say, at the moment. But obviously, I mean, OXG, they're a different team all in all.
I mean, I think it's a great matchup for them. I mean, Oxygen is still trying to find their footing. Sure, they are looking better and better with each game, but this is definitely a time for them to take advantage. And them getting that win yesterday, hopefully going back in their VODs, seeing what they could fix, applying that in today's match, I think it could be a better match that we've seen out of Orglus, but that just goes into the prep and what we're going to see what Oxygen's matchup is going to look like. And then going into Oxygen, I mean, you know, this is a team that we talked about time and time again with all the different ideologies, a lot of cooks in the kitchen, is what is this roster going to look like? What is something that is so tangible that we can hold on to? And there wasn't really anything out the get-go off getting easy wins in their early matches. Now, as of their previous match, we actually saw rounds from these players where in terms of their coordination, you see here in those attacks, they didn't look disjointed. They looked far better than we've actually seen them. They were far more in unison. They had a better understanding of what their approaches look like on their attacks, and they're finally finding that identity, which is such a key factor for a brand new team that is comprised of such talented players from all across teams.
It's a great look for OXG to finally find their stride, although I will say the caveat to that is against Envy, it didn't really look like OXG was going out of their way to win rounds. A lot of the time they were posted up, playing their positions, and Envy was feeding it into them, which means, hey, they're doing something good. They understand when they can play passive and when they need to play aggressive. Hopefully we'll be able to get them, get some time to see them expose the aggressive nature that we know OXG can accomplish.
Yeah, and if anything, you're going up against a team like Orglus, one that has historically been making more mistakes than actually good passes. So for OXG, this is their chance to get another couple of easy points on the board, because ultimately you want to get as many points as quickly as possible, as the top 6 finish is really important to close out.
Yeah, and in this round, I mean, this was round 8. This just demonstrates how well Oxygen really played, with just for the simple fact is they were really utilizing the map. They were doing such a good job at executing into the site and being able to make plays, which again, we've talked about time and time again. Them being disjointed on attack was the biggest struggle. Their defenses were fine, but they started to find their footing on attack. So I'm expecting that going forward, looking into this matchup against Orglis. But the bigger thing for me is a player that truly sticks out the most that we've talked about time and time again with Oxygen. That is going to be Grixer. He is also on my fantasy list, so I need to see him put up
and
numbers.
You're still at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, I am still at the bottom, but Grixer's keeping me alive here, so please keeping me alive. But we've already highlighted how well Grixer plays. He stepped off that role of playing off an island. Now he's on the island. He's playing deep into the site. He is playing these roles that allows him to not only still be able to be a one-man army, but he's helping the team on that back line. If anything, there isn't a spot where you can't say that Grixer can shine in, but there's one thing for absolute sure you can say with Grixer, he is the spine for this roster.
No, absolutely. And all of those positions that he's playing in that we just watched, he's locking down an area. People are swinging into him, and he is not losing any of those gunfights. You are not going to catch him off guard. He's always ready for an aggressive style of play, which that is the genius behind Grixer, because a lot of players are great assuming that the environment fits them. But Grixer is comfortable playing in a situation or a spot that is uncomfortable and knowing when the opponent's going to push, and he's constantly getting that opening kill. And obviously, it was really displayed against Envy. And against a team like Orglis, I'd say we find ourselves against a similar playstyle team that, you know, Grixer might be able to take advantage of again.
Absolutely, but hopefully we don't see the exact same map that we've been seeing from Oxygen over and over. Again, maybe you're saving strats for the bigger teams. Maybe you just want to keep going to it. But either way, we're gonna have to wait and see whether or not that's gonna be the case.
It might go.
Actually,
No. We're gonna see a Cafe.
Just about.
I mean, again, you know, this is gonna be a big testament for Oxygen to see how their attacks are, because we haven't quite seen what their capabilities are. We've only really seen Clubhouse. So Cafe is definitely gonna be a map where you're really gonna have to play a linear style of Siege and work your way from top to bottom, depending on what the site is. And there has to be some sort of level of strat and adaptation that we're gonna have to see from Oxygen, that you can't just rely on Grixer to pull you out of some unwinnable situations. It really is going to have to come down to the team, and especially on Forrest's back, to be able to move those pieces around.
100%. It's going to come down to the attacks, and a big player that we're going to look at is Forrest, because Cafe is a very easy shield map. It's a very strong shield map, and if I can remember Forrest, even when I was playing against him on SSG, he uses the shield on Cafe so aggressively to take position so fast. And obviously, I'm hoping we see a little bit of a iconic retro, you know, Forrest come in.
Right now.
No, he doesn't play, but Forrest does, and he's going to be playing right now, and hopefully we'll be able to see him in his old style of play, which is on those shields, and I'd imagine we will.
I just want to say, it's going to be a Forrest to be reckoned with.
A Forrest.
Oh my gosh, you really are showing
Yeah.
your age.
Like, yeah.
Anyway,
28-year-old.
We're gonna pretend.
Hey. You got him. Y'all got him with that
You
one.
went for Orglis?
Yeah.
Explain your, wait, the joke was terrible, but, I mean, I'm not gonna say it was a terrible prediction, but what's,
Would you say that joke was epic?
okay, I think we're just gonna be done here. They've completely lost their minds, and I don't want to listen to this. I know you don't want to listen to this either. So instead, we're gonna be heading over to our casters, who are actually funny, with Ollie and Lynx. At least I hope they are.
Yeah, I was about to reference a player and it was on Envy. Crap. I'm really on the fence.
I feel pressure to be funny.
I'm really on the fence about those jokes. So I think OXG are going to win this game pretty handedly. I think Forrest on the shields could be quite a threat. I do think he'll draw probably the aggro in the ban phase. Ollie, I think we'll probably see 2 shields get knocked off the board. Don't think that's a hot take. Maybe you disagree with me.
No, I think that's fairly expected at this point. Obviously, we're going to be dealing with Cafe, so it's a map that you can kind of call into question how good shields are on this map. I don't think that it's the greatest map for shields, but they do have their place. There's certainly no shying away from the social vote, given that 84% of everybody watching at home is backing Oxygen. But then, what are we to expect? They are a very well-established org here inside of the NAL. Forrest is saying that we ban the Solace. Now, I don't believe that for a moment, I'm going to be honest.
He could do it, though. That'd be pretty epic.
It would be epic, yeah.
That'd be pretty
We can't
epic.
crutch on to the epic one because it's easy.
It's his name, dog. What do you want from me? Like, Oh, you can't do that when it's easy. He plays for the team.
But you got to come up with something a little bit more creative. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't stoop to the analyst level.
I don't know. Like, I can't make a funny pun out of kicks row.
Yeah, good luck, bro.
Hey, what do you want from me? Like,
and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Eddie?
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Actually,
see,
maybe a Hetty? Huh?
Bomb located by
are you familiar with the Beano?
No, I have no idea.
It was a children's magazine when I was growing up.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know the reference to the niche British children's magazine. Like,
I don't think it's that
niche. Really great reference. What? What do you mean if you don't think it's that niche? Why would I know that? Who would know that? This is the North American League.
There's someone that knows it.
Yeah, probably the British person watching. Probably like Kangaroo Kenny's mom, who's still tuned in after the Dark Zero game. Or Kangaroo Kenny, if he's watching. Shout out. Devin DM'd me, Beano there, done that. Not great. Not great. I get it, like that works text-wise, but pronunciation-wise doesn't work. Anyway, this bit has gone on long enough. Fan phase from OXG, Clash, and Castle taken down. So if you're looking to extend, in particular with that Castle, or even just make Bakery a bit more difficult, won't be a factor. We do see one shield ban from Orglis, but I will say, given how prevalent and prolific Forest can be on those shields, only one taken off the board is a bit surprising, but then again, Forest not bringing it out in the first round. No Monty, no Blitz to speak of. In fact, bringing the executes and the smoke bolts, and maybe he's wishing he had a shield to protect his face, because Fens puts a bullet right through it. Takes the opening pick, and Orglis just retreat into the depths of Cafe.
And it is as easy as that to get an opening pick on Cafe. A little bit of pressure on the windows, some fortunate timing. Bam, you've got yourself an entry. It's always a high value, whoever you take out on the attack. In this instance, it happens to be the Capitao, so a heck of a lot of utility there. Now, of course, Fens doesn't necessarily know who he has got. He may have a good idea. It could free them up a little bit later on in the round. Gomez on the IQ can start to run through that top floor as it has now been droned and called as clear, and start to destroy a lot of those electronics. Yoga places that boogie drone down and can start to rip open the floor. It makes very short work of the flooring inside of Cocktail. It's a good alternative to a sledge or a book. Downside, of course, being that you've got to be kind of careful where you choose to open those lines, because once you've thrown them, that's it. They're gone.
Pretty boring round otherwise, though. I mean, obviously, Fens getting that pick onto Forest outside, but Oxygen didn't really seem phased by it all that much. They kept going for the vertical control, especially once it was given up by Orglis. Throwing down the boogie drones, all three gone. Do like this position from Grixer. Moved into pillar, can take a peek into either mining or dining. I think Kixro spots him for a second. Fens up with his second of the round. Finds Gomez in the IQ, sprinting about. Grixer feels like he has an opening, especially with no holes made in the reading floor. He can actually move in pretty quick, but everyone just keeps seeming to run right into Fens. 3 kills so far, but the entire site's been hollowed out. There's a pulse down below, though. That's the big issue, because I don't think Oxygen know a single thing about it. Z-Ping going out. Grixer will just fall off at the exact right time. With his Evil Eyes present, too, you gotta be really careful. And it seems that Oxygen will continue running out of time as Grixer commits right next to it. He's shot by Fens, who's on for 4 in the round overall. A very clean start from Orglis, Fens in particular. Relaxing, getting a nice buzz off of that multi-kill. So the first defense goes the way of Orglis.
Would you say that he's good at defense?
Ah, that was clever. That's a different way than I used his earlier. And I would say so. Shotgun, SMG-11, run out, inside the building. Very versatile.
It doesn't feel very repeatable, would be my sort of worry.
I mean, I guess, like, in terms of the individual performance, but it's not like Fens was just running around shooting people. Like, look at the strat. They get that early peak, then once they get the 5v4, they immediately fall back, and Fens is playing white stairs. on a mining, dining defense. Like, it's a very normal position to play.
It's not groundbreaking, is it?
No, and it's not his fault that Oxygen decided to conga line down through reading and white stairs.
That was the problem.
Yeah.
Now we're getting to the root problem. We're getting to the cause.
Yeah.
Why are Oxygen going one by one? Sure, they lose the open pick. Fine, it happens. It's Cafe. However, you have to stabilize. You have to ensure that everything from that point onwards is a trade or better. And they just took their foot off the gas a little bit, took their eye off the prize. They got that top floor control, but it kind of felt like at what cost? Because from that point onwards, not a lot happened. They didn't have the extra man, so they weren't able to commit to things like Snow Door and get themselves, really established inside of Pillar. It happens. Round one, I'm sure that they can brush it off and get themselves ready and waiting for round two. Now, we are going to see the Aurora come in yet again here. Now, interestingly, we sort of harped on Cafe earlier on this evening when we saw it about the power and the prowess of an Azami. Now, we don't see an Azami here in round number two, so maybe something to keep an eye on for August as these defensive rounds tick on by, of course, until round 4 when we get another round of banning coming in.
There we go.
For the time being, it isn't something they're choosing to use. Instead, we are going to see Aurora Gadget used on the door and then a Selma thrown at an electrified wall.
C4 goes out and doesn't find much of anything. Zoto canister even used. Ooh! So they're going to activate the Aurora door. They're going to shoot it open, and the smoke canister right there. The Glaz will sit inside it. And maybe cut off that hallway. Instead, swing around Bakery. Could be pushing forward. Adam with the first pick, though quickly traded. And Bakery not completely in the hands of OXG as one player right behind that reinforcement. It's Bino, but quickly losing support. Epic and Eddie both biased towards the long bar, the backside right now. A bit of a sloppy engagement, but nice clean flick from Epic. Makes it a 3v3. There's still that Maestro right around the corner. He's got very clear intel. There's 2 players inside a Bakery right around the corner. And with that backline pressure dealt with, the rest of these Orgulous defenders can actually direct their attention towards the front as Grixer, Gomez, and Yaga all up here. Eddie's even moved upstairs to retake the vert. Epic and Bino will hold down below. Nice check from Yaga. Hard right with the bearing 9. Makes it a 3v2, and you still got to worry about that vert, and Epic just around the corner could be a problem. But Yaga's ready for it. They've got 50 seconds. They've got time to wait for Orgulous to make a mistake, who've had a problem of over-peaking so far. They've got time to wait for one.
Epic's still on the Warden, so
that's clean.
He's going to get cut off there. I just feel like Oxygen know exactly where everybody is right now. Gomez is going to pick one. Unfortunately for Yaga, he gives himself up. Taken out. Eddie from above. What is he going to be able to do here? The diffuser has been recovered. But how much info has he got on the site? There are still a couple of Evil Eyes kicking around, but it looks like this plant's going down.
15 seconds to go.
2 Evil Eyes actually all triangulating his position. Not much Eddie can do based on that vertical angle. Will spot Grixer though. And 1v1, DMR. Look at how low health Gomez is. This is super winnable. That flick was just a little too far to the right. Sparky aiming to be sure and came down to a 1v1. But if I have to give credit to anybody there, Yaga checking that right corner, taking on the Maestro, and then the follow-up with that Roar Door to cut off coat check. Very good mid-round play by OXG there. Resetting, thinking things through, not getting too ahead of themselves.
It was a great read from Yaga, and I'd like to go back, and we might even see it in the replay if there was any info on that. There is a drone inside of Kitchen, so potential that there was a bit of a call there that was able to be made off the drone. But again, it just comes down to Oxygen. I feel like they did such a good job on the intel game. They knew exactly where August were pretty much at all times, and they were able to very accurately challenge onto those positions. It really didn't leave August with very many places to go.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
In round 3, we are going to go to the mid floor. Oxygen, of course, having success there downstairs, and August not wanting to repeat and go back to Kitchen. Instead, they're going to opt for a little bit more of an extension and hold into this top floor. This is where we're going to see the Azami come out as well. What's a top floor hold without an Azami? It's a necessity.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say it's a necessity, but depending on what you do, absolutely. Like, remember when we saw that Echo playing aggro in Cigar, or in Christmas, and he just died? You know what makes that position a lot easier to play if you want to get aggressive? And Azami with some Kiva barricades. Basically a necessity if you want to do that strat. And often when we see the Azami get brought for any kind of top floor extension, it's not uncommon to see it. Of course, it's a second floor defense. Usually we see that primarily on a cocktail defense. But hey, maybe Kickstar's feeling it. Cavitar Bolt's going out early. A little boogie drone instantly destroys that barricade. And instead, Oxygen are just in the site with no response. Literally nobody from Orglis even moves. No vert, no intel. We've got 2 BPs and nobody watching them. Bit unfortunate, as now we have a 5v5 post and Orglis left scratching their heads, wondering how the hell this has occurred. Forrest sitting inside of the site, nade perfectly banked around the corner. Finds Eddie, actually, peeking close to that doorway. Orglis struggling to find anything. They might take that advantage, but already half of this post plant has gone. Forrest has not even moved. He's been sitting on this diffuser like a mother hen, incubating her egg. Just sitting there, waiting. He's got time. He's in a 1v1, actually, and it simply doesn't matter. The time's now elapsed, and I don't know what gap they spotted. Well, clearly won over by Snowdoor, but Orglis were asleep at the wheel, and that's kind of an understatement.
Yeah. There wasn't even a rotate into laundry.
Bro, they had 2 BPs. What were they looking at?
I mean, there wasn't even a rotate into the hatch wasn't even open. There was no vert. Play upstairs, please. It's a great idea.
I was late on the
I really like the upstairs hold, but just be ready. You've just got to be a little bit ready for that snow door rush. Have someone watching it, you know?
Make a vert angle on it.
A serious lack of preparation in the round. It's like everyone was just like, yeah, we're going to hold upstairs. Right, we're all going to go and do a job upstairs, and the site just gets totally forgotten about. And Oxygen, quite rightly, read into that in the drone phase and just go, bam, we can just walk right in and get a plant down here. No problem whatsoever. Very little obstacle. The fact it came down to a 1 versus 1 was shocking to say the least. But in the context of things, when the person left in the 1v1 is Forrest on a blitz and the time is basically nil, it's a lot less worrying for Oxygen. And they will have made those decisions knowing that in the heat of the moment. So, not too much of a surprise, but we're going to see the other mid-floor site attempted here. And still that heavy upstairs presence. So, I don't think that Lightning's going to strike twice. I don't think that Oxygen are just going to go for it again. They're not bringing the blitz, so you would expect it not to happen. But they do have to be a little bit more mindful of people just sort of walking in.
And he was not letting that drone slip away. And fair play. Down to 5 early on, 30 seconds in. Of course, you got the clutch drones. Not a whole lot to actually get. You can hack those ADSs and maybe the BP, but not hacking those Kibas or the black mirrors. This is what the Azami's for. This is what I mentioned. Again, ironically, also not a cocktail defense, but it is mining. And directly above it, in the Christmas position, Kicksrow has set up a little fortress for himself, a little hall of, not really mirrors, just hall of walls mainly, which I guess that's just a hall. He set up a problematic position for OXG to clear, is what I'm trying to say, because you either have the Kivas up front that he could play behind, he's got this fallback position on the chair to retreat to. They're both destroyed pretty quickly, but he can keep laying these up. It's only 1 DMR on the side of OXG, and a Gone 6 is used as well to try to detonate this Kiba. He's actually got quite a lot of use out of this. He's wasted 1 nade, wasted a Gone 6 shot, and there's still mirrors right behind this, and half the round's been wasted. Honestly, he might not have gotten any kills, but for those 3 Kiba barricades, that's a lot of value.
Very worth at this point, and it's one of the reasons why his army is just so oppressive on this map. I was kind of surprised to not see it banned out at that halfway point. Oh, surely a kill, but no. Xro somehow gets away with his life and is allowed to continue to watch now onto the cocktail windows. OXG, they've kind of thrown the kitchen sink at this, and they haven't really got too much for it.
We don't need to be doing
Xro
that.
eventually gets a little bit too overzealous, and that top floor is now firmly in the hands of OXG.
Oh, Yaga, he literally hears the C4 rip, hears it gets thrown, and he's not even phased. he knows he'll have long cleared white stairs by the time that gets tossed up. And he's got that perfect backstab on the Mira. Experience right there, paying dividends. Face checks Eddie too, dispatches him easily. Bino caught in the connector, inside a train between the two sites. Can look left, can look right, but Doom approaches him either way. Even spotted on this drone. OXG had 5 drones at 2:30, and they've only lost 2 since then. Really good value out of the remaining drones they had, despite the early damage to their economy. And there, Gomez finished it off. 3-1 for OXG now. Dropping that first, sure, but since then, looking really, really strong on these attacks.
We kind of criticized OXG at the halfway point of the round, saying that they, used a lot of utility to get the small amount of control that they'd had. I think it was just a lack of people doing things on the side of Orgless. We'd seen the Azami play. It was almost perfect. So much value out of that Azami and the Kiba barricades that it was throwing out there. But I just feel like, just give the Azami a bit of a hand upstairs. Or all drop off together.
That's what I was going to say.
Don't then, further challenge onto things. Kixro just sticks his head into a window and pays the ultimate price for it. What do you expect is going to happen? You've got a patient player outside that is just going to start to watch that window because he knows that you're very likely to peek. Over-peeking, essentially costing the round, and it's a shame because aside from that, Kixro played very well in the mid part, in the early and mid part of that round. A timeout now being called, and maybe the topic of over-peeking being discussed, but just a little bit more synergy from this Orgless side required.
Yeah, that point about falling back. I mean, it's not like Force is even on rappel. It's not like he was like sticking his face in or really trying to fight kicks around that window. He's like all the way back. He's waiting for a jump out. He's waiting to see if you hop out the building. Why are you sticking your face in it? You just don't need to. Like the desk mentioned, these more inexperienced teams, especially the ones from NA, Orgless, and Envy. I mean, Orgless not completely inexperienced, but 3 of their players have only really been in the LCQ area. Fens, Epic, and Bino. But Bino, ironically, does have major experience. Over-peaking seems to be a bit of an issue for Envy, and in this case for Orgless. Kixro, like I just mentioned, but then by that player falling, Yogg is able to push up white and take the 1v1 with the guy in the mirror window. Eddie has to use his C4 to try to get that kill, to try to cover, and the timing's just not there. If Kixro actually stays there and helps the Mira, he's chilling. But gives the advantage, gives OXG the opening in a round where they were starting to stall out a little bit. And now up 3-1, OXG have guaranteed themselves a very, very nice split. Even if they draw these next 2 rounds on Cafe, not a big deal. Far worse situation you could be in than a 3-3.
And I think given Orgless's attacking prowess, you would take it on a map that, isn't the easiest map in the world to attack. You're going to be very happy indeed with 3 attacks of your own as Oxygen, knowing that it's not even done there. This could be a 5-1 split. Who knows? We'll see as we enter on into round number 5 right now. A lot of pressure on this cocktail side of things, getting these windows open. A couple of players establishing themselves on that rappel. Rorador attempted there from Forest. It's going to take a good amount of damage, but first skill comes in, a C4 as a friendly fire, but it doesn't stop the flood.
Oh my God.
Immediately gets himself into the action.
Yaga does get in the sight, but at what cost? Eddie spots him from down below. Feels like I'm watching C9 right now. Trying to hit a rush and get immediately shut down the moment they rappel into those windows. Epic with a very nice set of engagements for himself. Gomez spotted on the opposite side of the map, trying to be the backstab as everybody's distracted dealing with Cocktail, and the attack's falling apart before he can even really get into Cigar. Round's pretty much done and dusted at this point. Oxygen tried to take it really quickly. Rora off those doors, but the moment Forrest attached it to the frame, Orgless were already peeking him. The moment that OXG actually started rappelling in, Orgless called their bluff, started winning those fights, and when you commit to that rappel, sure, Orgless might be sticking their face in a window early on in a vacuum. That's doing the exact opposite of what I wanted them to do, but if you're decreasing your odds of winning that gunfight by like 30%, yeah, I don't blame them for doing it.
Yeah, Orgless were very ready for whatever it is that we've just seen there from OXG. Not afraid to immediately challenge on, and there was just a bit more distraction required, wasn't there? You needed some stuns, you needed a smoke, you needed something to go in before Forrest just sticks his head in the window on the rappel and tries to roar it off the door.
You know what I felt like?
Didn't see it. Didn't see the vision.
It really felt like that was the kind... I feel like if I were to look in their strat book, there's a Ying there, but obviously she's banned. They're like, I think we can make it work.
Yeah. And then you kind of realize you're trying to force a square peg through a round hole because a Ying is a very important feature
of
whatever that was going to be. Yeah. Quite a hefty 6-pick coming out this time in round 6. Seeing everything changed off here. Yoga going to be going over onto a Monty. Probably the most notable of the changes. It really does switch up how they're going to approach this attack somewhat. Gomez, bit of flank protection. Bees, very good choice here on this map. You do, of course, get the claymores as well if you're going to try and catch anyone out on one of those little jump outs that are possible. I don't know. I think Oxygen will probably watch this back in VOD review and feel like there was a bit of a missed opportunity there, and this, you know, probably really should have been a 5-1 split.
Perhaps, but they're not going to complain about a 4-2 attacking half whatsoever if they are able to close this out. No rush this time. Will be a full clear from top to bottom, as Orlis have chosen reading and dining to be their final gambit on the defense. Pretty standard setup. Got a couple up top, a couple on the back line over by White Stairs and reading. Don't need to complicate it for this site, but you do have to hold on to that top floor.
I apologize, I'm experiencing a little bit.
Alright, I was just making sure it wasn't me too. Because I'm currently watching Microsoft PowerPoint.
It's stop motion. It's all the rage.
When you lower the frame rate, it makes it more exciting. Why? Gabe just texted me this, but it's true. Why is Yogg on shields? Why is Forrest not on the Monty?
Yeah, Forrest on the sledge is a little bit of a question mark, I guess, isn't it? Yoga, he's trying to advance down toward the top of these white stairs. C4 is going to get sent out. Just
nice
clips.
idea.
Real close there from Bino. He's getting bared down upon. The smoke can only buy him so much time, and Yoga is allowed to aggressively push through. The opening pick will still go in Orglis's favor.
Oh, I was about to say, I am always nervous when I see a Monty push up far like that. Especially his cover divided between the smoke and himself. Orglis is taking out all the guns around this Monty. Yaga trying his best to find it. Will actually land the shots. And it is a 2v2. Kicks were spotted by the bees down below. Will signal to OXG that he's retreated. They can fully hop onto the second floor, and they've got some time to reset. But everybody aside from Epic, worse for wear. Yaga in particular, quite low HP. But all those smokes are gone. Nitro cell gone too. And no impact grenades to speak of. It could be a little difficult, it could be a little tight. But if Yaga could just keep pushing forward and check this corner, check this, yes. And Grix just found another. Spray through the wall, taking him down. 4-2 half for OXG. Very, very hectic on that top floor push into pallets. But it pays off. Definitely could also probably go back to the drawing board on that one, I think.
Yeah, I don't think that that's one for the archive, is it? That's not one that you re-watch back and go, yo, we need to put this in the playbook.
Yeah,
like, this is going there.
Need to tighten up with that shield in the back line.
That one. We skipped that one a little bit.
Yaga was good on shields, though. Got it, 2K.
You know what? Played well. And took ground as well. I think I panicked a little bit as well when he started to push forward. Because I was a bit like, ooh, you get that Monty in that dangerous zone, and all of a sudden you think, this maybe isn't going to go so well. He's doing a good job of like keeping these guys at bay and soaking up utility. And then when he pushed through that toxic babe, I was a bit, he's on his own kind of, but it did work out for the better. I mean, Bino, to be fair to him, did a great job. And if he gets that kill onto the Monty, it's a very different round. Like that final play from Grixer, the bailiff into the immediate switch to the primary. But as the sides switch, the bans are as follows. Blitz, Ying, Castle, and an Azami. Orglis recognizing the power of that operator and saying, nope, not today. And then fairly par for the course stuff from the attacker side of things. Blitz and the Ying, both very high value operators here on Cafe. Oxygen still with a very good, cozy lead.
5 seconds left.
I'd say so. I'm chilling. 4-2 on your attacking half? Come on. Plus, it's like the exact same ban phase we just had on the opposite side. Except for the Azami, I guess. Azami was in play. So that is an important differential to have those keepers off the board.
This door is secured.
But Orgulus targeting the extensions. OXG will likely react by bringing a lot of utility, which we see with the Vulcan packs, the smoke canisters, and the Aruni gates to hold down the site. We do have the Mozzie, though. Seen a little bit more Mozzie today than I'm used to, I feel like. Setting up some of those pests. Of course, to deny that intel, but also just to make a team that, given the less experience, maybe will struggle putting the pieces together on attack a little bit more. Could end up buying you a few key seconds depending on how the round plays out. Bino bringing on the Monty, trying to navigate that very same thing. Go full shield, be the human drone, push forward, pressure these players, and don't get separated by any smokes.
You know, when you say it like that, it sounds so easy.
And you know what? It's like, it is.
Just do it.
I'll just do it. Now it's playing.
Eddie using a little bit of utility there just to destroy one of the laser gates. That is going to be an obstacle that Orgulus have to overcome here. They have a little bit of burn, but Capitao isn't the worst option to use for that. Lion Scan is going to assist Bino. Well, the Capitao fire does just cut him off for the time being. The opener this round is going to go in favor of OXG. Epic is taken down. A little bit of info attempting to be gathered there. Forrest may be looking for a little bit of a jump out, but instead he's still primed and ready. There's a good chance right now.
Nice. Really like that. Love that use of the destructive ingredient. Stunning Bino on the Monty. Trying to push forward. I don't even really know what's happened. Like, half these players have died on Repel. Doesn't even find one. Flawless round. Love that play from Forrest right there. A couple really good things to talk about. Not only using that Mozzie drone to check his own flank and see if it's safe to play on the white stairs landing, but then also, right as that Monty pushes up, detonating that fire extinguisher just to push him back. Also stun him a little bit, give him an opportunity to tag him up. Really good individual play from Forrest right there. But overall, like, felt like every time Orgulus availed themselves to an SSG defender, they died. You had the guy outside White Window dying to Forrest. You had the guy out on Cocktail Pal. Also died. Just felt like every single time Orgulus tried to step to OXG, they were immediately cut down.
I learned about that interaction today. I saw a clip from Fungu. And it was exactly the same position as well. Top white stairs. And he shot the canister and it sort of, you know, shifted the Monty's shield out of the way and I think he got the kill onto it.
Nice.
So yeah, it is a cool interaction, as you mentioned there, from one of the new ingredients in and around the map. We haven't seen too much of them over the course of the evening. We've seen the odd one exploded here and there, but it's not had too much bearing on the round and the way that it's played out. But that in particular is one that, you know, Monty often finds themselves in and around that lumber area at the top of white stairs. And, well, if you've got the shield out, you are going to get punished just a little bit. Oxygen on the defense, looking very strong indeed. 5-2. They are going to be looking to book this one away nice and easily. Orgulus have already used that tactical timeout as well, so they've only got themselves to discuss between at this moment, and you kind of wonder if, you know, would that timeout be good in this sort of a situation? I'm not saying it would make a massive difference, but it's the attacks where we really want to see this team grow.
We've seen really quite a lot of Aurora on this site in particular, it feels like. Seen Shopify bring it during the SSG game. Saw it earlier there. Now here. Fens trying to allow Blackbeard to hop in this window. Will push through. Aruni gate detonated, or Aruni gate disabled. Will peek around the corner. Spots that Aruni. Fen's actually the one to deal away with Gomez. Adam put on the floor. 3v4 at the moment with Adam out of commission. Forrest trying his best to stave off that bakery push. Quite successful for Orgulus, though. They've taken that front position with still over half the round to go, and Adam down inside a coat check. That's a key supporting player for Forrest's right flank, and he'll slowly creep further into the depths of the site to try and escape Orgulus as they begin to reset.
There is a chance that Grix is able to get a revive off here. He's got Yoga playing behind the bar, so there is a little bit of support there. And the bite from this attack certainly died off a little bit. Aurora door will open, and that's going to make crossing a lot more difficult. Atom still down at the moment, but it looks as though a valiant attempt has been made by Grixer to get him up. Just goes to show the difference there of just taking an extra few seconds, recognizing, look, he's not going to pass out, he's not going to die. Just got to give it a little bit more time and move when the time's right. Very interesting rotation from Forrest here as well, as he puts himself in quite a nice position to flank down those red stairs now. As that wall is going to continue to get opened. I do just wonder, are August just all going to ball on through?
You'd think so. I'm a little concerned, though. Epic's going for the backstab, and he's got the one with the smoke bolts. So he can't really deal with any of these vertical angles that Forrest makes because he's out of position. Forrest also not with a lot of time. He opens it up, but he reconsiders. He gets scared. Yaga will detonate Grixer, but he does take down the diffuser, too. And Epic committing to this backstab. The utility might not have been to my liking, but this could be an important position, especially with Adam on such low HP and Kochek. If the Capitao is able to take that, that's such good cover. But still, those vertical angles, Forrest takes down Bino. Anybody making a move for this diffuser is stopped right in their tracks. Grixer thanking his lucky stars he picked up Adam, because he's picked back up, holds down Kochek, and finishes off match point with a nice little two-piece.
Very well played by Oxygen. I love the rotation from Forrest. And it was just a little bit too static from August. They really bunched up inside a bakery. And the rotate, it was just a little bit too little, too late, and arguably the wrong operator as well. Those smokes would have been much better placed on the ceiling to deny any visibility for Forrest on that flank upstairs. I like the initial push, though. I'll be honest. I like the Blackbeard. I like the Roarador. It's fairly standard, you know, there's no real frills to it, but if you can pull it off, it works very well. I did think it was quite funny when the Blackbeard was pushing through the door into Bakery and there's barbed wire and a Vulcan canister at his feet. But the Vulcan canister, I think it was placed the wrong way, because I kind of looked at it, I was like, it just something about this picture just doesn't look right. It wasn't going to be very easy to shoot from behind the Bakery door either, but it did just make me chuckle in the moment. Potentially the last round of the evening coming right up then, as Oxygen look to make it a clean sweep on this defense.
Orlis might be trying to take it quick too. Monty and the Blackbeard coming in. I mean, obviously you could just do the normal Monty walk around, pressure, get some intel. And in fact, with Epic repelling up, it actually seems they might be going for a full clear, so could be doing their due diligence, but they will have a hell of a setup to deal with. You've got those mirror windows on Cafe. Mira always been one of the strongest operators to play on this map, especially when you're trying to go for an extension up to the third floor. And now those ADSs can catch Capitao bolts. Man, have we seen Jaeger's pick rate go from damn near 0 to not necessarily the most picked off like he used to be, but still constantly in the mix at various points today. Not a spot you necessarily, not an up you necessarily want to leave behind at times. E1D will go out, and Eddie's able to find the first, as indeed, Orglis are quickly moving not only down to the site, but into it. They've taken control of dining and train, even mining as well, as everybody from OXG, 3 players stuck inside of reading, C4s and impact grenades going out to create new sight lines. Give them a chance to contest Orglis as they push on in. Blackbeard, always a difficult attacker to deal with, and especially when Kixrow has got your cutoff locked down. 5-1. Make it 5-0. A flawless round as Orglis look to stay alive.
And out of nowhere, Orglis pull out a flawless round on the attack, and everything looks great. There was not too much wrong with that. They wanted to play quicker. They wanted to inject a little bit of pace into the round. They spotted a gap, and they did just exactly that. Blackbeard is a real playmaker at the moment, and it is no surprise to see it removed here in the final round of banning. Mirror is going to be gone as well, but that is going to hold far less weight than that Blackbeard ban. It's been a consistent pick throughout both of these sides' attacks when it's been available. And I do think that August will have to come up with another solution for that lack of a beachhead now.
I have your solution. One word. mountain.
The Tame.
I'm sorry, you don't know why that's really funny. Parker's probably laughing right now. I'm Tane, your latest dancer. Can't wait to entertain you. Now Tane I can get into. Sorry. I'll stop now. Reading room defense.
I have no idea what
It's fine. We'll show you later. There's a lot of memes we have to show you to introduce you to NA. There's a watch list. A lot of Tim Robinson. A lot of Tim and Eric. A lot of what's it called? A lot of Auntie Donna.
I thought Tim only casted with Dez.
All right, shut up. Actually, very opposite of an Ace and Dez day. A lot of 7-4s, 7-3s, some minuscule comebacks. Orglis would be the first if they're able to pull off this 3-round streak. 4, technically, if you include the last one. Forced again getting these drone outsides. Really good at finding his intel on the exterior of Cafe, checking these repel positions. This one player does take an aggressive line up on the Christmas repel, prepping the C4 for Cocktail, but that was just opening up the window. Bino miles away from that C4 just in case. He'll make his way up. Feeling pretty comfortable about his current position as 4 players from Orglis mount to the roof.
Miles away, but does still take about 20 damage.
Yeah, it's a C4. It happens.
Unfortunate for Bino there, his shield obviously not soaking up enough. Isn't going to be the end of the world for him though. The C4s that OXG bring often get used quite early on into the round. It isn't something that they rely on as, you know, a form of plant denial, especially in this fixture, as Orglis haven't really shown much of a want or need to try and get that plant down. The other C4 is going to go in Yoga's pocket, and it's get sent to the cameras. He's got some defaults to flick, but that is about it. As the opening pick once again here goes for Orglis.
Yeah, really
pretty good when
really
they've had that
strong
opening pick, and yeah, Oxygen. It's becoming a bit of a consistent theme now. There's a little bit of sloppiness in the early parts of these rounds.
Some that, whether Orglis win this or, well, I guess if they don't win this, the game's over. But if Orglis do win this, something that we are going to be concerned about, that Orglis are able to get these picks, and even if you end up wasting a lot of time, still a 5v4. Makes it if you're just shooting straight on the day. You can trade down that man advantage, hopefully. Reading room is a site where you don't necessarily need a lot of time to attack, especially with these boogie drones. You can get almost all of the verts simultaneously. Looking to push down white as Orglis are setting up for a reading execute. Forrest was hiding down below. Of course, the C4 used early, so might be trying to go for a cheeky flank. But Gridlock is in play, and those track stingers, I was about to say, commonly placed on not only the upper, but also the lower red stairs, and he's spotted on the flank too. There's an Aruni here as well. Whether Orglis know it or not, there's actually only 2 people on the site, and I think they did. Probably why Bino ends up going in is Epic, who's taken complete control of reading. Kixro with a second really strong couple rounds back-to-back we've seen. Now it's Orglis that forced OXG's hand into the post. 5v2, 5v1. 2 strong showings on this attacking side from Orglis. And a comeback seems very possible. And OXG likely going to need to take a pause after this. Orglis have completely manhandled these 2 defenses.
Orglis showing that if the gaps are there, they are more than willing and capable of exploiting them. OXG, they don't need to go back to the drawing board, but I think they just need to throw a little bit of respect onto this Orglis team, because these attacks are slowly but surely starting to gain a little bit of momentum. It wouldn't be uncharacteristic out of the games that we've seen have mini comebacks in it for one of them to go the whole way and us to end up in an overtime. As you rightly prophesized, Lynx, it's the timeout.
I mean, you kind of got to when you're up 6-2, and all of a sudden it's 6-4, and let's be honest, those attacks were not close. It's not like, oh, you know, 1v1 unlucky, oh, 1v2 unlucky. Like, no, that was a 5v1 into a 4v1, which is basically a 5v1. That we are rapidly descending in the quality of these defenses, but also, as you said, in the quality of Orglis is recognizing opportunities. I'm not entirely sure how that opening pick was acquired, but Orglis are not so inexperienced a team that when they get a 5v4, they don't know what to do with it. especially on a reading attack, when you're throwing a pretty basic setup at them. A couple players up top, some players around right on site, they know what to do. Push across cocktail, or push across to cocktail. Open up the vertical, hop down, put a plan of the default behind the bookcase. That's been the default plan for reading since like 2019. We've been doing that for years. Orglis has probably been doing that for years. We're going to try to stop them a little bit more. We can see one way they'll try to do it, forced on the clash. Prone inside a bunker right now, trying to make sure that he doesn't get spotted by those drones. Might just be the secret sauce. They are looking to inject to get one over on Orglis and close this out 7-4.
Not seen a lot of clash, and with Forest hiding, as you mentioned, it's unlikely that Orglis are going to be ready for it. There is a question, I guess, as to, well, what do you really change in the lineup that you're bringing? Or is it just that you have a little bit more time to think about it and conjure up a plan? Time will tell. Obviously, the Clash versus Monty dynamic is still kind of heavily favored in that Clash side, with the ability to stun and really harass the Monty and slow down that roll. We are downstairs, and where we've seen, you know, Aurora doors be the order of the day. Oh dear.
Oh, not again.
See, that's one of the first ones that we've seen. If most of them have been like that, that's pretty bad.
Yeah. I mean, three 5v4s in a row now. 2 specifically onto Adam. This is the wrong time to start giving away opening picks, especially as they have invested heavily in a bunker hold. They're not roaming. There's no extended setup. This is meant to be held on the site, and now you've just given the green light to Orglis that, hey, second floor is basically clear, and now you have a 5v4, just take it. Run in and take that control. You're chilling. You're all good. I will say, no boogie drones, so a bit more inefficient of soft destruction than what we normally see, but you've got the sledge and the buck. You can make very, very quick work of this. As it seems that Orglis, with the Monty and the full clear, indicates we're probably going for a freezer drop, so your next target is going to be the bottom right stairs. There, of course, is the clash to deal with, but if these firebolts land in the right spots, even that can be made quick work of.
Yeah, it isn't really going to matter. Of course, having the clash, obviously clash has changed, but you've still not got an ideal gun. The gun's still great, but it isn't the same as having a primary.
Oh.
Yoga, the next player to fall.
That's literally
he was going to be the next
white.
talking point. We were going to be talking about the C4 that he's got in his hands, the fact that he's playing on the 2-brow, the fact that he's playing bottom white. Nope.
What is happening?
This round is very quickly going in Orglis's favor. All signs point to, oh, let's be honest, a potential overtime right now.
It really is looking like that. Every time OXG move to take a fight, it's like they're not even a factor. It's like they're not even present. Like the keyboards and the monitors turned off. It's very, very strange what we're seeing, just this complete lack of fight. Even Adam, 11-8, the opening death 2 rounds in a row now. Bino's dropped, but there's this player. Look, prone behind bunker, sitting there waiting. Grixer with that smoke. He's got 2 in pocket, 20 seconds of denial. And even with 5 drones, I don't think Orglis check this. Eddie might get one, but how long is Grixer going to stay here? He pops up, runs out of ammo to finish off the second epic down and not finished off as he takes cover behind the column. Grixer moves to play close. Gomez got to survive, provide as much support as you can. It is a 2v2 confirmed by Grixer. Kicksrow on the wraparound. Shotgun favorable in this position, but Kicksrow still finishes him off. Diffuser cold on the floor as they spotted Gomez. Moving in for the kill. Got to survive. He runs right in front of the hole! You just needed to sit still, man! And it'd be done 7-4. Grixer almost tipped the scales. And then Orglis dragged them right back in their favor.
Grixer literally won the round, and then Gomez just was caught in the current. He was just floating. He didn't need to move. Everything was fine. It was a situation where you have to go for the kill. As Orglis, you have got no choice. Because as soon as you start that plan, someone's going to push you, and you haven't got the time for the baiting game. Grixer did incredibly well. Not greeding after the kills. Doing a number. It must have just been a lack of info or unclear comm. Because that was close. And Gomez,
2 seconds.
he's going to be kicking himself about that.
I mean, to be fair, there were angles holding onto either of his exits from small bake, so very, very tense situation to be in, right? Like,
I don't think he needs to leave small bake.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is like I imagine his instincts are probably just like completely going haywire. Is because you want to stay small bake, but you've got no room to maneuver, and you don't entirely know where their intel is, right? Like let's argue Gomez's position, or empathize with why he probably felt like he needed to move. Like if you've got two angles open to your left and your right, and you've got to survive, you don't really know what the exact move is because they could be closer to you than they ended up being. They could be right around the corner, but at the same time, if you move and walk in front of those angles, they also probably are watching. It's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't things that really the answer is only justified by what ends up happening. It's kind of hard to predict, but obviously here, if we want to be technical, maybe the odds were slightly better if he stayed still, and certainly sprinting towards red than back. This could have been 7-4 in another world, but now with Orglis mounting this very effective comeback, very effective dominance at the opening duels too. It might be Jover, might be OT.
It could be. Orglis are going to start to feel that little tingle. This is really possible now. They're one round away from... Yeah, Bino is looking, you know, really pleased. And so they should be. They're having a good time. They might even be in some sort of a flow state right now. You never know. And that could be a very dangerous thing for Oxygen. I really don't want to let this one slip. This is their last chance at closing it out in regulation. And I guess more importantly, coming away with a full 3 points. Yoga, this time, has managed to survive for a little bit longer here at the bottom of these white stairs. We didn't really see his full form in the previous round. Didn't see that DMR do too much work. Certainly didn't see him get into a gunfight of any sort. He was just cleanly taken out. And I guess almost more importantly, we didn't see the C4 land. That was going to be a big win condition there, especially with OXG losing that man early on. This time, however, Atom has survived. And he survived for nearly a full 2 minutes.
And the person I want to see survive as well, Yaga. And I think what you said and that's the silver lining right here. No opening kill for Orglis. We have stopped peeking, OXG. We have stayed still. We are stationary. Nobody moving an inch. Zoto canister goes out to try to halt that Monty, but the Zoto canister will likely freeze that too. Nice find by Yaga. Surely it doesn't all collapse here. The moment OXG don't give you an opening, surely you don't struggle this hard. Bino calming the position as Tubarao looks around, tries to take the fight to Eddie, trapped in the corner. This is an easy pickup to be sure. 4v4, but such little time and the advantage still OXG's. Grixer, not in bunker, but he's just around the corner again, trying to hide. You know it worked last time with even less time on the clock here. It should be doubly lethal as OXG's guns come alive. The full 3 well in hand. Eddie will find one. Grixer caught hiding. And this diffuser needs to go down. It needs to work. Evil Eye shot halfway down. Firing line created. And Bino just comes off. And he only walks into his own grave. A beautiful 3 rounds from Orglis. But a single point denied as OXG take it in regulation after a barn burner second half.
OXG. Don't get me wrong, they deserve 3 points. But I'll tell you what, Orglis know how to make it an exciting fixture. They really fought tooth and nail. Fantastic tenacity. And I think that's something that can be said across all of the air quotes underdog teams tonight. I don't think we ever saw a single team give up. It was not over until that final round on the board. We've had the expected results, but it hasn't necessarily come in the most expected order. And Oxygen, they can hold their heads high knowing they did a great job. We're going to throw you over to the desk for one last time.
plant. Let them plant.
Let him plant. You have Goyos? We have Goyos. Pop the Goyo.
Oh, fuck, I got spotted.
He's gonna plant bunker. Kill sinks. Planting bunker, kill sinks. Six side bunker. It's a multi. Just power together. Good shit, guys. Don't take him. Do not take him. Don't be weird.
Bro, we are like 7. Bro, we are like 7.
A 7-5 game for OXG to close things out against Orgulus. That was our final game of today, and it was a lot more back and forth than I had genuinely expected it to be.
Yeah, thankfully OXG was able to close it out, getting those full 3 points, puts them better in a position of standings. Obviously, we had hoped there'd be a more decisive win from them against Orgulus, but I really do think Orgulus had a lot of good things to show. I mean, when it came down to their team play and the way that they were focused around getting picks, playing those executes, I really thought it was a lot better of a look that Orgulus showed today than I'd say we've seen any other day. Obviously, maybe it's just that week 2 coming in. It was a really close day. They got the win yesterday. Obviously, now another close day. Maybe they just needed to shake off their nerves a little bit. I would say, if anything, it's more of a win for Orgulus today than I would say OXG was, because I wanted to see more of a decisive win from OXG.
I mean, as much as, we want to say we want to see a decisive win out of OXG, they're still trying to find their footing. And I said I want to see how well they would look on attacks after only seeing Clubhouse. And realistically, they look pretty solid on their attacks on Cafe. So I do have to give Forrest and the boys on that Oxygen roster the praise. But I was kind of surprised to, we were talking about we want to see Forrest on those shields, but we were actually seeing Yaga on those shields. But I mean, it still worked out. Yaga brought it back in that round. I believe he had like 20 HP still on that shield. So, I mean, Yaga's doing his due diligence on that shield. But overall, I mean, I think this was a very good game for both these teams to be able to extract something from that and to improve upon.
Yeah, we also have the blacklight detail, which I know it's going to go to OXG. Not entirely sure which player we're going to be giving it to, but we'll figure that out eventually as we're going to be heading into the replays.
It should be Adam. I mean, he had such a stand-up performance. He's always been kind of that quiet killer when it comes to teams. He plays his position very well. He's always on that secondary support flex role. And I would say out of all the players coming to OXG, he definitely has so much potential, obviously, because he is still fairly new when it comes to the NAL. Every team that he's been on, he's always doing great. He's always doing his job, but he's never too flashy of a player. You're not looking to him to be having these insane highlight reels plays, but I feel like he has that potential in him, absolutely.
Oh. Yeah, we have Forrest for the interview as well, so he will be joining us right about now, I do hope. If you are hearing me, congratulations on another win, another 3 points added to the standings. I mean, coming into today, it was a matchup against Orgulus. It's a team that we haven't really necessarily seen much from in terms of like fighting potential when it comes to how they have been performing here at the NAL. Considering how close this game was, a 7-5, is that what you had actually hoped coming into this one?
No, this game definitely should have been like 7-2 or like 7-3, to be honest. Like, we definitely slipped up.
What do you think went wrong then? What was the reason behind that slip up?
I think they just raised their aggression on the top floor on some of our mid sides, and we just couldn't handle it. We're kind of unprepared for the situations, and honestly caught us off guard, and it worked.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it. I mean, congratulations, you guys were able to clutch it out. One thing that I want to know from you is, we know you as a player that is constantly playing these shields, always being very oppressive when it comes to playing shields. But we saw today, Yogg has been taking the reins throughout the stage of playing that shield player. Is there a reason for that, where he's playing the shields now? Is it to make your job IGLing a little bit easier? Walk us through that.
We have multiple shield players in this team. So if we need someone playing a shield, and if I want to bring utility, it just makes sense to put Yogg on it. So it's pretty simple.
Well, versatility is the name. I do want to ask you, I gave you guys praise for yesterday's clubhouse. It looked a lot better. You guys looked far more in sync with one another on those attacks. And then even going into today, it was a big question of, will you be able to replicate that sort of same success on your attacking half on Cafe, given how linear it is of going top down? And you guys were impressive. I kind of want to know from your end and your shot calling, what's been the biggest difference, obviously, from the beginning of the stage in your guys' attacks and where it looks like now?
We seem to focus on staying in sync. Sometimes we have laps of forcing forcing gaps, some bad judgment, just bad calls when we know we can see things through. We have everything we need, we just gotta commit.
Do you think that's more on your shoulders, or do you think that's kind of just on everyone just not being able to be vocal in certain areas, or just not even necessarily being vocal, but getting too focused on what's in front of them than hearing maybe a call from yourself or another teammate?
I think it's just from the backgrounds of our play styles, we all kind of play the game a little differently. So we're just trying to share the same game vision right now.
For sure.
All right, well, some takeaways then for next week. We're gonna let you go. Have a good night. I'm assuming it's probably late. It is pretty late for us.
Yeah, it's pretty late.
Yeah, good night, and we'll see you around next week. Take care.
All right, see y'all.
Bye. Okay. We got the reflection from OXG. We got maybe not necessarily the game that Orglis was hoping for in terms of being able to add points to their tally, but they have shown us again that they can put up a fight and they can catch some teams off guard. So if anything, like moving into next week, if they can keep building on this, and also a little bit of a warning for other teams, you cannot write them off.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we can take away from Orglis absolutely is when it comes to in the round specifically, I want to say usually around that mid-round, they're very good at their individual gunplay. So if you give them the opportunity to go for these gunfights, sometimes they'll be able to steal some rounds away. If they can just focus on having consistent entry ability and making sure they focus on the trades, I think next week would go a lot smoother for them.
Yeah, let's have a look at next week as well in regards to what games we can be expecting on our first play day when we're back on Thursday. Starting off with oh, that's for today. Never mind. Let's start talking about today. The games were pretty one-sided, if we do say so ourselves. I think the last two necessarily didn't expect them to be going the distance the way they did, but that is life, and it is what it is.
Yeah, I think for the most part, the day kind of panned out the way that you would believe it to be. I think the biggest shocker was obviously the SR versus Cruelty. Cruelty having that bounce back where SR realistically should have shut it out. We heard in their interview that, they weren't too happy with the end result. It should have been a 7-1. They shouldn't have had to show their hand too much. But that also goes off the back end of Cruelty not just falling flat and showing a little bit of oomph and put a little pep in their step on defense. So there is something that we can take away from that game. But again, all in all, throughout the day, it's pretty much what you'd expect.
Yeah, but unfortunately, even though that with Cruelty doesn't actually impact their standings or means that they're getting any points onto their tally, which when we're looking at it at the end of the second play week, Cruelty is still going to be at the bottom of the standings. They still got a big at, which is sad of a position to be in, because you've had 4 games out of the 9 competitors that you're going to be going up against. You're still sitting at 0. Envy got 1 point, but then you're looking at the top of the team. DZ and Shopify, they're, as well as SSG, to be completely fair, like they are running away with these points.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the goal is to just be a part of that top 6. So when you're amongst all of the teams that are making all the way into that top 6, sometimes you just want to be able to take your foot off the gas. I mean, some teams, it's all about the confidence, but you're going to have to go into that playoff phase afterwards. And that's where, the great teams are set aside from the good teams. As opposed to the bottom teams, I'd say this is the moment where things start to get a little bit more stressful. Yeah. And obviously we'll have to see how the weeks pan out to shape up. I'm not too surprised seeing Cruelty at the bottom. Honestly, I'm a little bit happy. It's a welcome to the NAL moment for them, because I know that them and a lot of the MXPL teams have this ego confidence against the NA teams.
I do just want to say, if we could show back that one more time, just to kind of paint a picture here, because when you look at the standings right there, Cruelty, granted they have 0 points. If they just win 1 game, which is very realistic, that Orglis could lose, that Wildcard could lose, that Envy could lose their matchups, Cruelty could bounce up and be in 7th and tied for 7th. So realistically, sure, they haven't won 4 of their matches, but 1 game really could propel them into that 7th, 6th spot, and if they find wins from there, they can easily be within the top 6.
Yeah, absolutely. If anything, for me, it's so shocking to see that Cloud9 is on 3 points and Wildcard is on 3 points. They're tied for 6th and 7th, which means that, again, if you are a bottom tier, if you are a team that's currently sitting at the bottom, 1 win can genuinely push you into the top 6, which, again, further emphasizes how top-heavy it currently is with the teams that are performing well. And we're going to have more games for you next week to further impact the standings, starting off on Thursday, when we're going to be back with Orglis against SSG, C9 against Envy, Oxygen against Shopify, DZ Wildcard, and M80 Cruelty. Again, looking at this, it is a little bit of a mix and match in terms of the top teams with the middle pack teams and the lower standing teams. So the most competitive game out of every single one of these, if I had to point out, maybe OXG Shopify, maybe DZ Wildcard.
Yeah, no, I think OXG Shopify would easily be that one that holds the weight, just because I guess you're right. Both them, OXG and Wildcard, are in a position where they need to start getting some wins to be a little bit more comfortable. Same thing with Cloud9, but they're going up against Envy. You'd assume that they would be the favorites in it.
Matched.
Yeah, but I would say OXG Shopify is the one that I'm going to have my eyes on, because Shopify, we saw it today, you know, when they let their foot off the gas, sometimes rounds don't go in their favor. They really need to fine-tune their perfection to closing out games. OXG, if they can ride that momentum off of this week 2 into a week 3, hopefully get them that little more fire under them, a little bit more time to make sure their attacks and the way that they want to play together is synced. I think that would be the most anticipated game.
I think the Orglis versus Space Station could actually be a good game as well. We were talking, well, you specifically highlighted in their mid to late round, Orglis is good at taking gunfights. They're good in their gunplay, and that's where we know Space Station likes to be in terms of their aggression, in terms of that gunplay. So it could be a very even, balanced match in terms of just gunplay, but that's where SSG has always thrived, though, and then also just in their sheer game plan. So I do think that could be something that we could see a little bit of life from LFO, but still to be undetermined because we can't see the future.
No, we can't, but we can wait for it to happen, and that's going to be next week, Thursday, same time, same place. We're going to be back here on the NAL with our 5th play day, where our teams are going to be playing in a round-robin best-of-1, looking to qualify for the top 6 spots. So we're going to see you guys then. Until then, take care of yourselves and have a good night.